Russell Wilson was the Cajun cook, right?
Oh, boy, they're wonderful. Guarantee.
Yeah. I remember he'd kick it up a notch. He'd like sort of measure let's forget the measuring stick.
Oh, they got the Holy Trinity here. We got a little bit of that cayenne pepper put in there, and the green pepper, and the onion, and the carrot.
He had them red suspenders rocking with the blue shirt and the mustache.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And most of his food, it wasn't that good.
Oh, I don't even know. I never had any of his food.
Guarantee.
It all tasted like the same.
Oh, I bet.
You
Yeah,
know how
because he
come
put
the
the
chicken
same.
crossed the road, huh?
Because he put the same sauce and everything.
Yeah, everything.
Everything was the same. Oh, I got to kick it up a notch.
Oh, kick it up and get an etouffee. Is this an etouffee or a gumbo? Oh, I don't
eat
know.
most anything, and they love to cook chicken.
And
What?
then you know what he's saying in the
It's a
food
wonderful
section.
sausage. Sausage. It really is.
Well, first of all, your food's not that good. I have no idea what you're talking about. Other than that, it's been a wonderful meal.
You sure are entertaining. That accent sure is funny.
At least when I was at Paul Prudhomme's restaurant, he came scooting by on his rascal.
Oh, neat.
He came rolling right up.
Wow,
like
rolled
the-
up on you like
the-
he's Daryl Drake.
like the popo.
The popo.
I'm glad for you to see me. I guarantee.
Put your pants back on,
Here's
old
another
man.
thing.
Put that coffee down. Coffee's for closers only.
Well, depends how well you close on the race.
I was working on something last week, and frankly the week before, and that's why I posted the hard to pick a winner between this bagel from Dunkin and this iced coffee from Dunkin. If only
What
there
did
was
you
a
know?
way.
What did you know and when did
If
you know
only
it?
there was a way to put them in some sort of race, and then maybe we could figure it out. And the Bulls, I maintain this. They do a lot for Women's History Month. They host a lot of events. It's something that they're very big in participating in. And for the Women's History Month game, I was asked, in one of the greatest honors, to do play-by-play for the Dunkin race. So we're not going to bore you with the entire call, but maybe or maybe not. Ray and I did some work in a score studio one day, and we got to see the Dunkin race because it is pre-taped in this. You can't do it live. So we're going to play you a piece of it, and then I was reporting for NBC Sports Chicago on Monday. Yeah, it was Monday. I don't know what day it is anymore.
It was Monday.
It was Monday against Portland. Take a listen.
This is the final lap. Biggie Bagel in the lead. Iced Cuppy, then Dashing Donut. Biggie Bagel is going strong, but Bagel makes the turn for the finish line. And it's Iced Cuppy with the amazing effort to finish. It's Iced Cuppy, the winner.
That was the surprise!
That was a great surprise.
What a surprise! She called the race!
That was
well
awesome.
Done.
That was awesome.
Oh, Layla! She's like, she snuck that in. I was like, what surprise is she going to have for us? And that was the ultimate surprise. Well done, my friend.
I can't believe that happened.
All right, listen, that feels like it's got to be, you've had a very long, distinguished career. That feels like a highlight, though. That really feels like one of the most fun things that you ever get a chance to do.
Adam and Stacy, to say that is one of the biggest honors. It's so true. And I got to shoot the puck this year. This is it, guys. I'm done, right? I got to walk off.
You peaked. Do you think this is the peak, though?
Yeah.
No,
what's
man,
left?
that's just one other highlight. Another highlight on a long reel of many. Here's Vucevic on target.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
Well done.
I really want to say thank you to the Bulls. They really do take Women's History Month seriously. They've done many events. And to be able to show everybody who works at NBC Sports Chicago to work with you guys to get these opportunities and to do something fun like this, it really does mean a lot. I can't say that enough.
We really appreciate your work, Layla, and we appreciate you as our friend and our colleague and great job on the dunk. You got to call the Dunkin race.
That's awesome.
That's really cool.
The Dunkin race is
It really was amazing.
The Dunkin race has been going for a while.
I accidentally ordered a Biggie Bagel. I actually said Biggie Bagel.
It's true. I
You
told
are
Ray
the
I
queen
needed
of
a
the
Biggie
United
Bagel.
Center. Wow.
No. no.
Opening night.
That title-
Opening night. Shoot the puck. Connor Bedard, and now you're doing the Dunkin races.
Cindy
Dunkin' Donuts
Crawford
races.
is the queen of the United Center. She actually made it on her first try.
Yeah, but
she
she
didn't
didn't
call
call
it
iced
the
cup and
Dunkin'
coffee
race.
winning the race.
She could. She's good at everything.
Well, she
The fact
didn't.
that you got to follow in the big footsteps of Phil Georgieff for some of us is also really cool.
Yes.
Phil Georgieff, who called 96,131 races, who was a graduate of the Medill School of Journalism at Northwestern before becoming the voice of Arlington and Hawthorne and Sportsman's and all the nights that I would sit there and watch the Jordan Bulls and hear Phil Georgieff's voice call the Dunkin race. That's really cool. And because all newscasts in Chicago, the sportscast would have the call of the daily horse races. So we would hear, here they come spinning out of the turn on regularly on the 6, or not the 6, but like the 10 o'clock would always have it. So that was a voice of our childhood that you got to be in his stead. That's cool.
I think he's one of those voices when you picture a horse race, that's who you're hearing.
Yep, Tom Durkin.
Like they're that synonymous.
Yep. And at least for Chicagoans, no question, it's Phil Georgieff, and you got to do that thing.
Yeah, I was definitely honored, and Ice Cuppy deservedly won. Although a lot of people think that Ice Cuppy has had too many victories, but
Steroids.
maybe, I haven't talked to the characters about what they do to win. But yes, it was a very good time, and I appreciate you guys rolling with me because it was the week I was here all week where Ray and I had to sneak off and work on that a little bit. So
We're glad that you did.
I got to call a race. It was pretty cool.
We're going to come back and we're going to talk a little bit more about Caleb Williams and maybe a little bit of Justin Fields too, with someone who knows this organization well. It's next on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Last play of the game. Clock winding down.
We're playing at the United Center Friday.
At the United Center.
Yep.
10 seconds left.
Yep.
Jack feeds Danny at the elbow.
Yep.
Danny goes in and then ball fakes back to Jack. Takes a layup on his own and then slams the ball down on the court in front of children, by the way. Children are playing. They're on the court. Danny, he takes that shot, slams it down, and says, "No, nephew Jack, you're 12 years old. You cannot take this
Senior in high school. He's 18. He's 18. Don't embellish.
I'm tweeting the video right now.
He's 18.
Okay, so what? You have the ball. You take the layup.
So Shane's thought is that on a play that I scored on, I should have kicked it back out so that he, who scored more than me in the game, should have gotten an extra shot as opposed to me getting my second basket in the game.
Exactly.
I disagree.
Well, we all thought, everyone who was watching from the bench thought, open look for Jack. Here it comes.
That's how good my pump fake was.
It was a great pump fake because we all believed you were going to make the correct basketball play and go for the guy with the open shot, but it's not what you did.
I scored.
How was it not the correct basketball?
I scored.
Wait, I don't like this. I'm defending Danny. It doesn't feel good.
I scored on the play. I scored on the play. Results oriented.
Listen to this guy. I got mine.
Doesn't matter.
Got mine.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter, dude. You had the chance to give your nephew a buzzer-beating opportunity.
It wasn't for a win. I mean, the guy already had hit a 3. He already had guy had 9 points. He was our team's leading scorer.
You know, here's the thing.
Had 11.
Shane, how many times have one of us felt like we had a take that could really be, could kill the segment, but Danny takes the take for himself? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is it's just shooter's going to shoot.
I went out there to get up shots.
We heard that a lot from a lot of people on Friday, by the way. The whole shooter's going to shoot thing from a lot of people who can't shoot.
Yeah, there were like 7 points scored the entire 40-minute game.
I would have been gunning on that court. You're on the United Center court.
Yeah, and
you need to make 1 or at least 2.
I scored twice. I scored once in the first half and then the last bucket of the game. And I was not going to go down with only scoring once in that game. And Texas said, Danny said last week that was his move. Yeah, the fake pass, the pump fake pass, and then keep it. You got to keep it.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't say you were going to pump fake your nephew.
I'll pump fake anybody.
You're +1?
I'll pump
the
fake my
kid you brought?
+1. He already scored. He
Guy's
already had a
7 years
great
old.
day. He's 18. He had a great time.
He gave it to you.
Bad look.
He high-fived me. He was glowing
That's
after.
what I'm saying.
He was thrilled.
Release the video. Let people make their own
doing it right now.
It's a great
assessments.
take.
At the end of the video, he's very happy. Now I want to go back and look and see if it was a patronizing happy look. It
might have been out of pity because of how much effort I had to put into.
Good for you.
Yeah, exactly.
This hour is brought to you by Team Hochberg. Visit their website, 56david.com. That's 56david.com.
Greg, he's in Romeoville. Hi, Greg.
Hey, good morning, guys. I got kind of a hot take here for you, and please hear me out. Tyson Bagent is a rookie. Great footwork, quick release. I really like the way he's able to learn the playbook. He seems like a smart guy. He learned that playbook in 3 weeks, almost better than Fields learned it in 3 years. So the hot take here, why would they bring Fields back from injury instead of letting Bagent play out the rest of last season? He gets good experience, and if he's going to be your backup this year, it might be beneficial, especially knowing Fields is gone. Might be beneficial to get him those reps.
Man, why are you platforming this?
Dog's ears were burning for that statement. Burning. I'm sorry about your
That
dogs.
just killed the vibe.
Whoa. We got
That
a whole
just killed the
season of White
vibe.
Sox baseball coming up. If you're concerned about dogs, there needs to be a whole other public service
Well, I'm
announcement here.
concerned about dog whistles. That's
Oh.
what I was making reference to.
Okay, just making sure because your dog will die if exposed to White Sox baseball this year.
No, it's gonna be good.
But that stuff it's hard to beat pure bloodline though. It really
I
is.
mean, everyone seems to be drifting into that space. He learned the playbook better in 3 weeks than Justin learned it in 3 years.
I had to get on the line.
Come
I
on.
had to pick up the phone about Bajan. He's the real deal. This is coming from a pure bloodline.
Yeah, it doesn't get much more than that.
That's not even a dog whistle. That's just
the dog bullhorn.
Is Tyson Bagent going to send us a press release welcoming Caleb to the Bears?
The Jim Boylan.
I welcome thee. Tyson Bagent been in the weight room, man. He's trying to get his dollars up.
You see those pictures of Beefcake Tyson Bagent.
Why not? He figured out what he needs for year 2.
Hey, man, those strong bloodlines include
pure
arm wrestling.
Here's the problem.
Pure.
Like we're just
Pure
ascribing all
Sure.
this to him. Like I wonder how he feels about it.
I do too, because I would imagine that from what I've been told that Tyson might not be a fan of people who are fans of him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Which is sort of the coolest aspect of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Right,
He's
'cause
like, really?
When you hear him talk, he has there is a humility there, I think, and a self-awareness. You
Yep.
know, his dad is a character. Sure, he's a character. But when it comes to Tyson Bagent, I think he's like, dude, I would have gone CrossFitting and then
His
taught
dad,
school.
his dad didn't do anything.
Oh, parading around the sidelines. Just sit
So
down.
what?
Sit down.
He's happy his son made it to the
Great.
league.
Awesome.
And then he turned his hat backwards. He's like, I'm going to change my grip. And then over the top.
See, he's mad at me, and then he's like,
What?
yeah, change it over the top.
I don't think that there's anything wrong with a dad being excited about.
I don't either.
I mean, did you hear your question to Iron Eagle?
Yes.
Who's got the death row jacket on at the Caleb Williams Pro Day?
Please tell me it's Colleen Kane.
Polls.
It is not polls.
I need it to be
That is not
Colleen
polls
Kane.
here.
That's the,
who's wearing a Death Row Records
That's the
jacket.
message. That's the message he's sending to Caleb Williams. You don't want your producers dancing in the video. Come to death row. That's what he's saying.
Can I ask you guys a question that might lend to fringe phone callers to the Mully and Haugh show? Would you guys mind if I asked you a question that could lead to someone going, hey, I heard on the score yesterday, ... and then them calling Haugh and yelling at Haugh?
Sure.
Okay.
That setup? Are you kidding?
Caleb Williams is going to go on Colin Cowherd's show after he's done with USC's Pro Day.
Look how nice the weather looks out there.
It's not bad here today. I'm not going to complain about, it's
Look at
fine.
them standing around in non-coats.
And death row jackets. Does that lend any credence, Clearwater or Revival, to what Colin has said about Caleb and where Caleb wants to play? Is it fair for a fan to go, wait a minute, if you guys weren't buying what he was selling, then why would you give an interview to him when you can give an interview to anyone?
Because they're friendly. It's a big platform, and we'll find out. I'm sure I'll ask him about it today.
I understand that, but is it okay for a Bears fan who's worried about that story to go, hey, that's interesting that you're on the show with the guy that said that you didn't want to come to Chicago?
I would say that because of the immediate retraction that he gave the next day, it was him saying stuff and then getting a call from Caleb. That's how I read it in the first place.
I'm sure you're right, but my point, because if we go back to parsing the statement of he doesn't want to be viewed as not wanting to go to Chicago, that's different than he wants to go to Chicago.
I could definitely see people galaxy braining this into twisting their brains into he doesn't want to go to Chicago, despite the fact that he said he's fine going to Chicago.
He said he's fine going to Chicago. He didn't say he wants to come to
I
Chicago.
don't know. It wasn't a direct quote.
Hey.
So I was going to say,
How about some buy-in there, Caleb?
I think there's a couple things at play here.
You're a bad guy.
fine.
I was gonna say, I think that either Colin Cowherd has been putting it out there so well that there might be some need to acknowledge it from Caleb Williams' side and
To
saying,
his face?
yes, like you know, if this stuff is going to get this much traction, then we need to do some air clearing here, or you're going to find out really quickly where the stuff he said came from. Like that interview is going to tell you some things either way.
Okay. I just wanted to ask the question.
No, I think it's fair because two of the biggest narratives regarding Caleb Williams have been surrounded by that.
I'm just asking questions, Dan.
Am I not supposed to take this seriously?
I'm not.
Why?
Look at him.
Why can't I be provocative and serious?
Okay, but I think
I'm a very talented talk show host.
I also think
number 6 in the power ranking.
That this will be obviated by whatever gets said today.
He's 5. He's 4. I'm 5. So
you are 5.
As 5,
you are 5.
I will not apologize for taking you seriously because it's something that people have been discussing.
But a lot of those people are like the people out there who do I mean, you know what this whole Bears thing
Part
is
of our
out
job
there.
is to edit. Part of our job is to acknowledge what people are saying. Part of our job is to discuss it.
And part of our job is to understand that a lot of people doing that there's things that are wrong with them.
I can just
There's
tell
something
you
wrong with us too.
that
not
I've
those people.
I really have tired of the dumb and like walking on eggshells for them. And it was such a big deal. Personally, I don't think that there's a problem here at all. I think that Caleb Williams is going to be drafted by the Bears, and that's going to be it. I think it's interesting that this is the week that beyond the stuff that we were talking about with Cowherd, you had the RG3 stuff, and was RG3 like projecting his own stuff onto Caleb's situation?
Yeah, that kind of came out of nowhere.
I know.
So I really didn't know what to do with that because whoa, where's what?
I do like the fact that so many NFL quarterbacks are talking about this. I think the more opinions we have from players, the better. And I appreciate I feel like he's still one of your favorite players to talk about, if that makes sense.
And it's funny that you say that because indeed we do have the opinions of a couple of former players, former Bears to be exact. Why don't we start with Kyle Long, who was on the Take the North podcast with Dan Wiederer, and he described specifically what he's looking forward to about Caleb Williams being a Bear.
The thing I love about his game is that he bucks trends. He says, screw your rules. You can't put me in a box. I'm going to play the game how I want to play. And more often than not, his feet are off the ground, Dan, when he's making these plays, throwing the football. I love that. You know, I've always been a guy that, I marched to the beat of a different drummer. I had a unique skill set on the football field as an offensive lineman. And with that comes an appreciation for other guys who seem to have a unique skill set. And this guy, Caleb Williams, jumps off the page to me, not only from a throwing perspective, but a creativity perspective. He makes the game look like art. And when you watch a guy where you can't quite, he has a je ne sais quoi about his game. He's got it. I mean, I what more do you want me to tell you? I mean, you can watch 30 minutes of highlights of the guy, and some people aren't convinced, but he gives me, in my opinion, he gives the Bears the best chance moving forward at the quarterback position. And when you watch the Super Bowl, when you watch these playoffs, it's the quarterbacks that have a je ne sais quoi that tend to win these Super Bowls. And, you know, I got to play with Patrick Holmes for a year, and the things he's able to do, the shapes he's able to shift into, the quarterbacks he's able to morph into at the drop of a hat when things aren't working, when they're dropping 8 and rushing 3, and he's got to stand back there, and he can be frustrated at times because things aren't happening as quickly as his mind processes. He has to become someone else, and when they ask him to run the read option, he does it with relative ease, and he looks like Lamar Jackson. He goes on the road to Baltimore, and and slays the dragon of the Baltimore Ravens. He goes up to Buffalo and beats the giant, Josh Allen. You need a quarterback that gives you, instead of fear, he gives you faith and hope. And
belief, right?
It's not a guy that you can win with. It's a guy that you can win because of. And I think that's Caleb Williams.
There's a lot of imagery going on there with Kyle.
And French.
There's morphing, there's giant slaying, there's slaying a dragon. There's a lot going on there.
Yeah, it's like a role-playing game at some point, right? Like
well, Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, we need
Kyle
like
Long.
a 20-sided die to roll out there for hit points. And there's two mentions of je ne sais quoi, which means I don't know what.
Yeah, the intangible. But I really appreciate the line at the end that really hammers the point home. There's win with and win because of, and you sure hope he's that dude.
Now let's hear what Chase Daniel had to say on football night in Chicago.
Dude, there were 13 to 14 different starters that got hurt last year. Your trade value immensely rises if you're able to do that. So, look, you're trying to make Justin happy. I get it. You probably could have got a third or a fourth for sure if you hold on to him. And I get the dynamic in the locker room stuff. At the end of the day, they're all pros, right? They have to be able to work in the locker room together. They have to be able to get along. And another thing for me, every team I've been on that has been really good, we've had really, really good football players. I don't care what they're making. I don't care what the situation is. Justin Fields is a really good football player. You should not be in the business of trading away or giving away good football players. And I love what Ryan Poles has done this offseason and Matt Eberflus. I really do. Going out and get Keenan Allen, DeAndre Swift, Gerald Everett. Like, I've played with all those guys. All those guys are ballers, and I know you're trying to build around the number one pick, which will probably be Caleb Williams. However, I'm just not into getting rid of really good football players.
I want to talk on the whole keep Justin, draft Caleb, and wait thing. I agree with you. They are pros. I'm sure the locker room would be totally fine with it. But from a management standpoint, don't you want to clear it all for the rookie? Don't you want to avoid a weird training camp where half the fans are cheering for Justin and half are maybe damaging the rookie's ego? Like, how would you manage that? Why do you think that's going to work? Not that Justin and Caleb couldn't handle, but just the overall noise around it.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a big situation. It's a difficult situation because I do think what Ryan and Matt Eberflus and ownership did with Chicago, they did right by the player. Right. But if you really want to be a franchise that is going to be taken seriously, that is going to be on the up and ups, which I think they can with the right player, and the most important position is the quarterback in any sport. That's well documented. We've talked about it a lot. I just think at the end of the day, getting rid of really good football players, regardless of circumstance, like your job is to stockpile picks, to make put a team together on the roster. And look, they got 1-9. And I think they're going to draft really well. You look at the defense, they were top 5 in almost every single major category, really since week 10 of the 2023 season. So Eber's got that thing going. They have a whole new offensive staff. I get it. I just think that the way I've heard and the things I've heard about Justin is he's a top-notch guy. I think he really could have handled it. I don't know if the fans could have handled it. I think that's what you're getting at because they would be clamoring for Justin. I mean, he was something like an icon in that city in terms of everybody loved him.
Okay.
So here's my thing, and whether I forgot who brought it up yesterday, the idea of waiting another month or so to trade Justin. I don't think that helps him at all. I think it damages him to be to keep him throughout a season or half a season and then trade him. Why were we talking about how remarkable what Josh Dobbs did last year was? Because this is a kid who's clearly like super smart to be able to pick up a different offense in the middle of a season. Asking a quarterback to move from one system to another in the middle of a season without mini camp and OTAs, without any of that stuff like on the whiteboard is not great for that court. It's different. Like if you're talking about like a defensive end, for the most part, you could send a defensive end to another city and they can be a defensive end.
Give me my alignment.
Right.
Tell me what my responsibility is. If this guy goes, am I dropping into the flat or not?
Asking a quarterback to do
Montez
that.
Sweat's first game was a good example.
Right.
Of
Right.
how easy
Right.
he made
Not
that.
bad.
knock.
Yes.
Yeah, Montez Sweat's like, new team, 3 days. Cool.
Asking a quarterback to come in mid-season and try to help a team make the playoffs, or like it's not really done, and the reason that it's not done is because of how much the quarterback has to know before they can competently, and then we saw the level of competence for Joshua Dobbs go down as the games went on, as more people had film on him. It's just I don't know. I'm surprised that so many people are even entertaining that thought, even when you factor in the people. Like, you don't want Caleb to come into this locker room with that guy still here.
Of course not.
It doesn't make any sense.
We have comps for backup quarterbacks stepping in and winning championships.
Yeah, Nick
Whether
Foles.
Tom Brady or Earl Morrall, we know that. Is there a comp for? I mean, even as well as Joe Flacco played last year,
until he did,
until he turned back into a pumpkin. Like, that's not a thing.
No,
it just isn't. If you're on the team and you've been taking reps in that offense with those receivers, it's one thing. Don Strock or whoever it is, there are guys who have stepped in and done it. And
I also think that you're shrinking your pool of trade candidates too, because now, like, that team has to look at it and go, does Justin fit what we want to do?
Here's where I think some of what he was saying, though, is probably why he was so passionate about it, is the players know who they're traded for. They know what value that teams seem to perceivingly have in them. This is different because of what we know about the nature of that trade and the requests that were made. But I could see why players are like, this isn't okay. Like, this should have been a more, what they saw as an even deal.
I can't even imagine that Justin didn't appreciate this. I just gave you double negatives. Sorry about that. Justin probably appreciates what the end result of this was. I get to go to a place where I have an opportunity to start. I get to start all of their off-season program on time. I get to learn what it is that they do, how this new Arthur Smith offense, how I can fit into it, all of that stuff. Asking him to, like, pop into LA in November and learn Sean McVay's offense.
Like Baker Mayfield did?
Well, he had that one game, right?
Yeah.
Where he had a Thursday night game where he rallied and they ended up winning the game. It's really, really difficult.
I just want to make one more point as well, is, to me, it's the concept of you accept the outcome. It's like being in a trial, and it's not ideal. But Mike Tomlin saying that he was a big Justin Fields fan, when have you ever heard somebody in this town in that position say that?
Because technically you're not supposed to.
No. When did you ever hear a coach in
Matt
this
Eberflus
town
could have said
say
that.
that about his own player? You didn't hear it out of Matt Nagy, and you didn't hear it out of Matt Eberflus.
Or Luke Getzey.
I
Or
rest
a lot
my
of other
case.
stuff.
You have two chances to come hang with us. And when I say us, I mean all three of us at the start of baseball season. First, Thursday, March 28th, we're live 10 to 2 at Buffalo Wings and Rings on Halstead prior to the White Sox home opener. That's brought to you by Modelo. And then Monday, April 1st, Sluggers in Wrigleyville. We're there from 10 to 12:45, brought to you by BetMGM. That's before the home opener at Wrigley Field. Join all three of us, Bernstein, Holmes, Rahimi, for both of those shows, March 28th and April 1st, right here on 670 The Score. And speaking of baseball opening day, it's today. It already happened. Don't tell Rob Manfred, because apparently it wasn't important enough to the powers that be in baseball to actually make it a thing.
I'm
But
going to need somebody to get a chief marketing officer over there.
you woke up and opening day happened. How about that? We'll talk about it next on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment's brought to you by the
It's all right. Follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road. Falla, 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 falla.
He got you.
He got me.
How do you know so much about balloons?
I know a little bit about everything.
Tell me more, Shane. Tell me everything you got. Give me empty the helium tank of all the helium information.
I think that it's a fun thing to do at the end of a kid's party.
Oh, it really is.
QB1 party. God, our producers don't like us today.
I think most people don't like us today.
Oh, they're walking out?
Are they leaving?
I think they might be leaving.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure what's happening.
Something has happened.
I feel so abandoned now.
Yeah. No, they literally got up and left. That's not a good sign.
We could start saying anything and they couldn't dump us. And it
I
would
have-
technically be Tanny's fault. Where they can do something and perform going forward. And, oh no! I was going to bring them home for my kid. Wow.
This is violent.
Wow.
This is,
oh,
oh my
no.
God. There's some real anger on the face.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I don't really understand.
There's a
why.
knife. Is that a knife?
That is
No,
a-
it's
that is
scissors.
a knife. They are
that's-
popping the balloons.
Boy, oh, here's QB1.
That's $108 worth of balloons that have been popped.
That is a thing that happened.
That is a thing that happened
Wow.
by our producers. Wow. Steph said, "Bring home some of those for Owen."
Nope.
Yeah. Wow.
That didn't happen. Wonder what's
There's one up there above Speaks.
I'll bring that one home. I'll bring that one home.
I'll guard it with my life,
Yeah,
Danny.
I'll bring that home.
Is that because you think we shouldn't be celebrating a loss? Is it because we're annoying? Is it about?
No, you're not annoying. Jalen just texted and asked if I would pop them.
Did he really?
No.
No.
I would have bought that.
No, I think it's because they think we, mainly me, are annoying. But that's okay.
No, I think this was excellent today.
Yeah.
But it has to end.
But
at
it's
some
time.
point.
This was the time.
Like, were you really going to pack this all up and back in the car and bring them home?
I think he was.
I'll bring those ones home. Owen
those
loves,
are nice. Yeah.
Owen loves balloons.
When you have the OB1,
It does look like
balloons,
OB1.
You can salute OB any day of the week.
Yeah.
It's QB1 and Mylar and giant balloons. We were thinking about leaving those here for the morning show.
Yeah,
What do you
Mully,
think? How would the big dog go over? How would that go over?
The new decor of the studio.
Actually, our big problem is the feather boa, which Jalen would never wear, is dropping.
Shedding. I'm
It's
shedding.
shedding feathers all over the studio, everywhere. There are orange feathers all over this entire floor.
You know how at the end of a party, when you just don't want to clean? You don't want to clean up. You're just, I'm just going to leave all those dishes till the morning. And then you wake up with a hangover and you really regret all of the decisions.
Just sell the house.
Yeah, exactly. Like, was this party really worth it?
Yes.
Thinking about cleaning up all of these individual feathers from this boa and these shredded balloons so Mike Mulligan doesn't get angry at me tomorrow morning.
Justin Fields forever.
Yeah, that's very good.
in Holmes. Middays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Bouncer. Gavin Lux running throw to end the game. And the Dodgers start this highly anticipated 2024 season with a 5-2 win over the Padres in Seoul.
Sounds like the voice of Joe Davis, who is kind of the opposite of Ian Eagle, who was our guest earlier on the show. And that was the first baseball game of the year, and it's in the books, and that was that. And it started at 3 a.m. So if you missed it, it's not on you, because the game was in Korea between the Dodgers and the Padres.
The way
I don't think it started at 3. I think it started at 6 our time.
Oh, is it 3 Pacific time?
Yeah.
Okay, because I just saw
Pacific,
3. Oh, Pacific time. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I was on the elliptical watching it at 7
That makes
this morning as it was getting close to ending.
After you woke up without an alarm clock.
5:45 every morning.
5 a.m. Central Time is when it
5
started.
a.m. Okay, because of 3
Yeah,
Pacific.
it wasn't 3 o'clock. Like it was, and the game was. I think the start time there was 7:20 or something like that.
They're 14 hours time difference from us.
Yeah. So I enjoyed it. I enjoyed, like, that was a nice treat to have, because usually I'm looking for ridiculousness, like the show ridiculousness if I'm on the elliptical, because you can understand what's happening without hearing people. And it was nice to have a baseball game on while I was doing it. And it was crazy because watching the way that this game played out is terrifying for what the Dodgers can be. So it's the 8th inning. The Dodgers are down 2-1. And then this happens.
Lux. And he bounces one. That's off the glove of Cronenworth. Rounding and coming in. Teoscar. He will score the go-ahead run.
And that went right through the webbing. Right through the webbing.
Oh, my goodness. I've never seen that.
Highlight courtesy of ESPN. It wasn't off of him. This wasn't like a bad hop. This ball went through Jake Cronenworth's glove. Like, he had it. And if he had come up with the play, through no fault of his own, if he comes up with the play, they get out of the inning. But because he gets charged with the error on that, the lineup turns over.
Ooh.
And then so
those names are not names you want to see when the old lineup turns over.
Right. They're now runners in scoring position
for
Mookie
Betts, Shohei Otani, and Freddie Freeman. And then it played out exactly like that. Mookie hit an inside fastball into left field. Otani hit one into left center. And all of a sudden, the game was pretty much over. And the Dodgers ended up winning 5-2.
I feel terrible for Cronenworth because that is assessed as an error, correct?
Yeah, that's a bad E.
There's got to be a way. I know there's no loophole for it because it can't really be a hit. I mean, you're trying to be fair to the pitcher.
That's what it is. It would normally be an out, correct? Therefore,
my guess is the way you would think of it legally is it is the responsibility of the fielder
to make sure that his equipment is working 100%.
Correct. Because he can see call time if he sees that one of the leather straps is frayed or something, that he's got a reasonable opportunity to replace his glove.
I wonder if this was because everyone's had, if you've played baseball or softball long enough, you've had this type of blowout, and I wonder if that's like a beloved gamer that has been restrung a couple of times, because you wouldn't think in the first game of the season, like, the ball was well hit. It wasn't like a screamer.
It happened to me during warmups. It happened to me on my infielder's glove, the stitching on the thumb. And this is a $250 Heart of the Hide Rawlings glove. I still have it. It's in great shape. I have had it restrung. And it was just a little, almost like a flip. And all of a sudden, wait, that was weird. And it wasn't thrown very hard. It just was ready to go.
Dude.
Happens to heels all the time,
The
man.
4, 5, 6 hitters for the Dodgers are Will Smith, Max Muncy, and Teoscar Hernandez.
Sorry about it. It's gonna be I appreciate the Padres and the Giants trying because they know their windows are closing. But man, That's going to be tough.
It was just like when I had the realization of what had happened, I was like, oh, Gavin Lux got, oh no. Like, here comes Mookie. Watch this. Boom. Just taking care of business. And then like, there's no breaks. There's no breaks because even their 7-hitter is Outman, who was like an 800 OPS last year.
After a blistering start.
Yeah, he definitely cooled off because it looked like he was going to be Rookie of the Year immediately, like when you saw him. And even Jason Hayward has been good for them, and he drove in their first run today.
$9 million man right there.
That's for a guy that's going to play you an excellent right field, and you're going to platoon $9 million. That's good money.
I have a question for you two. This is Major League Baseball branching out into a country with a rich baseball culture. It's an exciting game between two of the best teams projected in the National League. And this was the debut for Shohei Otani as a Dodger, the $700 million world-famous man. Why do I feel like this got less promotion than the in-season tournament for the NBA?
It got less promotion than the Cubs-Rangers opening night game next week, which I thought was interesting. And maybe because they knew that there weren't going to be a lot of people that were going to be able to watch it. But when I woke up this morning, it was nice to like wake up and as I'm like walking around, be like, oh yeah, the baseball game is on right now. So if instead of what my usual soundtrack is I'm getting ready to get up and get out. It depends on which day it is. So
Mully and Haugh for me.
Today was a yoga day, so there's a little bit more like ethereal music or whatever. Like I'll usually turn channel 9, see what's going on in the world, and once you kind of go around the cycle of news, traffic, weather, then I'll go upstairs and do yoga, and then now I can actually like go to the gym too after that once it opens up. But it was nice to like be like, oh, bleep, Otani's on. Like Otani, like it's 5:45 in the morning and Shohei Otani is on.
But that's my point here is Major League Baseball having worked at MLB Network, having worked on the East Coast, it's just like the West Coast games just don't exist. Like they just disappear. MLB Network's not that bad. I'm not saying them, obviously. That's their whole job. But when it comes to the mindset around it from fans and people just follow suit and I'm like, hey,
well, here's
West Coast plays games here. You know, just because they're 3 hours behind you doesn't mean that they don't deserve it. It's like this game was in Korea because it was special. Like promote it.
But I think that to me, here's how I've like justified it in my mind, Layla. I feel like this game wasn't for us. Like this game wasn't.
The game should be for all of us.
But I mean, this wasn't for American audiences, clearly. Because you couldn't make it match up into, what we term as prime time. This is outreach. This is MLB trying to go to different places. And it's funny because they were talking about it on the broadcast, how next year is Japan. And they were saying, like, obviously you have to send the Dodgers to Japan. And they were trying to figure out who the other team is. And the other team is the Cubs. But those are the two teams that you should send to Japan next year.
As somebody who traveled with the Rockets to Asia and got to see their reach in Taiwan and the Philippines, and as somebody who worked the Olympics for NBC in South Korea, I'm saying there could have been more done here to share it with everyone.
We should go if the Cubs go to Japan next year.
I thought you meant to break.
No, we should that too, but we should go.
Well,
I would love to go.
How about we see if they get us to Canton first,
or we just aim high and ask for Japan.
But
London with the Bears. I want to go. I want to
go
to London. I've never been.
We've asked for Canton,
right?
Which is 4.5 hours away. Let's see if we can make that happen before we make the broadcast from Japan happen.
No way. We got to aim high.
Good question for the 815, wondering when Fanatics started making first baseman's gloves.
It was either them or,
Boeing.
There you go.
You can take in day one of March Hoops with Circa Sports Illinois and 670 The Score this Thursday, 2 to 6, real-time sports in Elk Grove Village. Parkins and Spiegel live that afternoon from 2 to 6 at Real-Time Sports. Go to circasports.com for more info. When we come back, I know what you have been wondering. In the back of your mind, you've been thinking, what would it sound like if Travis Kelce actually tried to sing a Taylor Swift song?
Do you think he sings them to her?
Well, he did try.
Did he also sing Since You've Been Gone?
Wondering that.
He did try, and we will hear next.
As the Bears officially make a change at QB1, they now look to gamble on drafting a franchise-changing quarterback with the #1 overall pick. As this historic offseason continues to unfold for the Bears, you can't afford to miss a minute of our coverage. From your favorite score shows to our Bears experts to live reports from Haugh and your reaction too. We've got it all right here on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Winning in the NFL. You're impatient to win, but you want to do it with grace, class, and humility. All right. I don't. Because the teams that were important to me, the teams that allowed us to exult in the glory of the Chicago Bears, were arrogant, and they wore it on their sleeve. And that was the fun of it. Their lack of humility, the very opposite of humility, was the joy. They recorded the Super Bowl shuffle on December 3rd. And they told the world, we're going to win the Super Bowl. Is that humble? Nah, it's the opposite of humble. And they gave your quarterback concussions, and they barked at him when he was being dragged off the field on a stretcher. And when the next quarterback came in, they knocked him out too. And they barked at him when they were taking him out on a stretcher. And they danced. They danced on you. And they barked at you. And everybody else did too. And the world celebrated when Mike Ditka, as a poke at his rival, Bill Walsh, when he decided to put a 330-pound nose tackle in the game to run the ball. Ha, ha, ha! Look what I can do. Is that humble? Is that graceful? Hell no. But it was an international phenomenon. You want to talk about going to London? When that dude went to London, that wasn't graceful. That wasn't humble. That was watching a happy, smiling fat man dance on you because they could. When he knocked George Cumbie into next week on Monday Night Football, that wasn't to be humble. It's football, mister.
It's football, mister.
Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, an Odyssey station.
Said it before and I'll say it again. 2 chances to hang with us to start baseball season.
2 chances!
First Thursday, March
It's
28th.
different.
Buffalo Wings and Rings, 10-2. That's South Halstead, part of the White Sox home opener. That's
By
brought
the
to you
way-
by Modelo.
Strangely enough, good burgers at Buffalo Wings and Rings.
I actually had a really good salad when I was there. I had like a chicken Cobb something that was excellent.
That
Have a
sounds
good
really
time.
good.
Yeah, but I think I have a taste for wings this time.
Okay, it's a little ways away for you to have a taste for anything, but
That's not true.
I'm
Maybe I
sorry,
haven't-
boneless buffalo wings are still a big time favorite for me. I'm sorry. No, I'm not. I'm not sorry. They're just not really wings. But
Baby,
don't worry
I'm
about that.
sorry. I'm not sorry.
Monday, April
It's
1st.
true.
Sluggers in Wrigleyville.
not sorry.
10 to 12:45. Brought to you by BetMGM. That's before the home opener at Wrigley.
Hey,
It's
Rahimi, you want to get some swings in?
Bernstein.
Should I bring my bat?
Holmes, Rahimi.
Last
March
time I
28th.
did that, I kept hitting to right field.
April 1st. That's good.
That's
It
really
was
good.
good. It was strange. And I was in a skirt. And I hadn't swung a bat in 10 years.
All right, I'll bring my bat. We'll get some swings in.
Oh,
How
God.
heavy is your bat?
33-30.
Okay.
I'm bringing the baseball one. I can bring the softball one because it's lighter. So
I definitely was making contact with a softball, guys. Let's not get too crazy here.
How fast is their fastest?
I don't know. I think that theirs is probably 80.
Equivalent 80? Because a lot
Whatever
of,
an 80 cage is.
I'm just saying that sometimes you have to do it by distance. If it's 54 feet instead of it's,
I think it just says 80 on the.
You should ask them when we're there.
they won't know. And I mean, it depends. Sometimes you get large amounts of variance because those are the jugs cages, right? It's spinning wheels.
Yes.
I like the arm snap, like the good old fashioned.
I like the arm snap only because it allows you to time better.
Way better.
Like that's why I like it, but you know, you do what you can. I took a Fia there. We were at Sluggers, and had never like swung a bat. And in the middle of the conversation, she was like, well, "Wait, why do I have to do it this way?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "Why? What happens over there?" I said, "Well, that's the left-handed batter's box." She's like, "Well, what if I'm left-handed?" I was like,
Did she not know?
But you're not. And she's like, "Well, I kind of am." And then she turned over, and I was like, "Well, this is how you hold the bat if you're on the left side." And then she like hit the ball.
I might
No
not be.
way.
I may not be allowed in Sluggers now that I think about it. I have been back because I got kicked.
You're allowed in Sluggers because we're doing a show from there.
We were
Dan.
there last
But
year.
I was forcibly removed from the one that used to be in Vernon Hills.
Yeah,
Is
well,
it
that's
still
not the
there?
one we're going to be at.
We were there last
Okay, but
year.
maybe they have my picture on a wall somewhere. Yeah, we were there because I got kicked out.
All right, you know what, Ray? We don't have time for your underwhelming Travis Kelce thing.
Yeah, TMZ Sports, they got me on some clickbait anyway. Talking about America's favorite couple, Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift.
Oh, you
and then
got
when
got?
I clicked on it, it was like, really? Travis Kelce croons Taylor on the New Heights podcast? And, you know, that leads you to believe he's really going to be belting out a Taylor Swift song. And he really didn't.
I'm more interested in why Dan got kicked out of Sluggers anyway.
Yeah, me too.
Why don't we
frankly.
save that story for when he gets back off of vacation?
Yeah, screw you, TMZ Sports.
Because speaking of America's favorite couple, they're going to join us next. Parkins and Spiegel on the Score.
Aw.
Chicago football fans, tune in every weekday at 3 for Poll's Position, where Parkins and Spiegel cover the latest on Ryan Pohl's historic offseason decisions.
There's people out there saying that Poles screwed over Fields on the way out the door. You can't
Look at the history of the Bears. Look at what they keep getting wrong because they're not bold enough. And some of us dared to think that when they finally got an objective team president to come in here and look it over, who would look at this situation, this set of circumstances in this year, to think it was finally the time to raise the bar. Finally the time to do business differently rather than half-ass it. Rather than slide this guy who works for him, and we'll keep this guy who works for him, and it might be his quarterback, it might be one of his assistant coaches, and just blow it all out and do it the right way. And they won't do it.
But it's possible that what you're asking for, I actually think that it's more likely that what you're asking for can now happen if things don't go well next year.
But then you make people root for things not to go well, and no fan should be in that position.
Dan, that's a choice. You don't have to do that.
Of course not.
You don't have to do that. You could look at this or try to look at this and say, perhaps, hold on.
Stop making me try to look at it in a certain way.
Okay, just look at it the same way you always
stop
have.
giving you perspective and context.
No, I've had the same
Fine.
perspective. How many of the same press conference are we going to have? How many of the same press conference? It doesn't matter who the coach is.
You're going to have a
who
very
the
different
GM
press
is.
conference today because George is not going to be a part of it.
You're smarter than that, Burns. These
No,
are
he's
different
not.
people. I heard you call him Kevin Phillips
It's
today.
the
That's lazy
same-
and reductive.
It doesn't matter.
Ryan
not.
Poles is not Ryan
It's
Pace.
the same press conference.
No, you don't know that Ryan Poles is Ryan
It's
Pace. Is the
it
same
doesn't
guy.
matter. It doesn't matter who the people are. The Bears press conference is the same. We know it's not good enough for you. Okay, so make some changes. It's still mostly good enough for us.
It doesn't change the fact that they've got 1-9 and might get the quarterback that changes
All the more
everything.
reason why you think big. They never think big. They
that's-
want somebody who's going to show up and sit down and have crumpets with Ginny.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score! All right, I'm confused. Is this a happy ending or a sad ending?
It's an ending. That's enough.
Thanks to Layla Rahimi for being part of her eponymous Wednesdays on the Bernstein and Holmes and Rahimi show. She'll that be it back becomes. tomorrow for you. Correct. I will be out for the next 2 days. And we thank Mike Florio, Jeremy Werner, and Ian Eagle for joining us today. Always a delight. Ray Diaz, Adam Studzinski, Brandon Fryer, and Kevin Lapka doing their things, and Parkins and Spiegel are here.
How was Ian? I missed it.
He's great.
He's the best.
Such a sweetheart.
He is.
I brought up the fact that during the playoff game between Cleveland and Houston, that his son was doing TV while he was doing Westwood One radio. And Jason and I were watching on TV. Then we had to go. So look, we'll listen in the car. And going from Noah Eagle on the call to Ian Eagle on the call.
That's awesome.
And we're listening, and the observation was sort of counterintuitive because Noah is much more straight-laced. Noah is just much more, because of
Makes sense.
where he is in his career and everything.
Makes sense.
It does, but it was just funny to hear the dad, doing his, vaudeville yuck it up thing that he does.
Yeah, he's the made guy.
Yeah.
And Noah is very, very good, very, very polished, but still finding his voice.
He isn't in a position to do the goofy stuff his dad does.
And to know Noah's credit, he's cognizant of he's Ian's son.
Sure.
Because there are some Nepo babies that are out there not cognizant of that. And they do stuff and you're like, really?
And also may have a very different personality.
Yeah.
Just because it doesn't mean that he's going to be an identical broadcaster. He absolutely going to have his own individual style.
Yeah.
My nephew, the broadcaster, is very good friends with Noah and says he's just an absolute gem of a guy. Just a wonderful kid. I think I'm going to be in a fantasy baseball league with him this year. I think he's coming in. I think Noah's in.
That was one of my favorite aspects.
You guys haven't already started. The season started this morning.
Draft is Tuesday.
Well,
No, this one doesn't count. The soul games don't count.
So have you watched?
That was so fun, though. I don't know if you guys were watching.
He was.
Yeah.
Dude, like, to have baseball as a companion for 3 hours of my morning as I just went about my business.
It was terrific.
It was so cool. And it was like, that's what it must feel like when you're in Japan and you're watching Otani games, because they're 12 hours behind Los Angeles. Japan is 14 hours behind us. Or at least I should say Korea is 14 hours behind us. Japan too.
and Korea on the same.
So I could get used to that if I'm an Otani fan in Tokyo and I'm watching Dodgers games at 7 in the morning when they're playing at home at 7 at night. I could kind of get used to baseball in my morning. That felt really nice.
I was telling Dan that it was the sum of all fears how that game turned out.
You knew it was coming.
It was the sum of all fears because you're like, oh, we're going to get out of this inning. Oh, the ball went through the glove. Oh, okay. Well, who are the next batters that we have to go through? Oh, it's Mookie Betts, Shohei Otani, and Freddie Freeman.
Okay.
And if anyone gets on, it's Max Muncy.
Yeah, it's like, oh, wait a minute. We're into the soft underbelly of a team's bullpen in the late middle innings, and here come those guys?
It was just crazy because I was sitting there, because, you know, my baseball brain is not there yet. Like, it's the beginning of the season. And I was like, oh, no, Gavin Lux bats 9. Oh, no.
Yeah.
And then exactly what you think would happen next happened.
And the other lesson is, again, about the variance of that sport when that was an out.
Should have been an out.
The difference between a properly maintained glove or just dumb luck and variance.
I imagine it was dumb luck. I don't think this was a negligence part on Jake Cronenworth. I think it was just like, you know what? Dang it.
But how does
my gamer just didn't do its thing today?
But you're a first baseman. That seems to be an important part of the glove. So he must have taken a lot of like strong throws during the game that loosened it up just enough.
Or it just went.
I think that was his like beloved game.
Right, like he's holding on to it even though it's it's slowly losing its juice, but I love this thing, man.
It's already like so well broken in and you're like, I love this, and this tears apart and you're like, Gotta go to the backup.
Should that have been better marketed that it was happening?
We were discussing that too.
Yeah, I told Danny yesterday.
I
told a lot of people yesterday.
I'm sure everybody knew in South Korea, and that's
they definitely knew there.
Well, they're the audience.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And LA and San Diego.
That's the point. Like the point is for them to know about it, not necessarily us, because they don't want to dilute opening day here. But then when you find out about it here, it does kind of dilute opening day. Even if that is an unintentional consequence of
Hasn't the sanctity of the sort of secular holiday of opening day lost its luster a little bit?
Well, once they took it away from Cincinnati, because Cincinnati was always, they got first crack.
I agreed with you yesterday on that, Danny. I brought it up on the show exactly to make fun of baseball screwing over itself. And then there I was this morning, and I had a great time with it.
But you're not a neutral example.
Right.
It's true.
I also just think
sports.
like the
we love baseball.
The bias for me is to say like, oh, baseball messed that up, and then I'm thinking about it. I'm like, I wonder if they didn't market it to me because they didn't really care if I watched or not. It actually is for growing the game globally.
Yes.
It is for South Korea, and it's not that they want to like get a fast one by us but I wonder if Rob Manfred, if he had his way, would be like, I actually don't want anyone in America to know that this happened.
He was on the broadcast, so.
Well, sure, but what I'm saying is that like
that's why he doesn't want anyone in America to know it was happening.
That was the worst part of my morning.
Like here's Rob Manfred.
Here's Rob Manfred.
But I would tell you this: if I'm an invested business partner, not necessarily a consumer, but if I've bought in to baseball and I'm not a huge part of a full-blown opening day marketing effort toward anybody who might bet on it. I mean, think about the number of gambling concerns that are a part of this.
Waking up before to
how much gambling revenue do they miss by not doing that?
I think Danny's onto it though, because like they're preserving March 28th as the real opening day
for America's
for
pastime for the American audience.
And this is not a big ratings time anyway, from 7 to 10 in the morning. You know?
They're like, all right, let's kill it here in a new market.
Yeah.
And if I want to make a Padres or Dodgers season-long over-under bet, and I would wait for March 27th, and then I find out, oh, damn, they already played a game and I missed out. Okay.
Did you guys
they're playing again?
Did you read Jeff Passan's tweet about the story from a few years ago?
From the cab driver,
yeah, from the cab driver in Korea last time. He was in Korea like 5 years ago, where like he ends up sitting in the front after a long night, and he's just there with the cab driver for about 15 minutes, and the cab driver doesn't speak English but says, "Pro baseball?" And Passan says, "Yeah," and he says, which player did he say?
Randy Johnson.
Randy Johnson? Randy Johnson! And they had like a 15-minute conversation with the air quotes. I know I don't get it, right, Studs? Only Lawrence gets the air quotes sounder. But they had a 15-minute conversation of just bringing up ball players' names.
I think that's a fun name. That's a fun conversation.
It's a fun conversation when you speak 0% of the language. Yeah. It just went back and forth on players' names.
I can't tell you how many conversations I've had like that in the wild about fishing with people who don't speak any English. And I don't even know what, because fisher people in Chicago.
Do you have a hat that says, "Ask me about fishing" in 10 languages?
We talk to each other. I mean, everyone knows what any luck means. When you walk around, any luck.
Yeah.
Got any? How you doing it? Like that's you just you share information.
These fisher people know what it means when you say, "How you doing today?"
No English.
Thank God.
And I didn't know if it was Polish or Ukrainian or Russian or whatever it was. I had no clue. But we had a reasonable conversation about what the bait was, where. And in the water on the bottom or up at the top, and he was just sort of showing me, like pantomiming what he was doing, and we completely got the gist of it. Then he walked me over to a little plastic bucket and showed me what he caught. I was like, "Oh, okay, you got this one. I got it. Okay, great. Good luck."
I still love Uber conversations and cab conversations. It's one of the great random joys in life.
They get so weird now, though.
Good, let's have them. But I mean, like, how many chances in life these days do you have to be exposed to somebody who you have absolutely no idea what their sensibilities are, and you can try to find common ground? At least I do. I find it interesting. They're outside of my bubble completely. Let's go.
I'm much more. I'd rather have that conversation with a cab driver than the Uber people.
Oh man, I don't know.
Just because of the information that the Uber people already have. Where I was picked up from, where I'm being dropped off at.
Oh, well, I don't, you know. All right, well.
Well, that was like when the driver picks Beth up at our house, And as they're pulling away, I was like, "Hey, are you the same Beth Bernstein? Are you Dan Bernstein's husband or wife?" And she's like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Can you tell him to unblock me on Twitter?"
No, we have to move.
Oh
And no,
god.
she texted me. I'm like, "You might want to get out of that car." Like it was really
Like barrel roll.
No, that's what I said. Like, keep me. And I said, I'm going to follow my ride. I'm
Yeah.
going to watch you until you get to where you're going.
I'm 50-50 on it, Speaks. It's totally mood dependent on if I want the random conversations. I'll yes and with anyone.
Yeah.
If I'm in a chatty mood, and let's just see where this goes.
I like strangers. I do.
Yeah.
I mean, I like to try to figure out if I'm going to end up talking have a deep life conversation with strangers.
Well, now, like, you guys know I spent a lot of time in Arizona. I always am wondering how, because now the big thing down there is the driverless cars.
Oh, dude, I wasn't in
I
one.
had a conversation with a driverless car.
Yeah. It sounds like bliss.
And I mean, I know that there are a lot of people
Freaks
who like that.
me the hell out.
Yes, I'm in that mode.
No way.
But I also
Johnny Cab.
I start thinking about it as, I could just go to the place that I want to go. and
Yeah.
I don't have to engage in conversation at all.
Oh, I mean, it would be great if it worked.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in for driverless cars for the future.
If you're not dying,
Just not in the present.
Yeah, I just
They're doing it. They're doing it.
It is prevalent.
Yeah.
Now
I just
there.
good.
And
Good.
I'm always
Let them
like,
work out all the kinks.
Yes, you're
we could be
correct.
we be behind in the Midwest.
Because I'm sitting here and like I was crossing the street and I saw two of them converging, and I was like, guess what I'm not about to do?
Right.
Cross the streets. I am going to stay right here until these cars pass each other.
How do you know they're not just going to gang up on all of us? All those driverless cars. Just start talking to each other and say, why don't we form a line?
What was
and
that?
Go ahead.
Terrible Stephen King movie.
The
Trucks?
Langoliers.
Oh, the one about
I liked the Langoliers.
So did I.
Maximum Overdrive.
Thank you.
I got you.
It was based on the story Trucks.
He's batting fourth for the Dodgers. Max Overdrive.
Maximum Overdrive.
And that's what happened. The cars started talking to each
I
other
didn't
and they
see
took
it.
over. I didn't
just
see it
knew
either.
I knew it existed.
Yeah. Good
And
call.
that was enough.
How many years away are we, do you think?
Danny, I'm telling you, it's everywhere down there. Like,
what percentage of cars on the road are driverless?
In Arizona? It's just Ubers. You're not allowed to,
no. You're not allowed to just have them, but they're.
How would you get anywhere?
I would say out of the people who are versus like car service thing, from just me eyeballing it.
Yeah.
I'd say that number is close to like 5%.
Wow, man.
It's a big number.
It's Danny, it's bizarre. I was at Sloan last Saturday and you're like,
Do you still get in the back seat?
You can do either.
Can you get in the driver's seat?
I don't think you can get in the.
Would you?
You know what?
I'm switching to manual.
but here's the thing that freaked me out.
I'm turning off my targeting computer.
Would you prefer to have a dummy or like a robot?
Hello, sir. Yeah, look at you.
I want this person to have some
Johnny
skin in the game,
Cab.
too.
Yeah. Johnny Cab from Total Recall.
Or the blow up automatic pilot from Airplane.
That would be even better, honestly.
There'd be something.
But the thing that freaked me out, like I'm used to being in like downtown Phoenix and that happening. It's central, I get that. Like, but it freaked me out in downtown Scottsdale this last time because downtown Scottsdale is a lot of foot traffic and slow, windy stuff. And I'm like, this feels not right. Like for the daily commute inside of a city, maybe it's a little bit more stop and go. I'm like, okay, I get it. I'm not getting in one of those cars,
right?
But I get it. And then I was walking around downtown Scottsdale. I was like, this feels dangerous. I'm in danger.
I was thinking, there's a lot of like big like macroeconomic ramifications to the idea of like, how much do you need radio if it's driverless cars and everybody in a car could just be on video? What happens to delivery service? Like Amazon's like really invested in drones to deliver packages and groceries via drone.
Well, there's going to be drone cabs soon.
Right. I'm just saying, like, but
What do you mean drone cabs?
Like they pick you up and drop you
into the air?
Yep.
Like Will Owen, who's 4,
There's VC money in
have
that.
a driver's license.
Yes, he'll have one. His Owen won't.
Okay.
Although maybe his Owen,
He'll need gills because we'll all be underwater by
well,
then.
maybe he'll be like an ultra hipster. So you need to buy your future grandson or granddaughter,
Yeah.
like a car that's not tapped into the system.
Oh yeah! Oh my
Like-
God, that's so right. The equivalent
an
of
air-gapped
vinyl.
computer.
Off the grid.
Yeah, you need to go like buy like an 80s or early 90s car.
Oh right.
That's not connected to anything.
This
so
Mustang,
they can have it.
this Mustang is uncomputerized.
That's right.
Right. So when we devolve into Mad Max,
Right.
and
They've got a place to start.
Right, you're battling somebody for enough gasoline to get where you have to go to find food and water.
Yeah.
That at least you're off the grid.
They can come find me like on the south side. I'll be 100, and I'll just be there like with my shotgun, just like and like
no, you're gonna
This
be
is
like
the Last of Us episode.
yeah, and they'll be like, hey. I'm Parkins' grandson. I'm like, okay, we've been planning for this. You've been planning for this for years.
You're the Forrest Whitaker character from Rogue One.
That's fine.
That's who
I'm
you are.
totally okay with being that.
In the side of the mountain, you're missing limbs.
And I'm like, we've been waiting for you.
Right,
And
it's
I'm
like-
like, here's all the food that you'll need.
Right.
And this is how you drive a car.
Yeah, it's like I have to do something called change the oil.
change the oil.
I don't know how to do that.
I haven't heard a
what's
phrase.
oil?
I haven't heard a phrase like that in 65 years. This was your
exactly right.
father's old lightsaber.
And I'm like, 30 weight or 40 weight? All right, let's get this thing on the
Get
road.
that funnel. What's a funnel?
Why did Danny Parkins have a lightsaber?
Jedi.
He was a what?
And then your grandkid saves the world.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
That's how that works.
That's great. Thank you for looking out for him.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
glad
Yeah,
we
just
took
let
care
me
of
know.
all this.
I'll have all the stuff. I'll have everything prepared, the bunker, the whole thing. Throw the beard out like Lovey Smith. It'll be fine.
Yeah, the good news is that movies and TV have really taken care of all these plot points for us. It's a nice.
We know how to handle it.
we know what to do.
Oh, the aliens are coming. Call Will Smith.
We always.
The Cormac McCarthy has.
Yes.
written- as far as I'm concerned, he's got it all down. So it's not going to be fun.
If you like to scare
course.
yourself with some of this, because there's plenty of stuff that you can with the technology thing. It's a movie called The Creator.
It was up for special effects, and I realized I'd never seen it. It's one of
John
the
David
Oscars.
Washington.
Is it good?
He's really good in it. It can be uncomfortable and scary considering how close we are to some of the themes of the movie. I was like, oh, yeah, that's happening. And sci-fi's been good for that. Like if you look at
Forever.
There's that
some of-
pandemic movie. What was the movie that just
Oh, dude.
that predicted COVID, basically?
Yeah.
Well, there
There's
were
been
a
a bunch of
bunch,
them.
but
Yeah.
yeah, the
Outbreak.
Yeah.
Like
Outbreak's terrible.
Outbreak's terrible.
How dare you.
What's the one I watched in the early
How dare you
stages of
say
the
that about
pandemic
Dustin Hoffman.
with Matt Damon? It's a Soderbergh. It's a Steven Soderbergh one. It's freaking
Ocean's
great.
11.
No.
Contagion.
Contagion.
Yes.
Yeah, that
Contagion
movie's-
is great and horrifying.
Yeah, horrifying.
But I'll just say that on the flip side, there also like was a lot of aspirational futurism.
Oh,
too,
for sure.
Where we get this.
Dude, how about
Star Trek
How about
was
Dick Tracy?
Exactly.
Dick Tracy with the phone watch.
Yes.
And with the watch TV where you're talking to somebody on the watch.
I try to look at things hopefully from a Roddenberry point of view
and not from a
Serling.
Yeah, okay.
But Serling was probably
Serling's
right.
been
or
more right.
how
Yeah.
about the L. Ron Hubbard point of view?
That's different.
As the new Scientology Center is now open right over there on Clark between Polk and Harris.
Hail Xenu. That's what I say.
Okay, yeah, I need my Bobby Engram's read, actually. I need to go in there and hold the sticks and have them removed. Good luck with my body thetans.
You thetan son of a...
No, my body thetans are oddly enough that they're all in the same place. They got to come get them.
You say Bobby Ingram?
It's called engrams, but it's spelled like Bobby Engram.
Oh, okay. All right.
I always laugh when I see it. It was like they check your ENGRAMS, and I always think Bobby Engram
And your Bobby Wade.
I'm like, wow, undersized, overachieving wide receiver. I'm there for it.
Bobby Ingram coaching still. Where is he now? Is he still at Wisconsin?
There's no way to know.
No, there isn't. The Washington Commanders, wide receivers coach for the Washington Commanders is Bobby Ingram.
Good for him.
Yep. They were there today.
Parkins, what are you going to do on the show today?
Well,
It's a guy wings.
yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Caleb Williams had a pro day, and there was just a lot of funny. There's a lot of fun that we can have with it. So
did you see the picture of Shane Waldron standing next to Cliff Kingsbury?
I did. They have the same profession.
It's a really Cliff Kingsbury is a really tough person to stand next to.
Yeah, he is.
Shane Waldron looks like a hockey goalie dad.
Remember, he looks like you.
Almost
But
everyone is going to look like that next to Cliff Kingsbury.
He looks like a youth hockey goalie dad who's just got his nose to the glass,
Sure.
like, oh, don't screw up.
Remember
don't
what?
screw up.
What did
Don't screw
what
up.
did Cliff Kingsbury play in college? What was he?
Quarterback.
Right. What was Shane Waldron in college?
Left out.
Long snapper. He was the long snapper at Tufts University. He's got long snapper energy. I'm telling you, he's happy to be here. He's excited. He really loves football, and he'll do whatever it takes to stay with the team.
Do you think he's got a dossier on Manley?
I don't. It's a great question. I mean, when he was at Tufts, Manley wasn't even in the league. You know, I don't think. Maybe he was.
Yeah,
I
he
did the
had to
math
have
on
been.
that.
I had no idea
had
that
to have
Tufts
been.
Jumbos had a football team.
That's where.
How
that was
old
his
is
spot.
Waldron? Waldron and Manley are probably close to the same age.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, Waldron's in his mid-40s, like 44.
Yeah, he had Manley had to have been.
So when he's at Tufts and he's studying the best long snappers, it's like, here's my Trey Junkin tape, and here's my Pat Manley stuff. That's right. We'll find out.
We'll get him on and we'll get his football information.
But that's what
We'll
you
get him
looked
the hell out of
at.
here.
You looked at big time quarterback next to long snapper.
It reminded me of
there.
the picture. Was it Steve Carell and Ryan Gosling
walking? Yeah, that's a funny one.
that's perfect.
It's tough. It's tough.
Yeah. It's hard to do, man.
We've got polls position at 3, categories at 340. Jordan Moore, USC football analyst, will join the show at 5 o'clock. He was on the field at the Pro Day. Caleb has done 2 interviews since, including with Colin Cowherd, who is singing a little bit of a different tone about tune. It's more of a tune than a tone. As soon as I said it.
It's fine.
Yeah.
As soon as I said it,
You
Dan.
know what? In your defense, you sing tones all the time.
That's right.
People don't
About-
recognize
You weren't
them.
wrong.
About Chicago as a spot for Caleb Williams. So we
It's
will.
good to hear.
Yeah, we will get into that.
The tone,
And
it's good
things
to
that
hear.
matter from spring training.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we got a lot to do.
Stuff
today.
matters.
Stuff matters. And eventually,
Results don't matter. but
Exactly.
stuff matters.
But things do matter.
Exactly. So that's the show.
Have fun,
Dan,
boys.
have a happy anniversary.
Happy
Thank you.
anniversary, Beth. God bless you for what you've done for
What a
this.
saint.
Yes, for the last quarter century of your life. May the Lord bless you and keep you.
You guys doing a staycation in different hotels?
May God have mercy on your soul. Not just one hotel. We're not doing the crawl.
Oh, no, I just didn't know if you guys, for your anniversary, you guys were going separate places.
I like the idea of Beth going to like a spa and him going fishing.
Yeah,
Well,
it's a dream.
you know,
That's the dream.
Is there a lake or a river out behind the building?
It's green.
yeah, right there.
Yeah, it's
big
perfect.
lake. A lot of fish in it.
Big lake.
Big, it's a great lake.
Dong. Where is my automobile?
Those Great Lakes.
All those great lakes.
One moment stood out above the rest from today. We will start there after Tanny's Open. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids.
The Lions are set up to be good, but they are going to pay Goff more money. They are going to lose their offensive coordinator to a head coaching job. They'll get older, but they'll go in the next year as the favorites in the North, but the Packers are emerging, youngest offense in the league. The Bears, a 7-win team with the ability to add significantly in the draft and free agency this offseason.
See if the Vikings keep Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, damn good coach at least in Minnesota, where they shouldn't be an easy out. So yeah, they easily could regress next year with a target on their back. Easily.
Absolutely. And the fact that everybody sees you coming this time, that it's not the same kind of thing. Like I hope that something is clear in the backdrop here from at least this Bears fan, and I think a lot of Bears fans. These were concurrently dysfunctional family businesses, the Lions and the Bears, for a long-ass time. And then when that ownership group decided to hire Chris Spielman and go get one of their own as a football guy, hey, would you advise us and make us smarter? And then they go get Brad Holmes, and Holmes brings in Campbell, and their first deal is trading Stafford and doing their equivalent of the Herschel Walker trade and grabbing Jared Goff. And then their first draft pick is Penei Sewell. How good was that guy yesterday?
Yeah,
it's
he's
like
awesome.
what they have built should be the envy of every single Bears fan. Every single one. It's the dream of changing a dysfunctional family business into an incredibly healthy organization. So I know there are a lot of Bears fans who found themselves yesterday cheering for them because you admire the transformation. You're like, you know what? They've never gotten there. And so if you're one that cheered for them and you're feeling the pain for them, you come by it honestly through envy.
This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
If you're ready, give me a hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
You mentioned spring training.
I did.
It's best shape of your life season.
Everybody's coming into the best shape of their life, baby.
He's in the best shape of his life.
Jose Alvarado, the Phillies broadcast, is not in the best shape of his life.
You know, allá in the grizzly bear. Bro, I feel like a fat boy. You know, like I'm fat.
Oh my God.
I'm effing fat.
On a broadcast?
It's tremendous. First of all, you're on TV. Second of all,
fat boy. You know, like I'm fat.
Keep it real, man.
Fat people aren't offended by the word obese. They did it all. They're happy with it. They're jolly, aren't they? They're jolly. You see a fat boy, all right, fatty. Yeah. And they go to the doctor, come in. Doctor goes, feel morbidly obese. What does that mean? Means you're going to die a bit. Oh, does it? Oh.
This is no care or filter whatsoever that he's on TV. Oh my God, is that good?
Boy, are you fat.
What did you say?
Reginald Van Gleason III. Boy, are you fat.
All right, well, how do you feel about catchers? Miguel Amaya weighing in.
When I was little and when I got to the field, my first game, the coach say, okay, let's put this fat kid to catch. Yeah, so that was me.
Fat kid gets put behind the plate as a catcher. It's a tale as old as time.
But so here's what happens. You get fat and your pants start to get tight, right? And then you get fatter because it's not like, oh, I'll stop eating now, you know? And then suddenly all your pants hurt. Like every pair of pants hurts. What happens is your belly starts to push out like this, and then it pushes your pants down to your pelvis because they won't hang in the normal place anymore. And then down there, they feel loose, and you start going, hey, losing weight, all right, I'm coming down. My pants are getting loose, I am getting thinner. I ate my way through to the other side, I did.
1, 2, 3, and here we go, Jim. Here we go. Here we go, Jim. Here we go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
What's up, Spiegs?
Hi, Danny. Mr. Parkins, sir.
What a great day.
I know, dude. You're buzzing.
What a great day.
Honestly, it's a really weird and interesting energy today.
What's weird about it, other than everything being awesome?
I've never had this much buzz and attention for a college football pro day. The Bears have never been in this position where they've got the presumptive number one who might be the best quarterback prospect in the last 10 years, and all eyes are there, and you're looking, wait, is that Flus? Is that Poles? You're like, the city, wherever I was buzzing about a pro day, and then he's out there and there's no defense and no pads. It's a weird-ass day.
It is a weird day in that sense because we've never seen it before, but a ton of other NFL cities have experienced it before.
A lot of other places very familiar with this dynamic.
And it's the performance on the field. A couple of throws behind, a deep ball dropped, whatever the case may be. He's got 30-plus games of tape. That doesn't matter, right? Like the performance on the field doesn't matter. But everything about it is just kind of symbolic. So, like, for instance,
it's funny because it is very symbolic, but like the kids, the players, and especially Caleb maybe, super conscious of how symbolic it is too. So it's like all these postmodern self-awareness layers added in, right?
Well, but I'm not even saying that the symbolism doesn't matter. I'm just saying it's all a part of it. For example, it was reported in multiple places that no team was sending a larger contingent to USC's pro day than the Bears. Ryan Poles wasn't going to show up and let the Commanders have more people there. So it's like, is that Kerry Joseph? Yes, it is. Oh, why? Yes, it is.
We need more people. Tony Medlin, come check the guy out and see if your equipment needs have to change if we got Caleb Williams.
So it's like Poles and Cunningham and Flus and Waldron and Joseph.
And I believe Tony Preckwinkle was there. The comptroller was
Amazing.
Brought everybody. Yeah, no, you're right. That's symbolic.
That's a symbolism thing.
And now, Scotttown, I need us to give it up for Cook County President Brett Winkle.
Eileen O'Neill Burke absolutely hammered there.
That'd be great. We're just still buzzing from St. Patrick's Day. Send them out.
Yeah. No, sure. It is symbolic that the Bears had the most.
That they had the most. Okay, that's great. Then, Caleb Williams. It ends. It's over.
Yeah.
Okay. Dap up all of your receivers. Go to your inner circle.
Yeah, there was the blonde woman who was with him.
Go to your dad. Go to maybe that was he doesn't have an agent, but he's got like a best friend advisor type. Then he goes over to Lincoln Riley.
Coach at USC. One other person who we don't know exactly.
And then Ryan Poles and Matt Eberflus. And then he goes over to his offensive line.
Dude got dapped up by Poles and Flus after his pro day.
Really nice day today. Really nice.
Elliot Wolf, you were there. You're the GM of the Patriots. Caleb wasn't dapping you up because you got the 3rd pick in the draft. You were there looking at 3rd-round wide receivers. You were there looking at undrafted free agent guards. Bears were in the house for the franchise, baby. They were in the house with the quarterback. You think Caleb Williams was wasting his time with little Elliot Wolf? No, that's right. He wasn't. He doesn't even know what Elliot Wolf's name is. It's like, you're wearing a Patriots pullover? That's adorable. Where'd you get that? The airport? But he's on a first-name basis with Flus. First-name basis.
Well, they went to dinner last night.
Oh, they did?
We learned that.
Well, you got representatives from all 32 teams here. The Bears contingent is deep. Head coach Matt Eberflus, GM Ryan Poles, a lot of folks here. They've been here since Monday, and they've actually met with Caleb, had some dinners with him, things like that. One of the few teams to do that.
How about that?
Dinner.
We've already had dinner. That's not lunch.
Brad Biggs was hinting at that this morning, and I was like, where did they go to dinner? It's Los Angeles. Lot of good spots. Lot of good spots out there.
But that's not brunch. That's not a fake courtroom briefing at 2:47. That's dinner. That's 8 p.m. reservation for 9 at Nobu. That's private room stuff. Oh, it was great. And then, but in all seriousness, for a second, the coolest moment to me by far was who was there in the Bears sweatsuit. Keenan Allen in the house.
Keenan Allen, former Chargers wide receiver, current Bears wide receiver. He was there to scout Caleb Williams, say hello, dap him up.
Yeah.
Is he buddies with Jerry Rice's kid?
No, he's there for Caleb.
Are you sure?
He's there for the show.
Man.
Remember when LeBron went to watch Steph Curry in college and sit courtside when he was at Davidson because he was the next big thing?
Yeah.
He's going to see the next big thing who is about to be his next big thing. Oh, I want to go to a 7th Pro Bowl. You know who I'm going to need to be good? This dude. Like, he's in town. He's an LA guy. His family's out there. I may as well drive down the road and go to the workout. So Caleb Williams comes out of the tunnel and he's walking to the field and he's heading, 10 o'clock on your dial, like that angle. And then all of a sudden at 1 o'clock out of the corner of his eye, he sees Keenan Allen and he beelines to him.
It's in the first 30 seconds that he's on the field.
And so just like think about that as a picture set worth 1,000 words for a Bears fan. You see that, you're at your job, you're on your lunch break, you pull up Twitter, you pull up Instagram. 6-time Pro Bowl wide receiver Keenan Allen attends first overall pick Caleb Williams pro day.
Yeah.
Daps him up in a Bears sweatsuit.
Yeah.
And that's your QB wide receiver duo that's getting added to your 7-win team from last year.
So Keenan on Saturday at his Bears availability had good things to say about Caleb and talked about how he'd met him once. And Caleb today talked about Keenan. You'll hear all of that as part of our polls position at the top of the hour. Yeah, that's a pretty cool moment to see Keenan there just kind of hanging out and talking to him. How about Flus, man? If you're an enthusiast at all, Flus's offseason is going very well. What I'm saying is it's going well. You've got a new facial hair thing happening.
Even more updated as of last night by my guy Lawrence Funk.
Tell me.
He put an updated haircut. They did an even better fade
Dude,
on Flus.
He's looking
At
good.
Funk's.
He's looking good, man. And he's showing up with a gin and tonic sitting next to Matt LaFleur, whether you like it or not, at the Marquette game. And then here he is in the background, and everybody on NFL Network who's watching the Caleb Pro Day, they're noticing the Flus as he's handling his phone.
Who's he texting back there? Oh, he's put the phone back in his pocket. That could only have been an emoji. That wasn't enough time to do anything other than an emoji. That was,
or maybe that was a
thumbs up,
heart reaction.
So Flus pulls out his phone and he's texting.
Flus is so cool. So hot right now.
Oh, he is, all of a sudden.
So hot right now.
That's what happens when you get the number 1 pick.
You get a great quarterback and a great wide receiver and a new haircut. I was going to say enthusiastic, but I don't want to.
Okay,
I'm lying. That'd be a lie.
What emoji do you think Flus is sending? There's only one option. It's the eggplant.
you think he's feeling himself?
100%.
Some eggplant?
He's watching Caleb throw, and he's sending the eggplant. He's so excited.
Point. What if he's like Nagy, and he signs all of his texts with a bear and then the down arrow?
Oh, yeah, the bear and the down.
Yeah. Or he's like Ryan Sandberg. And
the Rhino.
And he's confusing Mark Grody, and he's like, Bears?
That's right.
Is Rhino in on my Bears bit?
Does Eberflus have a nickname for himself that he could text? Not, we don't know.
Dragon Slayer.
It's Jalen. You'll hear from him later on too.
Yeah.
We got a lot going on.
Yeah.
But I love that Eberflus and after the glow up, the post glow up, Matt Eberflus is showing out at the pro day.
I loved everything about it, man. Keenan Allen and Caleb Williams are Chicago Bears.
Well,
what a time to be alive.
You don't know for sure.
Okay.
Caleb's a bear.
Okay.
You know,
well, then what's this jersey doing in front of me?
You're you.
Okay.
That's what it's doing.
These are great days we're living, bros.
Great days. I want to drag everybody behind me in excitement. Every person I see on the internet who's negative or pessimistic about this.
Do you normally have to drag people, or I feel like they should want to go with you willingly? If
That's what
it's
I'm
exciting.
saying. But that's what I'm saying. Some people are still in mourning over Justin. Some people are mourning because they're pessimistic. How are the Bears going to screw it up? Oh, I wish it was Marvin Harrison Jr. I wish it was more draft picks. I think it should be Jaden Daniels. I'm saying every single person that isn't excited about this, I'm trying to convert them. It's not healthy. It's not healthy.
That's interesting because
I'm trying to change all of their minds.
There are a lot of people not allowing themselves to feel the excitement, and you just gave some of the reasons right there.
Yeah, but I don't know. I struggle. I struggle to understand it. And we can open up phone lines if you want. You can text us 312-644. Come yell at us at Real Time Sports tomorrow. We'll be out there for the tournament with Circa. But you've got to be seriously beaten down by the Bears to not allow yourself to be excited about what's happening right in front of you right now.
Well, but there's the other stuff about Caleb, obviously. There's the perceived sense of entitlement. There's the perceived possible softness, which has been battered around like a political football over the past couple of months. So there's a lot of weird factors that have coalesced to have people not allowing themselves to feel the excitement. The one that drives me crazy is what you're talking about, the learned Bears cynicism of like, they're just going to screw that up. It's like, I know it sucked to get excited for Mitch and then have that blow up in your face. I know it sucked to get excited for Fields, then maybe have that blow up in your face. But what are you into sports for? Right. Ride the roller coaster, man. But that's coming from a baseball guy. It's spring. You're supposed to get excited. This is the dawn of a new quarterback era. You're supposed to allow yourself to get excited. That's part of why we do the whole thing.
I wouldn't be hope trafficking if they didn't have the number 1 pick and they were in a terrible cap spot and they had a bad roster. They're in great cap position with good draft capital and an awesome roster and a good quarterback.
If they were picking 3 and we were looking at Drake May, I think that you'd be finding ways to get excited about Drake May because you're an optimist, Danny, and you like to enjoy your sports and hope for good things for the teams and for the fans of the teams.
For sure. And I'd be talking about Justin Herbert as the 3rd quarterback prospect in his class, drafted after Tua and Burrow. Of course.
Because you're a secret optimist to some people out there.
This situation is good, but what I'm saying is that this one isn't hard. You don't have to do mental gymnastics to see what's happening here. This is objectively great. We'll see how it plays out, but this moment right here, It's very, very exciting. There was other stuff that was just evident to us that maybe you didn't get to watch on ESPN Plus that I want to get to.
Including some of the comments about Caleb's struggles in 2023 and why the Bears are uniquely equipped to help him with those issues.
And then we'll hear from Caleb himself in 20 minutes. Parkins and Spiegel on The Score.
Take Parkins and Spiegel with you anywhere you go on the free Odyssey app. Afternoons, 2 to 6 on The Score.
I'm wrong all the time.
Not about this. Can't listen on the radio?
Dumb. He sounds dumb.
Well, then listen on your mobile device, smart speaker, or your desktop, all through the Odyssey app. AUDACY.
I have a declaration to make about Caleb Williams. I'm speaking for myself, which I think is important.
Good.
But I'm also speaking to anyone who maybe has shared my concerns. It has been frustrating to see Mitch and then Justin Fields clearly be trying to learn to be a pocket passer in the NFL on the job. And obviously different situations and different athletes, but both, at times seeming to be better on the run, better when the field is cut in half and there are simplified reads. And I've been leery of drafting another great improviser who has to learn how to play in an NFL pocket, and all these conversations about anticipatory passing and being on schedule. And is he there yet? I am declaring I am no longer troubled by Caleb Williams' instincts and skills as a pocket passer. Of course, he's still learning and adjusting, and he will have learning and adjusting to do in the NFL. But there are a bunch of tremendous breakdowns out there, and I have now watched a ton of the film that people have worked on in doing so. As a pocket quarterback, Caleb is very far ahead of where Justin Fields was as a prospect. He's ahead, I think, of where Justin is now at the end of year 3 as a pocket passer. Caleb shows an ability to see the field, go through his progressions, make the anticipatory throws at a level exceeding that of the quarterbacks that we have watched try to do it. And that part of being the quarterback is so damn important to me, and I think we've learned it's so important every time we've talked to Kurt Warner. We've talked to so many people and heard it voiced a number of different ways. I think there should not be a fear that you're drafting an improviser who has to learn to be a pocket passer. This dude is really good on schedule and in the pocket, and Caleb should definitively be the Bears' choice at 1, as long as the personal and the character stuff all comes back clean.
from the FCC.
Afternoons on the Score.
Look, he's a spectacular playmaker. I kind of liken him to Steph Curry. Like, you fall in love with all the trick shots, but at his heart, he's a very good fundamental player.
It's a guy waits.
I mean, all these comps.
Dude.
Steph Curry? Mahomes?
Bucky Brooks.
Rodgers? Let's go.
Bucky Brooks and Daniel Jeremiah. So many people talking about him in exciting ways on that Pro Day broadcast, of course. You know, at one point, I think Bucky was talking about Caleb saying he's a scrambler. He's not a runner. He's running to create. And then when he does scramble, he's just trying to get yards. But he's not somebody you run quarterback power for. He's somebody who uses it as a weapon in the arsenal, which frankly...
Steve Young, he said, was the comp.
Yes, which frankly is what you want in the NFL, you know, is somebody who is scrambling to create. And if they have to run, they'll run. That's the way Mahomes does it. You know, I mean, there's very few. How many quarterbacks do they actually run quarterback power for these days? And I know we watched it and we tried to make it happen with Fields, but Lamar, Hurts, Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Are we done? I mean, I think they did it with Desmond Ridder for a little while just because they had to try something and get somewhere. But I'd rather have a guy who runs to create and runs to scramble and is not run-centric in the NFL.
Definitely. The field stuff is crazy exciting, and it was awesome to have and watch. And if he would have been able to also have the passing chops, you could have the best player in the league. It was too slow developing.
Mm-hmm.
But if you could choose one or the other, we always said you would choose the passing.
Always.
And it's the thing that ages well.
It's the thing that ages better, and it's the thing that gets more respect from a defense, especially obviously lengthwise on the field. It opens things up more for you.
Yeah, so that there's no question which is the more valuable trait or commodity to have in the NFL. And I'm just excited about it. And people are like, oh, you're ignoring the negatives. I'm not ignoring the negatives. What I'm saying is the negatives are so insignificant compared to the positives. Maybe it won't work. Maybe it won't. But it's happening. And if it doesn't work, I feel very confident in saying it's going to be because of Caleb and not because of the Bears. And that's been a rarity around here. He's in a great spot. He's in a great spot.
Yeah, I think it is. And there's some credence to be lent to that in terms of what he's going to be set up with and what those struggles last year were about. Because, yeah, there's a bunch of folks saying, like, if you want to ignore the struggles, did you guys not see the Notre Dame game? No, he was definitely, at times, much worse than he was in 2022. Here's Daniel Jeremiah from NFL Network talking about why he struggled last year as opposed to the year before.
When you look at the differences between this year and the 2022 year for Caleb, is it cast around him? Is it kind of some of those external factors?
Look, it's a few things. Number one, their offensive line was better last year. He had Jordan Addison, a legit first-round wide receiver.
In 22.
In 22. He played with trust. In other words, he trusted they were going to be there. He put the ball in some tight windows in the middle of the field and in between triangles of defenders where he trusted and he let it rip. I thought this year he didn't have the same protection up front. The quality of opponents stepped up too this year with Oregon and Washington on the schedule. They played some tougher teams as well. But then I didn't see him trusting things. And I thought, Buck, as we always like to use the line, he was trying to eat the whole sandwich in one bite instead of just trying to be methodical, be patient.
And I really think it's important that as an evaluator, you go back and not only look at last season 2023, but you look at 2022, because that is the entire body of work. It's not just the final season. And you have to evaluate him on all of those things and do the checks and balances in terms of how did he progress throughout his time at Oklahoma, at SC, and those things. That is going to give you a more accurate picture of what he could be at the next level.
There we go.
Deep down the middle here. Got it.
Nice.
Terrific throw and catch right there, Caleb Williams.
So look, nobody's denying that he had bad moments last year. It's just that it is explainable. And I love that from Jeremiah. He didn't play with trust in terms of the quality of the line and the quality of the targets. Well, that's when you get to the nest that the Bears are providing. And Keenan Allen, who's there today saying hello, he's going to be set up to play with trust and learn the NFL game with trust. He's got DJ Moore on one side and Keenan Allen on the other. He's got a first-round right tackle on the right, and we'll see. Maybe it'll be a first-round left tackle. There might be, but either way, he's got tight end targets. He's got a solid offensive line, and he's got the wideouts. Do you know what that's going to mean? Everything that you didn't see for Justin Fields, where he didn't trust his targets at times, or for anybody, for Cutler in the early days, like he doesn't have anybody, he doesn't trust anybody. All that stuff does matter. This next quarterback is going to be set up with incredible opportunities to play and learn with trust, and that matters.
Yeah, and all prospects had bad moments in college, and Caleb will have bad moments in the NFL with the Bears, but he is set up to be very successful. And I don't want the hero ball, playmaking ability, miraculous stuff coached out of him. Sometimes I get a sense that like maybe you do a little bit, or like
But Daniel Jeremiah said, just rein it in. It's just a little. It's just a little, man. You don't have to eat the whole sandwich. You don't have to be a hero on every play. I mean, especially in terms of passing on schedule, playing within structure, pocket passing, whatever you want to call it, all those terms for it. He's going to know that DJ Moore and Keenan Allen are going to be where they're supposed to be, and Cole Kmet. He's going to know that DeAndre Swift knows how to float out to the right spot as an outlet and a check down. On 3rd and 6, up 21, that's what Mark Sanchez was talking about yesterday. Don't go be a hero. No need to do it. And maybe there'll be years and there'll be times and there'll be moments in games where he has to, but overall, man, just execute the offense. Let your natural talent and let the talent around you work, because you're in a better situation than anybody else has ever been as the number one pick.
It's a great situation, and it's very fun to think about what the possibilities can be and to dream about the ceiling. And of course, like, if people want to say, I've been damaged before, I've been hurt before, I've been let down before, so I'm going to go into this cautious and guarded and pessimistic, fine. That's totally your prerogative. I have no reason to want to fan that way. The dream here is that you have greatness. The standard will be greatness. And if he falls short of that, then you adjust as you go forward over the next couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
But the dream here is the Bears are actually set up to be great for a long time. And that is it's the number one thing I would pick in sports. Just given how much I love football and offensive football and quarterback play and all. So, it's going to be hard for me to not be excited about the possibilities here. You'll hear from Caleb Williams himself. We want to see you at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village tomorrow doing the show with Circus Sports. They're going to be out there for the tournament starting. We'll play categories at 3:40. Hear from Caleb for Pole's position next on The Score.
Circa Sports Illinois and 670 The Score celebrate March Hoops action with the best watch party and a live broadcast featuring the Parkins and Spiegel show tomorrow from 2 to 6.
And you can be there. Join Circa Sports Illinois and 670 The Score at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village to cheer on your favorite team. Enjoy exclusive giveaways, game day bites.
Danny, I'd like to welcome you and all the listeners, all the viewers on Twitch and YouTube to a QB2 party. You're going to have to deal with the opinions and the thoughts of Shane and Bob's and people everywhere who think he might be the long-term answer, because it's possible.
No, it isn't possible.
Why isn't it possible?
They took him out to throw a Hail Mary for Nathan Peterman.
But he's got a big arm, Danny. Nathan Peterman's got a big arm.
No, but generally speaking, you don't want your franchise quarterback to get benched for anything that involves throwing the football for Nate Peterman.
Well,
I'm funny.
I've got a cannon.
Okay, Tyson.
Could they win some games this way? They won a game that way.
Yeah, they might have cost themselves Marvin Harrison Jr. with that win yesterday. Yeah, awesome. This win at the end of the season, that's going to be super valuable.
But you can't deny that dude is poised.
Yeah.
He is smart. He is quick. We learned that he was varying his cadences. Tevin Jenkins was impressed.
Wow.
He made the move on the quarterback sneak. He made that decision based on pregame conversation. Getsy drew up that screen pass with the big fake at halftime, and he executed that.
Is this what it was like doing a show with me when I was wearing a boa? What are you wearing?
It was much worse. Actually,
a lot worse.
Tevin
That was
Jenkins.
for a quarterback who had 170 rushing yards.
Then what happened? Tevin Jenkins, by the way, not easily impressed.
Do you guys have a skyscraper?
Yes.
yeah. Oh my God, he impressed Tevin
Exactly
Jenkins.
right. Then
Speaking
he's kind of
look,
not there.
The reality is you're making some great points here, but in terms of how you're going to look through the lens of history, you got to take the hat off because no one will, like Danny's not going to take you seriously. People, when they see all these great points in a video later, okay, or you can do that. Or you can
I just got to keep it going, you know?
Keep spinning that propeller on your cap there.
Dealers, WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
This hour brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Get in the pole position in Indy.
The pole's position.
It's time for Pole's Position.
So the number one pick, by the way, for the Bears is secured. The Chicago Bears are on the clock.
What will Ryan Poles do with the number one pick?
I got a lot of confidence in our ability to see talent on the field. The human being, we got to figure out.
We're counting down the days till the NFL draft.
How about the number one pick with the Bears?
Caleb Williams, the one thing that is clear, he is not special.
Well, I'm a friend of Caleb's. I feel like he's a young version of Patrick Mahomes.
I don't know what's going on with the Bears. It don't matter. No matter who they take. If you go to the Bears organization, you're doomed.
With the first pick, the Chicago Bears select
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons on The Score.
Each and every day at this time, we try to get inside the mind of Ryan Poles. We call it Poles Position. You know how it works. And today, we actually know exactly what Ryan Poles is doing today. He was in Southern California with the largest contingent of any NFL team, including Matt Eberflus, Shane Waldron, and others, at Caleb Williams' pro day with USC. They had dinner last night.
I want details on the dinner, don't you?
I guess it could have been Monday because they were there Monday. So it could have been Monday night dinner because they've been there since Monday. But either last night or the night before, dinner with Caleb Williams.
Here's Caleb talking about the dinner. Yeah, it was great. I didn't really need to learn much, just building a relationship. They're trying to see if I'm the right fit to be the first pick as quarterback, possibly be the face of the franchise. They're trying to figure out if this is the guy they should invest all the time, energy, and effort and money into, which is obviously important in this situation. So it was great building relationships, end quote.
Just hanging out. That's when... I just hope we're not mocking that dinner a few years from now when we learned that Mitch Trubisky did the reservation under James McMahon and pulled up in a Camry and Ryan Pace was smitten.
Well, we know that Caleb took a private jet to the combine. Or no, he didn't, right?
He didn't. He just had the option.
Yeah, the option. He chose not to because he thought there would be bad appearances.
That's my quarterback. Frankly, I don't want the humble quarterback.
No,
that's a different conversation.
Dude, I'm with you. I'm okay with the guy who knows he's a badass.
It'd be cool if he had his own private jet.
Yeah,
Air Caleb.
Sure. Or like the guy who knows he's awesome and is ready to be awesome.
You don't like Air Caleb? Do we already have an Air guy in this town's history? Shane, is that the problem?
I'm just so worried about him. I'm so worried about him knowing your history.
Oh, no, Danny's history?
Well,
he's been right before.
Yeah, about
he
the Bears.
He seems like a really good kid, and I don't
I
want...
know.
I mean, I can go through the list again, but it's just more damning by the day.
Maybe we should do a list of stuff he's gotten right. You know?
Like the Bears are going to draft Caleb Williams?
Yeah, but that's a prediction. Well, yeah.
Oh, you're the one saying that.
I got crushed for it when I said it when they got the number one pick. Go ahead. Victor Wembanyama's on that list.
I know, but there aren't.
They're good ones.
Watson.
Oh yeah.
I'm guessing you had Bedard too. I don't remember.
I had Bedard.
Yeah,
I had Bedard being good.
There it is.
I had.
No, you had the Hawks picking him at one.
Yeah, I had the Hawks.
You weren't one of the people that said they should trade back and get picks for the Bedard pick.
Yeah, no.
So I applaud you for that.
Did he have Thanos? Do you guys remember? I don't remember if he had him and like where that goes on the list.
Darnell Mooney, Zach LaVine, Tim Anderson, Deshaun Watson, Justin Fields, Brandon Staley, Nathaniel Hackett, Jarvis Landry, the Odyssey 16-inch softball team, Victor Wembanyama, Joe Brady, Mike McDaniel, Pedro Grifol, Tennessee quarterback Joe Milton, Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, Shane Waldron, Joe Alt.
Okay.
All right, I mean, there's some names on there. Joe Milton can throw an orange 110 yards.
They don't do that in the NFL. They use a football.
But it's so cool. It's such a cool video.
Somebody has to work on the Danny got it right list.
Some of those guys are Danny getting it right. Kyle Shanahan and Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah, those look good. Kyle Shanahan looks very good.
Just saying.
Yeah.
All right.
Joe Alt hasn't screwed up yet.
Neither has Caleb Williams. Is Caleb Williams on the list?
I don't want to put
him on the list.
Oh, no.
All right.
He's on the list. All right, we're going to play both of these here. Caleb Williams gets done with his pro day, and NFL Network has the rights, so he goes and he talks to Steve Weish.
Sam Weish.
Sam Weish.
No, Steve Weish.
Steve.
Damn it, that's my fault.
Danny got it right.
Sam Weish was Boomer's coach in Cincinnati. Sorry.
Your assessment and also the fun you had, because we saw you laughing with your guys, hugging up everybody after the workout.
Yeah, that's always one of the most important things, is to have fun. I made sure my guys heard that a bunch of times, whether it was last night when I sent them a text, and then throughout this, this morning and this day so far, making sure that was the first thing that I said to them in the text or when I'm talking to them. So I had to go out there and show that I was having fun and lead by example, and then obviously go out there and handle business.
Now, we knew the majority of your workout was going to be from the pocket. Just kind of assess how you think things went.
Yeah, I missed a couple. I missed a couple passes down the field, deep ball wise, vertical, and then I had one behind my receiver. So work on those things.
That's all right. It still was a very good workout.
No, thank you.
Look, we know you're the presumptive number one pick.
Yep.
The Bears had a large contingent here. In fact, Coach Matt Eberflus and GM Ryan Poles right behind you. Just the fact that they traded Justin Fields and they cleared some runway for you to land.
Yep.
Is that your full expectation to be headed there?
It's a good question. I wouldn't say it's my full expectation. Obviously, things can happen, things can change throughout this time. I think it's around 33 days or so, 30 days until April 25th, and so a lot can change. You take it day by day, handle and control what you can control.
And with that, I was talking to your head coach here at USC, Lincoln Riley, and he said expectations is something you've dealt with even coming out of high school. Today, all 32 teams were here.
Yep.
How have you, and how do you deal with everything that's going to be expected of you?
Yeah, first and foremost, I have a great mom and dad. It started there, from when I was born and them raising me to this 22-year-old now. And then, I took my own road, and as I got older, and then obviously I got Coach Riley. I've had coaches in high school, Coach Randy Trivers, Danny Schefter, and things like that to help keep molding me. And I'm still molding. I'm not going to be the man I am, many years from now, 20 years from now, when I retire, hopefully, and can play ball, hopefully, for a really long time.
Great. Last question. Just what's next? I mean, what's on your schedule in terms of visits, things like that?
Yeah, so we're still figuring the visits out. We'll have all of that solved pretty soon. We wanted to make sure we came out here, put on a show for everybody, and focusing on my training for my first game in OTAs of the NFL.
I know it's the last question, but quickly, Keenan Allen,
yeah, he
wide
was
receiver,
here.
yeah, was here. What about seeing him? And,
it was great.
You guys hanging out for a minute?
Yeah, so I've known Keenan for a little bit now. Hung out. He was at the Chargers at the time, obviously, and then now he's at the Bears for, like it says here, for a 4th-round pick, which is crazy. He had his best year last year, but,
right.
He's a beast, good guy, awesome dude to be around. He can give you a lot of knowledge.
All right, Caleb. Hey, thanks for the time, man. Well done.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So I know this is a job interview and you're putting your best foot forward. I don't hear a lot of arrogance. I see cockiness and confidence in terms of on the field.
Mm-hmm.
But when he steps between the lines, I don't think anyone has a problem with that, right? I think when I read these quotes about, is he a me first guy? Does he care about all these other? It's like, oh, he's got money and he lives in a penthouse and it's LA. Like, everything about that guy there seemed like he was just a football player who knows he's good, who was interacting with his teammates. Like, I don't know where these people are getting it from.
Well, he definitely has a confidence and like a little bit of a smile behind his eyes, which he showed at the Combine. You can see it again if you're watching this, and maybe you can hear it. Like, he knows that it's his job to come across well, and he does come across well.
Yeah.
And if you're looking to read it poorly, you can read it poorly, because some people will do that. Like, you could read it as fake or whatever. But no, I think he sounds very solid and confident and totally fine. The answer about, are you you're expecting to be a Bear? And he said, I don't know. It's like, I got to be, there's 33 days and we'll see what happens. Like, when I heard that, I was like, oh man, people are going to run with that. And I don't know if people are or not. But what I hear is just a guy trying to respect the whole process. He still dreams of being the number one pick, but it's not for sure. He wants to be cool to other teams, wants to be cool to other players. And it's the dream to be the one pick. And he's got that drummed into him to try and stay humble, or the appearance of humble about it, even though he wants to be the number one pick.
Yeah, I think he will be the number one pick. It just, there's the remote possibility that someone would trade with the Bears, and it's not to the Bears. But I think, like I said, it's all calculated. The Bears are dapping up Carl Williams, his dad, in the stands. The Bears send more people than anyone else to Southern California.
Mm-hmm.
The Bears go to dinner with him before the pro day.
The only team people he's dapping up after Lincoln Riley are Poles and Flus.
They're drafting him.
Probably.
Yeah. So I think he's trying not to make a headline there. I think that's like the media training.
Yeah, he's trying to be careful not make a headline.
So as we continue to listen to Caleb Williams from today, he went on with, I was going to say our guy, but he's my guy. Not everyone here loves him, Colin Cowherd. And he had a relationship with him before. But it was just interesting, right? Because when we had him on and when we were giving credence to what Colin was saying about what he had been hearing from Caleb's camp, we took a lot of crap for, why would you run with this? Colin, he's just a hot take artist. And I was like, no. He knows him.
They've got a relationship.
And here's trust me.
Here's Caleb after he's on with Steve Weish going over and doing One national media entity, as far as we know.
One national, right? And it was the first one he did after Steve Weish, and he squeezed it in because they started the pro day late, and Colin had already promoted that he was coming on the show today, and so Colin ended the show with Caleb Williams.
How did you think your pro day went, Caleb?
I think it went well. I missed a few deep balls. Didn't give the wide receivers enough, air to adjust to the ball, and enough room for error, as we say. And then I think I missed one to B. Rice on the right side, a little bit behind him. And then I threw one to Austin on the right side in the flat, a little low. So I think I did well, and could be better.
I said in the last couple of weeks, I love Keenan Allen. I think DeAndre Swift is a great pass-catching running back. Gerald Everett's a pro. And I said I'd look over the last 2 weeks, and I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. Chicago's got dudes. You had Keenan Allen today.
Yeah.
You work with Keenan today. How do you think that relationship will blossom?
Yeah, I think it'd be great if I was blessed to be able to be number one pick to the Chicago Bears. But I've known Keenan for a year now, I would say. Before he was not drafted, but traded to the Bears for a fourth round. And so it was pretty cool for him to come out here and show love.
Now, you had 93 touchdowns last couple of years. This past year, the criticism has been, Caleb kind of freelanced. To that, I would say, well, the O-line protection wasn't great. When you hear a criticism like, he freelances a bit, what would you say to somebody? Is it a fair criticism, or was it more offensive line erosion?
I can do both.
Is there what's your favorite style to play? If I said you had a 12-play drive to win a game, what is your favorite style?
Yeah,
What do you?
I don't like running. How about I don't like running unless I have to.
That's fair. You don't like running.
Yeah.
This is great. This is all great.
That's good. That's what I want.
And the answer before,
he doesn't want to throw his offensive line under the bus.
Of course, but also the little change from Cowherd. But Chicago's got dudes. They got Keenan Allen and Gerald Everett and DeAndre Swift and DJ Moore and Cole Kmet.
And then Caleb says, if I was blessed to be the number one pick of the Chicago Bears, ... So the read on the Weish quote is correct from earlier, that he's just trying to stay humble and not make a headline. And it's like nothing's assured. He doesn't want to give the appearance that he thinks it's assured.
He knows where he's going. Let's get back to future Bears quarterback Caleb Williams.
I do not like running. It may look like it, but I don't like running. I like throwing the ball to my receivers, letting all of us have fun. It's a lot more fun to be able to throw a 20-yard dagger route to my ex-receiver and let them eat up down the middle of the field.
The Lincoln Riley, obviously his quarterbacks have succeeded. For somebody that's inside the huddle, what do you think Lincoln provided you that maybe other college coaches wouldn't, that he provided you with a head start going into the NFL?
Yeah, I think, one, the creativity. I think, two, the ability, once you earn his trust throughout his plays, throughout practice, throughout film and things like that, the ability to check within, the offense and plays, whether it's run to pass to run, run to run, whatever the case may be. And I think also, the relationship is one of the biggest things. He's a big relational coach, and he adjusts to his QBs. All of us have been different heights, sizes, weights, the whole nine. So, his ability to adjust, and then just, him believing and providing confidence within you, and trusting you. Because sometimes, middle of the field, we'll be having conversations that, everybody doesn't understand through hand signals and body language, him and I. And so just the relationship that we have is, it's unbeatable.
What have you improved most with day one at USC to today? Caleb, what is the one thing you're proudest of in improvement?
The ability to adapt. Whether it's you go into the season, you go into every season, obviously. I think you're going to win it all. But you get a few players this last year, and then you go 7-5. So the ability to adapt to the adversity. The year before, being able to adapt to a hamstring, or the year before being able to adapt to playing a bunch of tough games and coming out with the win, and just obviously dealing with adversity that year, and then dealing with adversity my freshman year, not starting, then Lincoln having to leave, staying, and then coming here. So the ability to adapt to situations and I think that's been the biggest thing.
The comp with Mahomes, what do you make of it?
I've said this multiple times. I just think of it as respect. Everybody gets crazy when, I say that there's things that he does physically. Obviously, I'm not Patrick Mahomes and I'm not in his brain, but things that he does physically that I don't think that I can't do. So I call it respect, and hopefully soon I'll be able to see him and go against them and have a good battle between them.
A friend of yours told me, he said, Caleb wants to go somewhere that cares. Chicago cares. They're loud. They got history. It's my favorite city in the country. It's big, the architecture, the opinions, the food. What do you envision that first year being like? Caleb Williams, if you go to the Bears, like what's the vision in your mind what it'll be like?
Yeah, I think it's going to another big city. I've heard that they love football, so if that's the place, I'm excited for that. The fans love football. It's one of the biggest things that I care about is a place that cares. And so, if that was a place, I'd be excited get ready to go win games is what I'm excited for. Most importantly, caring about football, whether it's the fans, the organization, my teammates, myself. Caring about ball games and winning ball games is the most important thing.
You were the first NIL star in college sports. You were the first. Do you think it was an advantage going into the NFL? I
do. I think it allows you to have eras. It allows you to have good and bad moments within this new era of college football. So I would say it is an advantage because you go into the NFL and you get there's people that haven't seen, whether it's how much ever money and it's super low or it's a huge contract and you're the first round pick. There's a lot of people in the world that come from situations that don't get a chance to experience something like that. So when you get money that you get in the NFL, if you're first round or second round, whatever the case may be, second contract that people don't know how to deal with it. So just getting a little bit of exposure, through college, I think it's huge. I think it's huge for all players. And so I'm excited for the new stage and excited to come back and see the boys rumble.
Caleb, pro day, congrats. Appreciate you hurrying up over to our cameras and stopping by, and we'll wherever you land, can't wait to watch you play.
Appreciate it, Colin.
You bet. Caleb Williams.
Thanks,
so that is Caleb Williams. I think you saw a little bit of the swagger in there when the Mahomes comp came up, and he's like, yeah, there's nothing that he does that I don't think that I can do, and I can't wait to compete with him in the NFL. That's what you want. You want your guy to compare him to the best. Obviously spoke highly again of Chicago. And I don't want to run. I mean, it's fun. We like it. You need to have mobility, but he's going to stand back there and throw the ball.
Texter says, God, you guys are exhausting.
I get it.
Remember 2 years ago, you were foaming at the mouth for a running quarterback? Yeah, you know what? That's who we had. And I'll speak for me. I very much saw the potential upside in Justin with running as the dominant thing if he developed as the pocket passer. And that was the caveat to the entire conversation, was if he can develop that to go along with the way that Lamar has developed it a bit, the way that Josh Allen developed it a bit, the way that Jalen Hurts seemed to. Those were the conversations, and it didn't happen. So I was a slow turn away from it, and now here we are, and now I'd rather have, as I said, when we were looking at Caleb and Drake May, it was like, man, I'd rather have the guy who's a real good pocket passer who only runs as an extra. That's what I'd really like. And what I didn't realize is that's who Caleb is. That's who Caleb is. It's not just that Drake May is that way. Caleb is that way. He only runs as an extra. So that's why I myself find myself celebrating that stuff.
I also think the idea of the ceiling being Lamar for Fields versus the ceiling being Mahomes or Aaron Rodgers for Caleb,
which is his favorite quarterback, and Rodgers can run and has run.
Which is the better ceiling?
Yeah, of course.
That, to me, that's the argument. Yeah, you're right. Guilty as charged. Was excited about Justin Fields. Hoped that he could turn into Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
But with Lamar, there is a question about what happens when the athleticism drops a tick or two. Is the shelf life a little shorter? into his late 20s, early 30s, as opposed to guys who can play into their early 40s if it is quick post-snap processing, rocket arm, dissect you from the pocket, and just move around enough to extend plays and be improvisational. So, yeah, Lamar's ceiling is great if you have Justin Fields. But if you've got Caleb Williams and your ceiling is Aaron Rodgers or Pat Mahomes, I'll take it.
I didn't hear any anti-Chicago stuff, or I don't want to go to Chicago. If anything, just a guy trying to make it seem, vague so he can seem like he'll be honored. And he said, I'll be blessed if I were blessed to be the number 1 pick.
How do you think that relationship will blossom?
Yeah, I think it'd be great if I was blessed to be able to be number 1 pick to the Chicago Bears.
That man. If I was blessed to be the number 1 pick, the Chicago Bears. So he's hoping for it. And then texters say they heard this when he was talking about Keenan Allen in the first chunk. They say that he kind of referenced being a Bear already. Let me see if you hear it this way.
Now he's at the Bears for, like it says here, for a 4th-round pick, which is crazy.
He's here for a 4th-round pick. I think those texters are reaching. Thoughts?
I love it. Caleb's already here.
He's here
Done
for a
deal.
4th-round pick.
He actually said a lot of negative things about Chicago, but Tanny and I chose to keep it out of those cuts.
Oh, wow, good.
Yeah.
Can't trust the media.
What did he say?
A lot of bad things.
Tavern style is crap.
Well, no, he was saying, I love Italian pizza fiesta.
Oh, wow.
Brother, you're not going to fit here.
Those Mies van der Rohe buildings are boring as hell.
He loves Chicago pizza oven grinder, thinks that little pot pie is wonderful.
Navy Pier's an overrated tourist trap.
No, he loved it. That's he talked bad things, things Chicagoans won't want to hear.
Oh, okay.
I can't believe what he said about Wrigley Field.
Right?
Oh, God, you guys don't want to hear that.
Oh, no, we do.
Won't, so
we
won't.
do. I really do.
Yeah,
no, we left it out of the cuts for a reason.
Old and not modern enough for him. Like, for a guy of his, stature.
Has he been talking to Ozzie Guillen?
He thinks cup snakes are distracting.
He hates fun.
They love fun over there.
Not Caleb.
Caleb doesn't like fun?
It's about ball, man.
Yep.
Ball's good.
Texter, I'm someone who has been resistant to jumping on the Caleb bandwagon, but the more I see him and hear him talk, the more comfortable I am thinking he might be the dude. Come with us. Come with us to greatness. Dream of positive things for the Bears. Dream of double-digit win seasons for double-digit years consecutively. Dream of Super Bowls, plural. Dream of MVPs, plural.
Texter says, are the Bears going to Drake May and Jaden Daniels pro day?
No.
We know they're going to Michigan's.
We know they're going to J.J. McCarthy. So as per yesterday's polls position conversation, I think they're going to do their deep dive on all 4 of those guys.
We don't know.
I was talking to somebody who knows a little more than I do, who said he thinks they're going to do the deep dive on McCarthy. And the fact that they're going to the pro day on McCarthy is noteworthy.
Well, there's other prospects that work out at all of these pro days.
Yes, there are other guys.
There are other, Michigan and USC and LSU, and they should go to. I mean, they were at Oregon's. You know what I mean? That doesn't.
This just in. They're doing the Bo Nix. Yeah, I don't know if they're doing the Bo Nix.
Exactly.
But I was told they like McCarthy. A lot of people like McCarthy. He might end up in this division with Minnesota.
He certainly could. We got categories in 15 minutes. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
A week after the Bears unveiled the news that they would pump $2 billion into a publicly owned stadium on the lakefront, this is the compromise being offered by Arlington Heights, and the leverage game continues.
The Bears could pivot from this downtown thing today. And get shovels in the ground.
Specifically that we were going to take him, I cannot speak for Ryan. I don't want to speak for him. I don't believe he was ever told we were going to take him at 3. Going in up until 24 hours before the draft, we did not know who Cleveland was taking. We knew it was going to be Mitch or Myles Garrett. We knew that information. They made their final decision. From what I was told, the coaches wanted Garrett, the personnel people wanted Mitch. They decided to take Myles Garrett. From that point on, we knew we were going to get Mitch, whether it was at 3 or 2. Prior to 24 hours before the draft, we knew there was a scenario where we would take Patrick Mahomes.
Man, if Cleveland took Mitch, we end up with Patrick Mahomes.
So the scenario was, who do you take at 3? Do you take a position player? Do you take Patrick? Or do you try to trade back knowing Patrick probably won't go in the top 10? That was the scenario.
Do you think Mahomes is Mahomes if he's a Bear?
Yes. to that level, 2 Super Bowls, I can't say that. He is transcendent.
You don't think he would have been ruined by being here?
No, there's to me, there's 5, 6 quarterbacks in the NFL right now where you can drop them into all 32 buckets and they'll produce high-end offense. He's one of those guys. He's the best of those guys.
All right, so then the inverse. What if the Chiefs had drafted Mitch?
I think it would have been better for Mitch. More established identity on offense.
He gets to sit behind Alex Smith. He gets Tyreek Hill, Kelsey, Andy Reid.
I think it would have benefited him greatly. It would have added some more production to his career. But the things he's missing are still going to be missing, and they're going to put a cap on his ceiling in the NFL.
wanting it and doing it.
Afternoons on the Score.
Howard's on the road. Hey, Howard.
What, man?
How are you, buddy?
Look, hey, listen, Haugh. When are you going to learn, man? Caleb Williams does not want to play here, all right? Now, haven't you heard of that, man? I know you've heard of that. Wake up. That boy do not want to play here, man. He's already said that in so many words, all right? Now, you get that in your head, man.
Yeah, I think it'd be great if I was, blessed to be able to be number one pick to the Chicago Bears.
I just don't know who to believe. Caleb Williams or that gentleman who was yelling at Haugh on the radio. I don't know.
And you wonder why people get angry at you.
It's just tough though, really. When you think about it, 6 in one, half a dozen in the other. Which is the more reputable source?
We had the tone problem.
I just don't know.
There's the tone problem.
I'm going to write it down. I'm going to write it out. Sometimes it helps me if I write things down.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've come to a conclusion. Caller yelling at Vegas Haugh.
If that caller had a Twitter account.
Listen, Haugh.
Hey, listen, Haugh.
Or Caleb Williams himself. I think I'm going to go with Caleb. I think he wants to be here.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Well, just, reasonable minds can disagree, I guess. We got an opportunity for you to go see the Stone Temple Pilots with special guest Soul Asylum September 11th at Huntington Bank Pavilion, and Fish, this is a different show, at Alpine Valley, July 26th. We are giving away tickets every day this week, so when you hear the Stone Temple Pilots, call our contest line. When you hear Fish, call the contest line, 312-540-0670.
Alpine Valley is a really good place to twirl. You're going to go out there, you're going to listen to music, do your thing, just kind of twirl around in circles. I've twirled.
There's still tickets available. It's going to be fire, I'm telling you.
It's going to be fire.
Stone Temple Pilots on 9/11, huh?
Yeah.
Never forget.
They're going to be there.
We'll see.
They're going to be there.
See if that show gets hijacked.
There it is, Danny.
Oh, man.
I just don't know who to believe, Caleb or the caller. You know what I mean, Danny? It's just hard. I just don't know who to trust in that scenario.
Yeah.
Well, Stone Temple Pilots. What was I saying?
This is Haugh.
Haugh.
Listen,
Haugh.
Man, David gets a rough ride in the morning sometimes, huh?
This is Haugh.
Hey, listen, Haugh.
Haugh, check me out, man.
Yeah, Akeem Hicks, callers, Dustin. The morning.
the morning. Life itself is difficult sometimes.
Life itself for Vegas Haugh is great.
Probably is. Actually.
I mean, he's a made guy.
Yeah.
Commutes in. He's got one kid already, graduated from college.
Already an empty nester.
That's what I'm saying.
Quality conversation with the Rubester at Mitch's place.
Vegas Haugh?
Oh, my God. It answered all of Ruben's questions with authority.
You sound so surprised that someone would have a conversation with your son and be nice.
I'm just pleased, Sometimes, you
Who big-timed Ruben?
I was worried more about Ruben big-timing other people, frankly.
Really?
Yeah, because,
you've only known Mitch Rosen for 6 years?
Well, sometimes kids get that little sense of knowing it all when they don't yet really know it all,
So you were like, you thought that he was going to have a conversation with David Haugh. Haugh would say like who he is or what he does, and then Ruben would not be impressed. He'd be looking over his shoulder. Hey, is that Pat Hughes?
Yeah, a little of that.
Hey, is that an Irish dancer?
David Haugh's favorite 80s movie? Everybody know? Everybody know what it was? What his answer was for favorite 80s movie? Tanny, got a guess?
No, I was not there when he said it. What it was?
Top Gun?
No.
War Games?
No. Think a little more close to the high school football.
Hoosiers.
All the Right Moves. With Tom Cruise and a young Leah Thompson.
That's a fun movie.
Daniel Norris, it is. It's good. Craig T. Nelson is the coach. And
I knew Craig T. Nelson from something else where he was a coach. What was that called?
Coach.
That's right. It was called Coach.
The Dave Wanstead story. Coach. Hey, Coach.
You should have
Speaking of Dave Wanstead, Wani's the one who says that what he really wants to see is how the guys he might draft interact with their teammates on the field or interact with the guys running the drills at the combine on the field. And at Caleb Williams at the pro day, the guys who were doing it for NFL Network and NFL Plus were talking about that exact thing. How's Caleb Williams interacting with his teammates?
I'll get Marshawn Lloyd in the game here a little bit on a little Texas route. Hey, Steve, I'm just curious. Did you see Caleb interacting with potential new target there in Chicago, if all things go as we kind of expected to with Keenan Allen in attendance?
They shared a little hug while some of the other position drills were working out. So there was some interaction there with some other folks who had on some Bears regalia there. Again, they are deeper than any team here in terms of coaching and personnel staff here too. But to kind of also get some things, talk about interacting with those guys, interacting with his teammates, what he's doing here, especially when they're taking these quick breathers. The way that he's just kind of, I didn't quite get enough with that throw and kind of laughing with the guys, and the way they're responding to him, that is a huge evaluation. And DJ and Buck, you guys know this, is the way the guys interact. And again, a story I was told by Will Hewitt is when Caleb was at the combine, where of course he did not work out, he was getting some work done off-site with some high school and, believe it or not, middle school kids throwing the ball, and he made sure to memorize all of their names because he didn't want to be like, hey kid, run this route, hey kid, do that route. And where he could have just big time these guys who were trying to help him out, he befriended them, kind of hung out after him. And people you talk to here at USC said that's just kind of how he is. And these are the things that are going to translate when he goes into a new building in the NFL where he's speaking to the folks who are serving the food and everything else, just like he's speaking to his teammates, some of whom are older, some of whom are younger than him. But they say his ability to engage, and we're seeing it out here again with everybody who's helping him with this workout, even the stuff that was off camera. That's a big thing that some of these NFL evaluators are going to be watching about him because they just don't know that part of him yet.
Yeah, see,
God, what a diva!
I mean, you can't scout that stuff. You can't scout that stuff. So you got to it's hard to scout that stuff and hard to know exactly what you're going to get. And there are a lot of evaluators
like a box of chocolates
who are worried about that stuff.
Yeah, so he shows up in Indianapolis and he won't work out for the NFL teams, but he works out with high school kids. What a jerk! It's Caleb Williams. I'm just saying. He remembered all their names, and he was polite.
You've got such an edge about this entire thing.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you really do.
I really do. Because people are reaching. They're stretching. They're trying to figure out reasons for the obvious thing to not be done.
So there are NFL evaluators who feel this way, though.
Well, we'll talk about some of that at 4:00.
Okay.
We also they can also be wrong. And we are going to play categories before we get to the wrong NFL evaluators on Parkins and Spiegel on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score, always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Audi Exchange of Highland Park. Score game-winning savings on new 2024 Audis at Audi Exchange of Highland Park in St. Charles. Choose from Chicagoland's largest selection.
I mean, I think I'm the best tackle probably that just walked into the NFL right now. And I think you'll see. Everybody will see eventually. And then you can come back to this interview.
Oh, well, don't worry about that.
We love it.
We will absolutely be doing that. Have you talked to Justin Fields yet? Like, what do you know about the Bears?
Yeah, Justin texted me. He was just welcoming me to the team. And, I was happy he reached out to me, and I'm ready to just be playing for a team that he's on as a quarterback. I mean, you talk about some of the best quarterbacks in the league, and you talk about last year, the things he did. So, I mean, being here, I mean, you talk about one of the teams that had, I mean, one of the first original teams in the NFL, period. You know what I mean? Most Hall of Fame players ever. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy that I'm here. So much tradition. I don't know. I'm so excited to be here.
What's it like to block for a mobile guy like Justin Fields? What does that mean to you in terms of what your assignments are going to be?
It's not anything crazy. I mean, I blocked for. I mean, you talk about Tennessee last year. Hendon was a little bit mobile, and if he wants to sit in the pocket for 10 weeks, I got you. You know what I mean? It's just whatever works best. So if he wants to take off, I'll be chasing him down. I probably won't catch him, but I'll be right behind him. Trying.
Somebody hits your quarterback late. Are you going after him?
Oh, we're in the parking lot with it.
Right. Afternoons on the Score.
So, I think it's time to play the game.
We're playing the game?
Yes, we're playing the game.
Do we have to play the game?
What's the game?
The game is categories. Today I will host. We have 3 categories, 2 sports, 1 pop culture. You can play along. Speaks will go first in the first category, then Tanny, then Shane. The goal is to win 2 of the 3 categories. And we play until the last person can no longer name another item within said category. Ready to go?
I am ready to go, sir. Let's roll. Shane, Tanny, guys ready?
Yeah.
Nope.
All right. Nope. Tanny needs more time.
Okay.
Keenan Allen is a Bear. There are 5 players active who have more receiving yards than Keenan Allen's 10,530 all time. You can name any of those active players or anyone else because Keenan Allen is 47th all time in NFL receiving yards. So I'm looking for the top 46 receiving yard people in NFL history.
I'll go first. Jerry Rice.
Jerry Rice is number 1.
Mike Williams. Mike Evans.
Mike Evans.
I'm just putting names together like the Barstool guy.
Yeah. Mike Evans counts. Mike Evans, number 33.
Sorry about that, folks.
Yeah. I was like,
wow.
Mike Evans, number 33 all time.
Julio Jones.
Julio Jones, the active leader, 16th all time.
Charlie Joyner.
Charlie Joyner is on the list. I just need to find him. 27th all time. Tanny.
Lynn Swann.
Lynn Swann.
Oh boy, I don't know.
I don't either.
I don't believe so.
I don't believe so either.
Oh no, I can tap out. Have a few minutes to myself here. Oh,
Hall of Famer.
Yeah, Lynn
for
Swann.
big moments.
I'm going to
but
throw on the Sopranos episode here while you guys
all
do
right.
the rest of this.
Lynn Swann not on the list.
Okay.
Shane.
T.O.
T.O. number 3 all time.
Tim Brown.
Tim Brown number 7 all time.
Steve Smith.
Steve Smith number 8 all time.
Yeah. How about Marvin Harrison?
How about Marvin Harrison, number 9 all time?
Travis Kelce.
Travis Kelce, number 38 all time.
Tony Gonzalez.
Tony Gonzalez, number 6 all time.
Did we say Randy Moss?
We did not. Number 4 all time. Number 2 and number 5 also still available.
Oh boy. Number 2 and number 5. This is when I should know these guys very easily.
2 other active players.
How about James Lofton, by the way?
James Lofton, number 12 all time. Very good.
Isaac Bruce.
Isaac Bruce, number 5 all time.
Nice
Excellent.
job. Nice job.
Excellent.
How about his teammate, Torrey Holt?
Torrey Holt, number 17 all time in receiving yards.
Number 2's got to be Larry Fitzgerald.
Excellent work. Excellent work.
I think Tanny's watching a Sopranos episode.
Good. Woke up this morning.
Yeah. This is shouldn't be this hard. How about Art Monk?
Art Monk, not a name I was expecting, but number 22 all time.
Mm-hmm.
Good job.
Thank you.
Shane?
DeAndre Hopkins.
DeAndre Hopkins,
Very nice.
number 23 all time and active. Good job.
I'll stay on Andres. How about Andre Reed?
Andre Reed is on the list, number 18. Good job.
Calvin Johnson.
Calvin Johnson is, of course, on the list as well. Yes, sir. He's number 34 all time.
How about Andre Rison?
Andre Rison?
Yeah.
I do not. That's not
sure?
that's not the Andre I was expecting.
That's a shocker. He was on my list before I said another incorrect
Okay,
name.
hold on. It is not fair for you to say that's not the Andre I was expecting.
Well,
That's not fair.
Andre Rison is incorrect.
I already said Andre Reed. So,
But there's another one that probably is on there.
There is another one. So go ahead, Shane.
Andre Johnson.
There you go, number 11 all time.
All right, Shane wins the
Shane
category.
wins the category.
Damn.
All right. Okay.
Shane, sports guy.
Well, I had modern day ones. I can't get the old ones. Those are modern day.
Congratulations. Hey, we miss anybody in the top 10 so I can feel like a dupe?
In the top 10, Reggie Wayne,
Reggie Wayne
is number 10. The other active guy that you missed was Devontae Adams.
Yes.
Heinz Ward, Musa Muhammad.
Heinz Ward.
Michael Irvin.
Michael Irvin, I was going to say. Damn it.
Yeah.
Brandon Marshall on there?
Brandon Marshall is on the list, number 24.
All right, good category. Shane's got one.
All right. There's a little irony in this category now. Tanny goes first. Caleb Williams won the Heisman Trophy. He played at USC, and we're hoping that he will go into Canton as a Hall of Famer. I am looking for USC players who either won the Heisman Trophy or are in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
O.J. Simpson.
There we go, Tanny. Good job. So they do not have to have done both, obviously. If they won the Heisman, great. Or if they're in the Hall of Fame, great. Some, of course, did both, like O.J. Simpson.
Is Reggie Bush in the Hall of Fame yet? Is he eligible?
Reggie Bush is not in the Hall of Fame.
Did he even win the Heisman?
He did win the Heisman.
Technically.
So I get that one.
So you get that one.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll go with Marcus Allen.
You will go with Marcus Allen. There you go. Well done. Tanny.
Keyshawn Johnson.
Keyshawn Johnson did not win the Heisman and is not in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, Danny, pick up that Sopranos episode.
This is good. Tony just went to Ralphie's house. He's going to confront him about Pylon.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
I think it ends well, if I remember correctly.
Back to the previous segment, Lynn Swan.
That's what I thought Tanny was going to do. Excellent work.
That's the irony. Yeah,
that was the
I like a little me time here, though.
How about
Saboteur?
How about Charles White? Didn't he win the Heisman?
Charles White did win the Heisman. Yes, he
Thank you very
did.
much. Thank you
Excellent.
very much.
1979 Heisman winner.
Thank you.
I'm out.
You're out.
Yeah, I'm done there.
Mike Garrett win the Heisman.
Mike Garrett won the Heisman. Well done.
Thank you very much. Pat Hayden win the Heisman?
Did not.
Matt Leinart?
Matt Leinart.
Matt Leinart, Carson Palmer.
Yeah.
Your other Heisman winners. Junior Seau, Troy Polamalu, Anthony Munoz, Bruce Matthews,
Good
Ronnie
category.
Lott, Frank Gifford, Tony Baselli.
Oh, Mr. Kathy Lee. I should have gotten
Notable
Mr. Kathy Lee.
USC players in the Hall of
USC,
Fame.
man. What a power. That was
Yeah.
fun.
Okay. Baseball started today.
Ooh, all sports. Look at our guy.
No.
Oh.
It's just a jumping off point.
Because it's in Korea.
Baseball started today
I thought you gave Speaks the categories again.
in South Korea.
Oh, boy.
South Korea is one of 50 countries in Asia. I'm looking for the other 49.
Yeah! We did this with Europe. That was fun.
Yeah, geography.
You're the continent guy.
I like geography. I like knowing where things are.
That's what MJ said.
I know.
So Korea's out then?
South Korea.
South Korea's out.
All right, I'll do North Korea.
All right.
Andy, take East Korea.
All right.
I'll go Vietnam.
You could go Vietnam. That would work.
India.
You would go India. That works.
Japan.
Japan works.
China.
China, that's a big one. It works.
China.
The place with the virus.
Ooh.
What?
My next.
You are
Who's
next.
Pakistan.
Pakistan, of course, works.
Thailand.
Thailand, of course, works.
Afghanistan.
Afghanistan, first alphabetically, it works.
Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan, the home of Borat, it works.
Singapore.
Singapore, of course, yes.
How about Mongolia?
Or wait. Yes, work. Singapore, yes.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
How about Mongolia?
Mongolia is in Asia, yes.
Indonesia.
Indonesia, yes.
Stay in that region, Bangladesh.
Let's stay in that region. Yeah, of course.
How about Nepal?
Yeah. Good job.
Rolling through Asia.
You guys are crushing Asia.
We're crushing Asia.
Saudi Arabia.
Is that an Asia poster? Say again?
Saudi Arabia.
No, the morning show took it down.
I never meant to be so bad to you.
Yes, Saudi Arabia is in Asia.
Can I say Israel?
You could.
You
Can I
can
say it?
Yeah.
Okay, Israel.
Yeah.
It's in Asia?
Technically.
Yeah.
Wow. That opens up a
It's
whole
a big
other thing.
continent, man.
Yeah, it really is. How about Russia?
Russia counts.
It's in both.
It's a big one.
The biggest part of Russia is in Asia. Yeah.
I can see my house from here.
Iraq.
Iraq. Yeah.
Syria.
Yeah.
Iran.
Yeah. You guys are crushing this category. I'm very impressed.
Crushing Asia like I used to do in Risk. You know what I mean?
I'm glad you went with that reference.
yeah. Crushing Asia. Everyone's like, no, jump button.
So where our famous caller Kevin is from, Palestine.
Wait, is Palestine in Asia?
No, yeah. That's on my list. Yeah, of course.
Lebanon.
Lebanon, yeah, of course.
Syria?
Already said.
Ah!
Syria already said.
Cyprus.
Cyprus, sure.
Love their hill.
Yeah.
This will be the last one for me because we're up against it. Turkey.
Tanny retires with Turkey.
Retires.
Yeah, the largest part of Turkey. Yeah.
All right, Shane, bring it home.
Qatar.
Yeah. Wow, you guys swept Asia.
Well, there's got to be more.
There are more.
Said there's 50.
Yeah.
I got troubles here.
Okay.
How about
How about Kurdistan?
Well, I had one.
Yeah, there are a lot of stands.
Fiji. Is Fiji in Asia?
No, that's over by Australia.
Yeah, it's not. No.
See,
All right, so you're out.
I'm out.
Are you still in? Oh, you're out. You're
Well,
retired.
I
with
said a
Turkey.
name and it got no response, so I'm out regardless.
It's not Kurt. I don't think so.
No.
Kyrgyzstan.
Oh, I said
Kyrgy. It's okay. Yeah.
Kyrgyzstan, I think.
Kyrgyzstan. Yeah.
Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, that's there.
15 Yemen Road, Yemen.
Yemen is in
It's
Asia.
a Friends reference.
Shane wins categories again.
Wow.
Very impressive.
That's how it goes.
Congratulations.
I can't believe he won receivers. I feel deep shame.
You should.
I was
my
a massive
opportunity.
sports fan in junior high. Now, not so much. All those guys are like from my prime.
Andre Johnson, Calvin Johnson. You were
Yeah.
crushing that category. No one said Chris Carter, by the way.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
That was
Chris
on
Carter.
purpose.
Oh, well, good job, Speaks.
Croatia. No, that's Europe.
So, Jalen Johnson spoke on Caleb Williams, termed it something pretty funny, and yes, we will address the concerns. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
Circa Sports Illinois and 670 The Score celebrate March Hoops action.
Then I talked to Mike Talkman, who I was excited to talk to Mike.
Well, JD, I think you nicknamed him the Palatine Pounder.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
Well, that's exciting. So then you talked to Mike Talkman,
Gotta
the
tell
Palatine
you,
Pounder.
On the way into the interview, I'm thinking, man, I'm so psyched for this.
Yeah.
Palatine's own. I wonder if he was a scorehead. I wonder if he likes the Pounder. Interesting career.
Got a lot of things to talk about with him.
Yeah,
sure.
man.
Yeah, okay.
Some time in New York with the Yankees.
Does he think of Topgolf?
Exactly. Where should the Bears go? You know, who's your favorite score host and why isn't it me? Just like all kinds of stuff. I was
Quarter draft.
super excited.
I got Southport round 1.
Nice job.
Yep.
Nice value.
Then I made the decision to lead with the Pounder. Okay?
I would have done the same.
Right. Get the man's thought. He's got a nickname.
You got to warm them up first, Speaks. Everyone knows that. You got to just a little bit of, rubbing around.
Break the ice.
Yeah, like loosen them up first.
Yeah.
Loosen them up.
Also, my guy Sean Sears is like, hustling, thinking about an open because we weren't sure we were going to get him. It's like, oh, yeah, we get the Palatine Pounder. It's perfect.
Man, you never go in first with the pounder.
Oh, so you played it for him? Did he hear it?
I think Tanny grabbed it.
Okay.
And Mike Talkman, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
Doing well. Thanks for having me.
You got it. Are you okay with the Palatine Pounder? Have you heard that? Are you all right with that as a possible nickname? That's from Jim DeShays.
I don't know. I don't know about that one. But,
I know. I mean, I don't know. You're not necessarily a pounder as a hitter, but it's alliteration, right? What I didn't know is if other people in Palatine would be okay with you being the official pounder of Palatine. Like there's probably somebody else who might.
Yeah. There's probably someone else that's heard that one before. It's not bad though.
Not bad.
Dude, that is not your fault.
He hated it.
That is not your fault.
You don't think so?
He did not come to play.
No.
At one point, I asked him what it was like playing in Japan last year. He played in Korea last year.
Wait. Can we just re-air this entire thing at 5 o'clock?
Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app. The Score! The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
I mean, you guys are the best team in Chicago. Everybody knows that. We all know that. The afternoon show is not afraid of anything, really. But
Afternoons on The Score.
Here's Caleb Williams. He'll run it. Williams looking. Touchdown, Trojans.
But you got to give credit when credit is due. They're Hollywood as hell, but they're still very good. So you got to give credit when credit is due. It's just tough to be in this position right now.
What was this Hollywood as hell?
Yes, they are Hollywood, but they're very good at the same time.
Joakim Noah, famously talking LeBron and the Heat.
So awesome to have Joakim Noah calling out those guys while battling his ass off. Couldn't beat the evil Empire Heat when it mattered. But, man, you felt like that dude was, like he said at the end, right, playing for the people up in the 300 level and busting his ass and wanting to beat that Hollywood as hell Miami Heat team.
We will talk to Jordan Moore. He is the USC football color analyst at 5 o'clock. We got things that matter from spring training coming up in 20 minutes.
So what does Hollywood mean to you when somebody says that about a player, like Joe was talking about the Miami Heat?
Celebrity. That's as simple as it gets, I think, if I give it to you in one word. But I think it depends on the person and how they're using it, because it could mean soft. It could mean pampered. It could mean brand deals and business and movies and isn't just about ball. I think it can mean a lot of different things depending on how much of a pejorative you want to make it come across.
Yeah, celebrity for sure is the thing. Like these guys knowing that those Miami Heat knew that they were stars and talked like stars, carried themselves like stars, and they played great, but they knew they were the shiz. So yes, they had endorsements, they had all of that, and it's definitely pejorative, but there's a little envy in it too, right? There's a little envy in it because most people might call someone Hollywood, but there's part of them that be like, you know, if I could be like Hollywood, that would be kind of fun.
Yeah.
It'd be pretty neat to be Hollywood.
Yeah. And the reason we're bringing it up is because our guy Jalen Johnson was on with Kay Adams.
Uh-huh.
And he was asked about Caleb and the situation at quarterback, and he invoked the term.
Guys like you in that locker room, you're going to set the tone a little bit, sounds like, for whatever rookie or whatever quarterback comes in there. Is Eberflus up for that? Like, is he up for?
I hope so.
Handling a Caleb? I don't know. Yeah. I don't know.
I think honestly, I feel like you just humble yourself coming in the building. I feel like it's one of those things where it's like you can't, like you said, you can't bring that Hollywood stuff into the building, especially now with guys who play this game. I feel like at a high level for consecutive years in the league. It's just something that guys like myself, guys like Tremaine, TJ, I mean, just the vets now, Keenan Allen. I mean, you just adding certain guys in the locker room. I feel like we're gonna see through, and it's like, nah, that what you did in college, the Hollywood, it's like, nah, that you got to prove yourself. That stuff like that doesn't matter. But I feel like too, you gotta get to know him too. I think it's a fine line between trying to prove a point to him, but also getting to know him. Because I mean, at the end of the day, we want him to be the absolute best he can be. I mean, that's what we're bringing him in for, to win games. So I think truly just learning who he is as a person, learning him deeper than just all the Hollywood stuff you see, but actually trying to learn and get to know him, and then from there knowing what pushes him. If it is trash talk makes him crumble, then I mean, I feel like we got to push that button, because people in the game, they're going to push that button. So just depending on whatever it is that he needs to be pushed at, I feel like that's our job and that's our duty as his teammates to make him better, to strengthen his weaknesses.
Damn, there's a lot there. Jalen is so real, man.
Yeah, he is.
That locker room dynamic is everything. It's everything, because you got to be comfortable if you're Caleb, but you also got to be appear. You can't lead without guys respecting the way that you work at it and like the fact that you care about it. So that's why some people like, oh, I'm going to be there all day and I'm going to watch film all day. All right, well, Caleb might not have to do that, but he's got to be great if he's not going over and beyond with all that. But listen to Jalen talking about what the dynamic is, man, because it used to be, well, you better do it our way, and we're going to make you feel like crap. But now it's like, you better do it the way we need to do it, but also we're going to make sure that you're at your best. The support that's there in what Jalen's talking about is so modern and awesome, the way he's talking about it.
Yeah, and maybe I am minimizing this part of it. Maybe it will come to training camp and something like that, and a story will come up and there will be anonymous reporting or there will be fights or something will happen and that Caleb is big timing teammates. But football just has a way of being an even playing field and a meritocracy. Caleb has money. He doesn't have more money than Montez Sweat. He's not going to make more money next year than Jalen Johnson. He's a bigger celebrity. He's in more commercials, but he'll be buying the rookie dinner, like all of them do. He'll have to sing his fight song.
See, a couple weeks ago, you brought that up and said he's not going to have to sing the song.
No, I said he was going to.
Okay,
that's been my point the whole time. It's like I don't.
He absolutely will have to sing the fight song. He
absolutely will.
100%.
Of course he will. But I don't think that. I mean, Caleb does nothing I've seen from Caleb strikes me as a guy who would have a problem with that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like he was just had a camera crew follow him around at the Players Championship this past weekend. He was kind of being a fan and like taking out his cell phone and taking selfies and, oh my God, that's Rory McIlroy. And like, I learned about golf from Lincoln Riley and that's so cool. And then he at the combine was in the press pool interviewing Brendan Rice and other USC players, just like hanging out with the media, kind of being a goofball. You know, I don't. There's nothing about him that I've seen that suggests that he is going to be like Barry Bonds, like the story of Barry Bonds when he was in his heyday. He had his own 3 lockers and he had his own TV and the teammates weren't allowed to be over there.
I was in that clubhouse once. He had his own recliner right there in front of the 3 lockers that he had, and he was completely elitist and disliked in that way. But he was already Barry Bonds. And in baseball, every once in a while you can survive that because it's so individualized. As long as he showed up and did his thing. I don't think in football you can survive
But
that.
I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying. Like the best comp that I can give you for the concern or the boogeyman that I feel like some people are trying to create here is a baseball comp, and it's the best baseball player I've ever seen.
Right, but we don't know that it's necessarily a boogeyman, do we? We don't know necessarily. Like, I'm not saying it is him, but I'm saying that perception. He's coming in with that perception. Jalen just spoke to it, and other executives have spoken to it. Like people, it's not just our friends and neighbors and listeners who speak to it every once in a while. Some people do speak to it as a concern.
Did you hear Jalen being concerned?
I heard Jalen talking about the realities of the locker room, but I heard him. Well, he's referencing Hollywood and he's getting a laugh at it. He's being gentle, but he's like, he knows this kid is a star coming in. It's a different thing, like we've talked about with NIL.
Yeah,
it's
bring that Hollywood stuff into the building.
Yeah, I don't hear that as concern. I hear it as we do things a certain way, and once you get here, you're a rookie.
Okay, but at least he's aware of it because you can't not be aware of it.
I read some of the quotes, and by the way, these quotes from anonymous GMs, executives, scouts, whatever. There is some stuff that happens this time of year, and we've seen it happen to prospects every single year of the draft. It's we can't draft this guy, but maybe we can put some mud on him. Maybe we can get a team to not like him. Maybe we can get a team to trade him out. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't. If you're not putting your name on it, we should always take this stuff with a grain of salt. But what do we got?
I hear you. It's from Dan Wiederer's piece a few weeks back.
Yeah.
That Williams, Caleb had an executive from another team expressed surprise at how muted the praise for Williams had been from USC players during private meetings on the All-Star Game circuit this winter. Quote, "That's a bit of a red flag when he's this good of a player," the executive said. This is an executive from another team. Quote, "You just don't get that confidence that he is an undisputed leader. You walk away with questions like, is he going to be the guy in the locker room that guys like, that guys follow? You want your quarterback to be the one everyone in the room is following and looking up to. With Caleb specifically, can he be that guy? I honestly don't know," said the executive. The executive goes on. So it is just one guy. It's one executive on another team. He's not just your normal grind, work hard, guy quarterback.
Yeah.
Oof. He's very different than that, and that's okay. But you at least better be aware of that. End quote. So look, that sounds like scared of painted nails, scared of crying, or whatever the hell that is. I don't know. But he's not wrong that you at least better be aware of that because you're dealing with athletes. This is me talking. You're dealing with athletes in a locker room who are going to be rubbed wrong or right by some of this stuff.
Yeah.
So
he's been in a locker room, and we just played the clip from Bucky Brooks talking about how he was interacting with the guys during the pro day. We've read reports of the guys being glowing when the Bears have done the interviews with guys at East-West Shrine Game and Senior Bowl and Combine with the teammates at Oklahoma and USC. Who's our guy that we're trying to get? The center? Who's
Justin Dedich.
Justin Dedich.
Justin_Big Daddy on Instagram.
Justin_Big Daddy.
Steve White's just going to chat with Caleb Williams. We're going to have that for you here coming up in just a moment as he goes and hangs out with some of his teammates. Kind of wrapping up this pro day. Had a lot of activity before the Caleb Williams throwing session. Obviously doubled as a showcase for Brendan Rice, Taj Washington, and Marshawn Lloyd. Oh, we got a little. Whoa.
Justin Dedich is wrestling. Don't wrestle the center. Yeah. That's not the guy you want to wrestle. Justin Dedich, put him down.
That might be the only time that he gets pinned.
Justin Dedich pinning Caleb Williams on his pro day.
I mean, they seem to have a pretty good relationship. His center is tackling him on national TV.
Tanny wanted to draft him, right? And then we looked him up. Tanny.
Relax. I was asking the question: is this guy good? Could you find him late?
Yeah.
Which I think I've heard things about USC's line since then. Maybe not so good. And this guy particularly not so good.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of guy you want.
Well,
right?
I want him as a weekly guest. His Instagram handle is Big Daddy, and he's willing to tackle Caleb Williams.
Or at least that relationship's what you're looking for with your quarterback and center. You know?
Absolutely.
The executive went on talking to Wiederer in the Tribune from another team. He wouldn't put a high maintenance warning on Williams, but he did say the quarterback has been coddled throughout his high school and college years, and he's been able to, quote, live the high life for a while now. The executive said, quote, you'll have to humble him. Really? It's, you're going to be the guy, but you have to do all the crap the other rookies have to do. You have to work your ass off. You have to be on time to everything. You have to stay late watching film. Can Caleb do that? I don't know. But those things affect the building. I think that this stuff from the executive and the Wiederer piece, it comes close to sounding, specious. But the truth is that stuff will affect the building. And we know that. The truth of a locker room is that he's going to have to assimilate and figure out exactly how to get along with all these guys. And guys like Jalen, who will lead in a good way, can be very helpful in making that assimilation happen. Like those Jalen quotes, it doesn't just come out of nowhere. It's not just because Kay Adams asked him. He's like, what? I never heard that there was anything. Jalen's clearly heard from some people and he's watched. Dude's got a penthouse. Dude, thought about a private jet or whatever. It's just a different era now. And when these guys get paid, it matters. Jalen has referenced when Eddie Jackson had just gotten paid, and that was the beginning of our relationship. Caleb's going to come in there as a guy who's been getting paid for 3 years. These are new and interesting times.
They are, and it applies to all of the guys. More to Caleb than Drake May, because he's in national TV commercials and he's been anointed for forever.
And because he's expected to be a leader in a different way than some of the other guys. Or are you just talking about the quarterback?
I'm just talking about the quarterbacks.
Okay.
I'm just talking, because they've traded Justin Fields. They're drafting a quarterback. So Jaden Daniels has NIL, Drake May has NIL, and all that. We're also looking for anecdotes, right? About things that he does that are not on camera or when job interviews are happening when he's performing, right? Brett Coleman, You know, you ever see this guy on Twitter? He does the Film Room show on YouTube. He's very good. KOLLMANN.
Okay.
A note that I got from a teammate of Caleb Williams today at the USC Pro Day. Caleb was fully ready to play in the Holiday Bowl, but he, as an outgoing quarterback for a Lincoln Riley offense, knew that every quarterback in the country would be interested in transferring in. Miller Moss had been waiting for his shot for 3 years, and Caleb wanted him to get a chance. So Williams went to Moss and told him he was going to sit out so that Moss could start and plant his flag. Caleb sat, Moss balled out, and every other quarterback immediately went elsewhere. That's from a teammate to a scout who was at the pro day today. I have no idea if that story is true, but it's a first-person account to a reporter who was there. Now, I would have assumed that Caleb would have sat anyway.
Yeah,
because of the draft process, and Marvin Harrison sat, and a bunch of guys sit if it's not a BCS playoff game.
Right, everybody who wasn't in the BCS playoff sat pretty much, right?
Yeah, so I don't know, like, if that is painting it as altruistic when he would have done it anyway, just for injury risk for the draft prep process and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
But at least one teammate apparently on USC is relaying a story of him. The story that came out today of him working out with high school guys at the Combine in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
And he's got a foundation and he cares about mental health and all of these things. I think that the perception is cries to his mom, paints his nails, made a bunch of money, national TV commercial, plays literally in Hollywood. So he's a soft diva, prima donna, entitled, spoiled millionaire. And then the stories seem to be he's been working his ass off for this his entire life.
Yeah.
His teammates love him, and he cares about mental health and charity and has a foundation and is anti-bullying.
Yeah, I mean, but the truth is, like, we're not going to know from the stories how he is in the locker room. As best we can, we will ask other teammates, former teammates, and that's what the Bears are doing. The Bears are doing as well. Do you disagree with the executive when he says that it's something you need to be aware of as a team?
I think you should be aware of everything. You know, I think listen, the idea of, like, do these guys love ball is a real scouting trait.
100%. As long as he loves ball and he cares about being great and he busts his ass to be great, and if he is good, then everything will work itself out.
Well, see, but I
think everything will work itself out as long as he's great and as long as he works his ass off to be great and
exactly.
They respect the work ethic.
Well, I bristle at it because there's a fine line on that one, right? Because I completely think that it's valid to say, how much do you love football? I think that's a totally valid thing to scout.
Mm-hmm.
But we've heard these guys go way too far. And it's, what was it? I always forget. Poor, hungry, and desperate. The PhD thing that the Bear Scout said who got fired.
Right.
Because sometimes it's like, ooh, you like to read books.
Sure.
And you care about other things, so therefore I don't like you. And that gets, like, as a name. Caleb clearly cares about other things.
Yeah.
You know,
well, and to go back to the Miami Heat, they wanted to hang out together and party on South Beach while also trying to be great. LeBron flat out wrote it after it was like, I needed to go to college. He referred to it as going to college and hanging out with his friends. That's what he chose to do, to go down there. So when Joakim Noah is calling him Hollywood and referring to that, he's like, man, those guys are partying. We're here grinding. We're working our ass off, and those guys are partying, but damn it, they're good. So, yeah, you know, people, they got to respect the work ethic. So Caleb will have to show that. You know, the whole thing about how Mahomes didn't take an endorsement as a rookie.
Yeah.
You know, he didn't take it. He made sure not to do that. That was an idea from him and Lee Steinberg, right?
Yep.
So,
that's not happening.
But does Caleb have to consider a couple things like that just to level the playing field? If I'm his agent, I'm talking to him and saying, hey.
He doesn't have an agent.
Okay, well, if I'm his advisor.
Yeah.
You know, you might want to think about certain things, and the advisor might want to talk to the coach and say, what do you think is going to matter to these guys? I mean, it's some of those things strategically, and he seems like a very strategic guy, might be good choices.
They might be. Mahomes didn't do it because he wasn't playing. He was backing up Alex Smith his rookie year. So he didn't want endorsements when he was the backup. Caleb's going to be playing. So I think that's going to be that's a huge difference. And Mahomes was the 10th pick. Caleb's the first pick. He already has national deals with Dr. Pepper and places like that.
Right, but why do we hear the story about Mahomes choosing carefully not to do it on the advice of counsel?
Because he didn't want to get endorsements as the backup. He didn't, he didn't want to be the backup quarterback getting the national endorsements. He wanted to wait until he was actually playing in the NFL. The story is not he was always going to sit it out his rookie year. It was that he didn't feel right doing it as the backup player.
I think we had good access when we had Kyle Long on the other day. Like, what do these guys respect most of all? What you do on the field, and what does the tape show? And they're going to show that tape, that film of him making that lead block, finishing the block through the play, and they're going to show that, and like, this is your quarterback now. Yep. And all those guys on the defensive side of the ball are going to be like, woo, this is our guy now? Yeah, I think he'll get the respect of that side of the ball just with that clip alone and some of the other stuff that I've seen, ripping the ball out of the running back's hands to get the first down.
Right. Such a badass play.
So, like, stuff like that, like he's clearly a baller on the field, and he does the football things well, where you could tell this guy cares.
But yes, and I think that so this stuff will probably fade away very quickly, but it is going to be there at the start. We had a texter earlier who said, I wish Jalen didn't say that. It's so divisive what Jalen said with Kay Adams. I don't think it's divisive. I think it's like speaking to the reality of the moment, and Jalen is a very mature, direct communicator, and that's what's going to happen is they're going to communicate, hopefully, directly and maturely with Caleb if they see anything that feels funky.
I agree. And the Bears have a lot of veteran-made guys on the team. The culture is established. It's not a first-time head coach trying to establish a culture. The culture has been established. There's a lot of continuity that he's walking into. New system with Shane Waldron, but everything else, they have the leadership council. They know the coach. They know the hits principle. All of those things. So he's walking into a formed team, not the other way around. He's got to make it his team and make it his locker room. We'll talk to the USC football analyst who's at the Pro Day coming up at 5. Things that matter from spring training next on The Score.
Baseball fans, BetMGM and 670 The Score welcome baseball back to Wrigleyville.
Back near the stands. That ball is gone.
And Bernstein, Holmes, and Rahimi will be broadcasting.
Speaking of the cameras, Marquis caught you singing along to the walk-up song. Singing along.
No, they didn't.
Oh, they did. Oh, they did. Oh, they did. And it looked good, man. Patrick, don't worry about it. Like, you're singing along to Whitney. First of all, that song bangs, and everybody knows it. I mean, that's just hot, and you can't deny it. And the other thing is that when you're going well, the music is in you. We've seen the viral dancing videos, and now this singing video. It's like you need the music pulsing through you to be at your best, it seems.
Yeah, no doubt. Definitely helps. And yeah, I mean, it's hard not to sing to that song, right? Like, you hear it blaring, and you just want to start singing. Like, and then it cuts off. You know, I'm standing in the box, and I know it should be focused on the pitcher and what he's going to throw. But sometimes I catch myself hearing the crowd just continuing to sing the song. I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm going for. That's what I love.
Yes, that is tremendous. Patrick, one time I was in a cab like years ago, and that song was blaring, and the cabbie turned it up, and we're all just jamming. And she goes, don't you want to dance? Say you want to dance. Don't you want to dance? And the cabbie goes, I want to dance. And,
oh my God.
And I think of it every time. So, I'll start to throw that in there when you're rocking out to it. Love that you feel the crowd.
Thank
You feel the crowd jamming. You see it.
Yeah. Getting a lot of love on it. And, that's what I was going for when I picked it. I was like, I want a song that everyone loves, and like if you were going to the bar and you were going to play a song on a jukebox just to get everybody going, like that's definitely a top 5 song that you're playing. So I was like, yeah, I want to do that. I want to get the crowd going, just create some good energy, good vibes out there.
matter, huh? It's time for Things That Matter.
Spiegs will tell you what matters and doesn't.
The things that matter.
Matt Spiegel brings you the things that matter from Cubs and Sox spring training.
Focusing on things that matter.
They're the things that matter. So we decided to go on ahead and call it Things That Matter.
If you have a good enough regular season, then it's time to play for what really matters.
All these things matter.
Things That Matter with Parkins and Spiegel on 670 The Score.
Opening day in baseball. Well, it was today.
It was. That was fun today.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah.
Another one in the morning. Give it a shot, folks. Even if you're not up at 6 a.m.
Real quick, wasn't that funny, though? MLB tweeted out opening day countdown. Like, wait a minute, you guys just played opening day.
I know.
But they're previewing the other opening day.
That fits Danny's point. They're not counting this as the real opening day.
Yeah, this is for South Korea.
Yes.
This isn't for us.
Yes. So don't watch. Oh, wait a minute. But I'm saying do watch because it was nice.
It's very straight.
I know it is. Look,
all right, what matters?
Patrick Wisdom got hurt.
That matters.
Yeah, Patrick Wisdom got hurt, and he was going to be evaluated by a doctor yesterday before any steps, and I haven't heard about that evaluation, but it's back discomfort, and Craig Counsell said it's concerning that we had to stop today. So all of a sudden, then you find yourself looking at the roster and trying to figure out what the hell's going to go on here. Because Wisdom, I think, was a lock for one of the bench spots, and now he'll be on the injured list. So we know who's going to be the starters. We know that Yan Gomes, Michael Busch, Nico Horner, Christopher Morel, I think will start at third, especially now. And Dansby Swanson, and Ian Happ, and Cody Bellinger, and Seiya Suzuki are in. Mike Tauchman is in. We know that Miguel Amaya is in as the backup catcher. I think Miles Mastrobuoni as the guy to back up all over the infield and to be a lefty bat. He's even played a little bit in corner outfields just to make sure he's ready. Is a lock. Then you get to Alexander Canario, Dominic Smith, Garrett Cooper, Patrick Wisdom, Nick Madrigal. Of those 5, 2 for the active roster. Madrigal on the injured list. Very possibly now, I think, Wisdom on the injured list. So, Dominic Smith, the former Met phenom at one point, left-handed hitting first baseman who you'd have to make a 40-man roster spot for. Alexander Canario, the exciting power-hitting outfielder who can play center and right and left, who David Ross didn't use very much at all last year. And Garrett Cooper, the right-handed hitting first baseman with pop, who's kind of like Wisdom, except he doesn't play third base. So they got to figure out what's going to happen there. I have a theory.
I always wonder what happened to Gary Cooper, the strong, silent type.
Thank you, Tanny. Well, it feels to me like the most obvious thing is that Wisdom has been a consistent power source on a team that has lacked it. And even though he will not get a ton of starts, the idea of having he's a righty, but like a righty power bat off the bench.
They need it.
Is a valuable thing. So it feels like Canario would be a lock.
I don't know if he's a lock, but I hope he is. I really want that guy on the roster. And Counsell has done a very good job in Milwaukee of getting big power years out of people using the right matchups. Had a caller on this on Hit and Run the other day, whether it's Rowdy Tellez or Jesus Aguiar or Eric Thames coming out of Korea, like whatever. The Brewers, he will be very careful with matchups. And I think Wisdom could have a big power year in that way when used correctly. And in this instance, I think Canario, I sure as hell hope he makes the roster. I think Dominic Smith will make the roster. That is a professional left-handed hitter. The numbers haven't been good, but Counsell will put him in a better spot. He's always been a better hitter than what the numbers were the last 2 years, in my opinion. So I think you're looking at Dominic Smith as a lefty to play some first and be a DH, and Canario to play all over the outfield and be your righty to start the team.
Who would be the backup? I mean, obviously Bellinger. Who else is in the first baseman rotation, right? It would have to be Dominic Smith.
Yeah, but Bellinger and Dominic Smith.
Yeah, so
because Wisdom won't be there.
But Bellinger's going to be in center. PCA's down. Obviously, they could play Tauchman, and they will.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so
they need somebody. So Dom Smith or Garrett Cooper is going to make the team.
Yeah.
And I think it'll be Dom Smith.
Okay, so Dom Smith and Canario is what we're expecting there.
So, and there'll be some 40-man, machinations that have to happen with that. And Canario still has options, so they'll figure all that out. But if you've been a guy sitting around waiting for Alexander Canario to make the Cubs,
yeah,
it's your lucky day.
All right, that matters.
Okay.
That matters.
Garrett Crochet is the opening day starter, man. We didn't touch on it much for the White Sox.
Can't imagine why.
But I brought him up earlier in the Things That Matter. Was it last week? Him looking good. And here he is, the opening day starter. I just want to say this, Danny. There are people out there who are saying it's a PR move. I heard that on Mully and Haugh, that this is Grifol and the...
Was it Dustin?
It might have been. I don't know. But it was Grifol and others saying...
There are people. Was it
people.
Dustin? Okay.
Yeah, people who are saying it's like, oh, yeah, it's just trying to get you excited about their guy as opposed to Eric Fetty or Mike Soroka or whatever. You should be excited about their guy. I hope that Garrett Crochet can be healthy. He is absolutely the best arm of that batch, and he is your own first-round draft pick. He absolutely should be the opening day starter, and he's got the best stuff on that staff. So it's a no-brainer that he should be the opening day starter, and I'm glad that he is.
I mean, I agree with that given the options that they have. Have they talked about an innings limit for him?
No.
Garrett Crochet's career high in innings is 54.
Oh, yeah. Look at the college years.
No, I know.
He hasn't had a successful year as a starter since, what, sophomore year of college?
I don't think he's thrown more than 4 innings in succession.
Hey, man, Darvish threw, I think, 4 innings this morning. Is
that true?
Yeah.
He hasn't thrown more than 4 innings
in MLB?
In the big leagues?
I'm sure that's true.
Garrett was asked if 5 innings is reasonable.
5 innings reasonable, you think? Or?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Keep pushing me.
You seem, I mean, you hesitated on that one.
Yeah.
For obvious reasons, right?
Right. For me, it's just attack each batter like it's the last batter I'm going to face. So, we'll kind of see. I think that was kind of when I was starting in the past, that was kind of the story for me. It was one batter at a time and don't look too far ahead in the game because if you're trying to save pitches, that's when you're going to get beat. So
that's an unconventional opening day starter, folks.
Hey, man.
Yeah, so in 2021, the most he ever threw in a game was 3 consecutive innings.
Uh-huh.
He also said he was shocked that he was named opening day starter. So
also how you want it to go. And then, last year he never went more than 5 outs. So, 3 innings is the most he's ever done in an outing in the big leagues.
And there he is, hope trafficking with himself that he can get through 5 innings on opening day. Such is the modern MLB.
I've been talking to Shane.
Sucks.
Well, no, that is not.
Hey, man.
That is not the modern MLB.
Well,
that's extreme. Every other team in baseball has to have a guy who has thrown 4 innings before.
Not this year. They canceled that part.
Dude, the Reds are starting Frankie Montas as their opening day starter. He's pitched 9 times in the last 2 years.
He's
How many
a big
times?
fat boy.
9.
So is this one of those situations where Garrett's going to go out there and hopefully he gives you 2 innings, but then you tell Kopech, hey, you're up, get up. You're coming in right after him. Not telling him beforehand. Just like, hey, you're next man out today. As late as possible and get him up, get him out there. Fastball slider, and that's it.
Hey, they call it a piggyback. Maybe
opener is how I'm thinking of Crochet.
I know. I heard Mully calling him your opener day starter.
That's very
funny.
In the White Sox upcoming 6-2 win over the Tigers on Thursday, March 28th, Garrett Crochet will throw 6 1/3 with 9 strikeouts.
0.
If he's striking out
it's going to be
9,
65 degrees.
Going 6 1/3.
It's going to be 65 degrees, and they're going to take him out after 6 1/3 with 9 strikeouts.
All right, 4 2/3 innings is the over/under.
Under.
Yeah.
Over. 6 1/3 is more than 4 2/3.
It is.
Right?
It is.
So
You're
I'll
going
take
over?
the over then. Yeah.
Okay, Tanny, you're going under.
I'm going under because also I don't know how much he's been stretched.
He hasn't. I think he's gone. I don't know if he's gone 4 yet.
Since the injury, I don't know how long he's had an opportunity to actually get to this point physically.
Pedro Grifol, you have to factor this in, is yearning to give White Sox fans something to root around. They're going to push him as far as they can on opening day in front of 14.5 thousand.
Well, I think there is something to this. I think this is ceremonial. This is a guy with relatively long tenure with this organization, a high pick. So I think in that regard, I think that's why they did it. Let's do you a solid. You want to be a starter, but I don't. As far as pushing him to be out there for multiple innings, I don't think that's the case. They're not going to push him. I'll tell you that.
I would.
We know you would.
So tough.
Oh, man.
Wow, that's That matters.
Yeah.
Having an opener as a opening day starter who's never thrown more than 3 consecutive innings in the big leagues is an unconventional way to kick off a baseball season, guys. I got to be honest.
And last one, Jim Bowden was put together his
This doesn't matter.
2024 breakout team on The Athletic. And there he is. He's the one guy so far who thinks a breakout could still be possible for 27-year-old Eloy Jimenez. Jimenez said this spring that his goal is to play in 150 games. If he can accomplish that, he'll have a breakout year. He's always profiled as a 300 hitter. Yada, yada. Last year he had 18 homers. Yada, yada.
You yada, yada the best part?
I'm yada-yadaing the entire thing, so I guess I'm tipping you off that I don't think it matters.
Yeah.
It'd be nice.
It's in the wrong segment.
Well, it matters if you want to unload that, payroll element of his game and the personality element of his game. Gets off to a good start. That matters.
It matters if he breaks out. I don't know that it matters that Jim Bowden had him on a list of guys.
Okay,
that would
wait.
break
Go
out.
back for a second. I must have missed this part. What bone is Jim Bowden saying Eloy Jimenez will break out this year? What bone is breaking out?
The shin bone.
Okay, yeah, I could see that.
It's going to break out.
I could see that.
While he's running the bases. Excuse me, while he's jogging the bases.
Jim Bowden may be talking about an acne breakout.
There's no way to know.
He could be talking about that.
God. I'd love to believe that this is the breakout year for Eloy. But as long as it happens in the first half, you're right, Tanny. And then somebody will trade for that power bat. It'll probably help carry some team to the World Series. He'll be like Jorge Soler and Adam Duvall were for the Braves a couple of years ago.
That's a really funny prop bet that someone just texted in. Crochet innings pitched versus White Sox bunts.
On opening day?
On opening day. Or we could do the season.
Oh, man. That's grim.
we could do the season.
Stop.
It's pretty funny.
I want you to bunt. Guys, bunting. We saw sack bunts.
It's not a bad idea.
Bunts are a tough one, right? I do think in general, I'm a big fan of this protect your outs.
What if instead of Cubs Sox bets we did Sox bets against futility?
The bunts. That's brutal.
Why are we bunting?
White Sox wins against Garrett Crochet innings pitched this season.
Most sacrifice bunts last year, the Arizona Diamondbacks with 36.
Well, there you go.
I think Crochet can top that.
I think so too. Bunts plus wins versus Crochet innings pitched for the season.
Atlanta Braves last year, 2 sacrifice bunts. 2. Craig Counsell's Milwaukee Brewers, 7 bunts last year.
On a day that Counsell was sick and stayed home.
Yeah.
Things that matter, a little bit of breaking news outside of Chicago baseball. This is a pretty interesting story. According to ESPN Los Angeles, Shohei Otani's attorney accuses Otani's longtime interpreter of massive theft allegedly tied to gambling. The Dodgers have fired his interpreter.
No.
Yeah.
His longtime interpreter?
The guy who came here with him.
Oh, no.
Theft from the organization.
Or theft from Otani.
Something like that.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Either one.
That's too bad.
They're different.
That part was not specified.
Okay.
That's sad.
That matters.
It definitely matters.
It's your interpreter, man. He's been traveling with you.
Yeah, that's quite.
The guy who came to America with him.
It's an act of betrayal.
That doesn't matter to me. I got to be honest with you.
So cold.
The rare Tanny ruling of not mattering. Glad we did this.
I am too.
Accused of stealing millions of dollars from the LA Dodgers star in order to make bets with an alleged illegal bookmaker.
Oh, no.
I think his name is Ippei Mizuhara.
That sucks. So Shohei needs a new interpreter who's better at hiding and stealing money than this guy was. Oh,
so
that's
sad,
so
man.
sad, man. Very few relationships you come to America with when the language barrier is a real thing.
And it gives gambling a bad name. Jordan Moore, USC football broadcaster at 15 minutes. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
670 The Score and Modelo celebrate the return of White Sox baseball on the South Side. Join us Thursday, March 28th as Bernstein, Holmes, and Rahimi will broadcast live from 10 till 2 at Buffalo Wings and Rings, 3434 South Halsted Street, near the ballpark.
Go, White Sox!
Hey, it's Layla. Join Dan Lawrence.
What's wrong with Andrew Vaughn?
There's two questions. That's a very important one.
Get his legs back? From where? Where are his legs? From where do we need to retrieve his legs? Legs, plural. It's one thing to say his knee hurts. He's got some swelling in his ankle. He bruised his heel. Legs need to come back? He's 24. Where did his legs go? Where can we find them? Deserved? He's the second worst hitter in baseball. And he deserved the at-bat over players who are considerably better at baseball?
He's imagining a high leverage situation later when there's one in front of him.
And he's I would have pinch hit for Sheets later. I got to be careful saying that. Pinch hit for Sheets later. I would have used him for a situation that ended up not. This is the same thing that happened the other day with the pitchers. I have to use my bad player in the high leverage situation now because I have to save the good player for something that isn't going to matter. This is backwards. This is criminal. This is exactly what you don't do.
This is like I can't, man.
How many times?
How is Tony La Russa making the manager's position matter this much in a negative way too?
Where are Andrew Vaughn's legs?
Where are his legs?
Did you see Larry's at-bats?
Yes, I've seen a lot of them.
They're terrible.
They're awful because he sucks.
His at-bats are the second worst in baseball. He's awful. You know who's not awful? A guy that's a borderline all-star.
Andrew Vaughn ranks of those 217 in WRC Plus. Of the 217 in the major leagues, Andrew Vaughn ranks 38th.
Nice.
Not 216th. Andrew Vaughn's 38th in that being able to hit stat. In the how good you are at hitting stat, he's 38th. The other guy's second from last in the league. You're seeing his at-bats? What the hell are you talking about?
We saw him.
Deranged old coot.
And we all knew what was going to happen. And if you want, you could just look at the percentages and you go, Leury had 2 good at-bats. What's the likelihood that he's going to have a third good at-bat? Not very high.
It's not very high.
Because he's the second worst hitter in baseball.
Did you say his at-bats? I would have pinched him for I was saving him. He was going to pinch him for Sheets later. What? What are you talking about later for? Watch the game. You're not going to have a later. There was no later.
You were losing.
You're not entitled to a later. You're not entitled to that. You're not saving Joe Kelly for you. Don't use Jose Ruiz because you got to save Joe Kelly for something that's not going to happen.
I'm watching Larry's at-bats. You see Larry's at-bats?
Yes, they're bad. He sucks.
They're awful.
He's a bad baseball player.
call when you get a parking ticket.
Afternoons on the Score.
There are still tickets available. It's going to be fire, I'm telling you.
Hey, this is Fish.
Nice call. Look at you, music guy.
Contest line 312-540-0670. I've heard quite a bit of Fish in my day. We still got some Stone Temple Pilots to give away, so when you hear them, have the contest line ready, 312-540-0670. You can see us tomorrow with Circa Sports at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. We'll be there doing the show from 2 to 6. They got merchandise and all sorts of great stuff for you there. But also, next Thursday, March 28th, Bernstein, Holmes, Rahimi, live 10 to 2 at Buffalo Wings and Rings on Halstead prior to the White Sox home opener, brought to you by Modelo. Then Monday, April 1st, they're going to be at Sluggers in Wrigleyville from 10 to 12:45, brought to you by BetMGM before the home opener at Wrigley. Join Bernstein, Holmes, and Rahimi for both those shows to kick off baseball season, March 28th, April 1st, right here on The Score. That's awesome. So for the Cubs home opener, they're at Sluggers. For the White Sox opener, they're at Buffalo Wings and Rings. That's great.
That is great.
I'm definitely going to be able to make it to Sluggers. I'm not sure about Buffalo Wings and Rings, but I'm going to try to.
I have envy for them getting out there for baseball openers. I guess they happen during our show, don't they? Especially the Cubs one, obviously.
Well, they both happen during our show.
Yeah. So that's why we can't.
That's why we can't. But we will be broadcasting from Pat Hughes' booth after the Cubs opener.
Which is awesome.
For us.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It'll be a great day to be there. I long, Danny, for the days, I'll be honest, of when our dear friend Lynn Bramer and XRT would be out for the Cubs home opener over at Yaxie's, and me and Tributosaurus would go over and be the house band for a raucous party from 5 a.m. to 9 a.m., and sometimes I'd leave at 8:50 so I could walk down the street and broadcast with the midday show, whether it was the Danny Mac show or Mac and Spiegs or Spiegs and Goff or Spiegel and Parkins. We did that at least once. After doing the XRT show, I'd walk over and do the double. I think I got to be the only guy who's done that double, like I think 7 years or something.
Yeah.
For the Cubs home opener, do music in the morning and sports talk in the midday, and then go over for the ball game.
I don't know who else it would be.
I don't either, actually.
I think you are the only person who's done that. Yeah.
So, but no such luck on the on an XRT morning show, unfortunately, for this year. But I'm glad those guys are going to be out. So Sluggers on the opener, let's go over. Let's hang out before we go over to the ball game.
I plan to.
Let's do it.
Plan to. We'll be there and we'll be doing the show after the Cubs home opener. So that'll be great, and we'll be at Real Time tomorrow, like I said.
This Shohei story is bad.
Yeah.
I'm just starting to get into it here in the LA Times, and you got to wonder, there needs to be a big-time investigation here because it's gambling. Did Shohei's interpreter gamble on the Angels? Against the Angels? Did he gamble on Shohei-specific things because he knew about Shohei?
Does it even say, I haven't clicked on the article, does it say gambled on sports, or does he have a blackjack habit?
Two sources told the newspaper it involved millions of dollars. He placed bets with Matthew Bowyer, an Orange County resident.
So he's placed it with a bookie.
Yeah,
so
placed it with a bookie. So Bowyer himself never had contact with Shohei, but MLB gambling policy prohibits any player, umpire, or official or employee from betting on the game or making illegal bets on other sports. So the punishment for the illegal bookmaker or their agent isn't specified in MLB rules, but it's left up to such penalty as the commissioner. I mean, like what?
Well, he's been fired.
Yeah, he's been fired. But, you know, what happens if the commissioner is faced with some possible information that the interpreter had and he wonders where he got it and all of that?
We know these scandals are going to continue to circle and come to sports. So it's now in Major League Baseball and its biggest star. Jordan Moore, USC football analyst, was at Caleb Williams' pro day. We'll talk to him about his performance today, what he's heard about the Bears on campus, and we'll see if we can get into some personality stuff with Caleb Williams next on The Score.
How do you take Mully and Haugh with you anywhere?
I want to break that question down.
This is sort of a trick question.
No, it's easy. If you can't listen on the radio, you can always listen to Mully and Haugh through the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Then listen on your mobile device, smart speaker, or your desktop.
My man, they know.
So you brought in the Bradshaw bourbon.
Right.
We had a bottle of stuff that we had some Michters here.
Right.
And we showed up today, and they were gone. someone stole the 2 bottles of bourbon out of our office.
100%.
True story.
We talked to Shane. He didn't misplace it or anything like that. We got a bourbon thief in the building.
But then don't worry about it. Tanny went and replenished and got us a new bottle. And listen, normally I'm a thumb pointer. I take accountability. You taught me that. But it's 100% Alex Kuhn's fault because we said all we need from you today
We got a big job
is at
for you.
4 o'clock. We need 3 glasses with 3 cubes in each with 2 finger pours of bourbon. And I don't know about
this is
you
at
guys.
1 o'clock, by the way. 1 o'clock, we told him this. He had a 3-hour ramp up to get this bourbon going.
And it's
Coach,
4:06.
Coach, it's like coming out of the bye week and getting shut out.
Where's he at? Where'd he go?
He's down the hall looking for ice.
He's looking for
Benny's?
ice.
Where's he at? Benny's?
We don't know.
You think Benny's?
We don't know where he is.
We got the break. Here's the worst part of it. And Coach, this is what you can relate to, and you can. Think of a
Wait a
player.
minute. I gotta. What? This is serious stuff now.
I know. We're not kidding.
It gets to 3:55, and we say, "Alex, here you go, buddy. This is your moment."
This is your moment.
And 90 seconds later, he's still sitting there.
I am stopping downstairs and look at the security cameras before I leave.
I'm
gonna find out who took our Bradshaw bourbon. Give me his cell phone. I'll call him.
We just lost.
Call him. Yeah, let's call him, Tad.
He's lost. Call him on the air. Let's call Alex Kuhn on the air right now.
I hope he's not walking around Chicago trying to buy a bottle of Bradshaw bourbon.
We have the bourbon. We already replaced the bourbon. He literally needs
He's
to
looking
get
for the ice.
He's looking for cups and
glasses and ice. It's all he needs. Here he comes.
Ah.
Yeah.
I passed you in the hall 20 minutes ago.
He's not even holding any bourbon. He's just got cups and ice.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I think I actually said, who's this guy?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There he is.
He's got pint glasses.
Oh, God, you took these out of Mitch's office. He's the general manager.
I had to wash these.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay.
Oh, well, then he should have started
Boy, he
before
did a nice-
3:58.
Sorry you didn't have more than 3 hours of ramp-up time on this task.
He did a nice job. Look at this.
It's a very clean glass, but you know what the
Very
glass?
nice.
You know what the?
Oh, please.
Yeah, you know what the glass is lacking?
We'll take care of that.
Yeah, there is, Danny, one crucial element missing from those glasses, and it's the bourbon.
It's the bourbon.
Unbelievable.
We still don't have the bourbon.
No.
Oh, he's running. I love this kid. This hour is brought to you by the Museum of Science and Industry.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
If y'all ready, give me a hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
I know people, for some reason, pro days bother some folks. They can't just take it for what it is and enjoy it. But to me, this is about just thresholds, right? Yeah. You want to get there, just get over the thresholds. Yeah. Have fun, watch them go out there, have a good time, spin it, let it go. But you just don't want to see somebody come out here and lay an egg. It's set up for you to be successful in this environment, and so far he's delivered.
It should be like in basketball. It should look like a layup line. Yeah. When we're shooting layups, every layup should hit. We want to do all those things. All that other stuff is just the polish. What does he look like with the polish when you see him? He's had time to prepare for it. Is he ready? Does he live up to expectations? And I think so far he's certainly has.
Deep shot here from Caleb. Take one to the corner with Brendan Rice on the money right there. That one was about 55 in the air on that bad boy.
You had Keenan Allen today.
Yeah.
You worked with Keenan today. How do you think that relationship will blossom?
Yeah, I think it'd be great if I was blessed to be able to be #1 pick to the Chicago Bears. But I've known Keenan for a year now, I would say. Before he was not drafted, but traded to the Bears for a 4th round. And so it was pretty cool for him to come out here and show love.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons on The Score.
Today's the realest it's felt so far. The largest contingent of any team in the NFL at Caleb Williams' pro day at USC was the Bears. Ryan Poles and Matt Eberflus and Ian Cunningham and Shane Waldron and Kerry Joseph and others were all out there. They were meeting with Carl Williams. Keenan Allen showed up. They've already had dinner with Caleb Williams.
Dude, talk about the DAP. Because the DAP...
Between Keenan and Caleb?
No.
Oh, between Poles and Eberflus,
baby.
It was a great moment. Yeah, Caleb was with the receivers, and then like his camp of people, and then Lincoln Riley, and then Poles and Eberflus, and then some other USC people, and there was just like poor little Elliot Wolf of the Patriots being like, "Hey, Caleb,
can I shake your hand
will you
after
dap
that?
me
No?
up?" It's like, no. He already met with the Bears. Patriots, you're here watching linemen and receivers.
Matt Eberflus's glow up continues. The hair and the beard looked awesome.
It was spectacular.
Yeah.
And that's just what we got from watching on NFL Plus. But Jordan Moore had a front row seat for this. He's USC football broadcaster, color analyst. He's with us now on the hotline brought to you by Circus Sports Illinois, and he was at the pro day today. Jordan, thank you so much for the time. How are you, sir?
All good. What's going on, guys? It sounds like you guys are Caleb ready.
Oh, we've been ready for a long time. At least some of us have.
Yeah, we are. It's been a journey, man. Having Justin Fields for all those years and really being positive and seeing the possibilities and then falling out of love slowly and then having this opportunity land in our lap. Should we be as excited for Caleb Williams, the football player, as we are, Jordan?
Yes. I mean, first off, I don't think I need to remind anyone over there, the history that the Bears have had. So, to me, this is such a gift that this ended up in an incredible trade to make it happen, and to have the #1 pick in a year where to me there is a true #1 pick. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. I don't think it's close. Having seen all these guys, having been around Caleb for the last couple of years, I think you guys are getting a truly special player that may finally end. What has been a pretty good curse going on over there at the quarterback position if all the things end up in place around him.
How did he do today?
Yeah, I think he did well today, but I'm not a big believer in that a whole lot of this stuff matters a whole lot at this point. There's 3 years of game film on Caleb. I think all anyone's talking about is a deep ball at the end where he was about 65 yards in the air. He's got all the tools. He's got the arm strength. He has incredible mobility. He's a special physical player. He's not the tallest quarterback you're going to find, but he's thick and sort of hard to bring down. Sort of more athletic than maybe he lets on at times. But he even talked about that today. Only sort of likes to break that out in certain situations. But he's got all the gifts, and he put most of them on display today. Yeah.
So Jordan Moore, you're doing pregame for USC football, and you have for a long time. Are you still doing sideline? Or are you still the in-game sideline reporter?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. All those things.
And a co-host of the weekly Trojans live show. But if you're on the sideline, then you are seeing him interact with his teammates, and that's the stuff that we can't know that we'd really like to know. So what have you seen in terms of respect for his teammates, from his teammates over the course of the 2 years?
Oh yeah, a ton. I mean, nothing but positives on that front. I think he was, a super well-respected teammate. Really, from the moment that he showed up, he galvanized this program. I mean, obviously, he comes at the same time as Lincoln Riley does, and just in that first season, just completely changed the trajectory and the timeline, really, of the program. You think Lincoln Riley comes in, he had a lot to rebuild. After a tough era that he was inheriting, but by getting Caleb, just sped up the clock of everything. The Trojans ended up in the Pac-12 championship game. Caleb's first season, I think they would have won that game if Caleb hadn't blown a hamstring, which he gutted out and played through for 4 quarters. Certainly didn't have to in that situation. But no, his teammates, have never really had a cross word to say about him. I mean, there's some, outside stuff that I think, the Bears fans and the Bears media are going to have to get over. I think Caleb is a very modern athlete, so he is going to speak his mind. He is going to have other interests. He's going to paint his nails. He's going to cry if he wants to. These are, we sent we USC sent over some good athletes to Chicago, but you have DeMar right now, to me, who's another modern athlete, right? You have DeMar DeRozan as one of the kings of your city, and DeMar's out there speaking about mental health constantly. Like, these are the modern athletes. Like, this is just a different era, and so Caleb's going to be interested in fashion and have other interests, but he's a baller. Don't get any of that twisted. He will, do the work. He's not a guy I would describe as distracted at all. I just think that he has a, diverse set of interests, which to me makes him more interesting. But certainly if you're worried about, people painting their nails or whatever, he's going to do it anyway. So it's going to be more your problem than his.
But Dennis Rodman painted his nails in this town.
That worked out okay.
Yeah,
that worked out okay. He did more than that. Yeah.
But that's interesting. So, I guess the question is, did anybody within the program, to your knowledge, were they bothered if he jetted off to go see a Formula One race, or or anything like that? Did any of the outside interests or any of that stuff seem to affect his standing or his play?
No, because none of it ever conflicted with anything. So, we've all seen The Last Dance, and, Dennis was taken off in the middle of the NBA Finals and doing crazy things like that. That's not at all what Caleb's doing. I mean, he's all ball all the time when it's football season, but he's just going to have, other interests. I mean, he's going to be a true star athlete in that town. I mean, there's just no denying that. So there will be lots of commercials and all those kind of things. And he will become, I think, very quickly the face of the city right now when it comes to pro sports. And so I think he'll be pulled in a lot of different directions. It'll be up to him and his team to balance that. But I thought he did that exceptionally well here. And that was the biggest question that I got 2 years ago when he showed up at USC. And this was like the beginning of the NIL era. Was everyone was saying, he's going to be distracted, he's going to be pulled in so many different ways. I never saw any of it ever get in the way of football. He has a good team around him, and I think that's another thing that's changed. Is that these guys now, they come into the league with teams around them, right? So, this is not going to be really new to him. He's basically, in terms of the off the field stuff, has been a pro for a couple years now. So. He knows how to handle it all, but he is a true, star athlete. I mean, there are a lot of people that want to be in the Caleb business.
We are talking to USC broadcaster Jordan Moore here. He was at USC's Pro Day today on the Parkins and Spiegel show. Can you give us a negative? Is there a?
Listen, the negatives that go around on the field, the only negative that I ever hear from people that love to break down the film is, he's a home run hitter, and every now and then he passes up a single when he should take the single. So I think that it's what the Bears are doing makes me feel really good about him going there. Getting Keenan Allen, who you saw at his pro day today, getting like a security blanket receiver like that, a veteran, I think will really help his adjustment. You already have DJ Moore, who's a true playmaker at that spot. You went out and got a running back. Assuming they can, shore up the offensive line and you feel good about that. I think that if they put the pieces in place early, that'll really help his adjustment, where so many of the quarterbacks that we see struggle and, get bad habits, it's because they're just sort of thrown into the fire. Typically the worst team picks first. And in this case, the Bears actually were all right last season. So it is a good spot. But, I think from a on-field aspect, he's a big playmaker, and sometimes he'll hold the ball and look to make that big play. Now, it worked at USC. I mean, there's just no denying it. Oftentimes they'll be like, oh, he could have taken this throw, but instead it's when he threw a 50-yard bomb for a touchdown. So he will make the wow play, but in the NFL, probably needs to work on some of those in-system things to make sure he has a nice long career, so he's not out there running around getting hit by those guys. And then off the field, I don't think that. As I said, I don't think that he will have a lot of issues. I think that if things aren't going well, he's a very easy target. And we saw that this year, right? So this year, USC season wasn't as good, and he was the presumptive number one pick, so everyone likes to pick on the presumptive number one pick. And so all of a sudden, people started having issues with him showing emotion after games, or the nails, or whatever, or the off the field, whatever. So he's going to be him. He's pretty unapologetic in that area. So to me, it'll be up to the fans and the media to decide, whether or not they want to go after some of that stuff. But he's going to be him, and as long as they're winning, I'm sure everyone will be happy. But it's a tough league, so there might be some lumps along the way. That we'll see if everyone rides through it with him. But I certainly think he's worth it.
Can you confirm this story? Brett Coleman, who does film work on YouTube, said that he was at the Pro Day today. He said, a note I got from a teammate of Caleb Williams. Caleb was fully ready to play in the Holiday Bowl, but as an outgoing quarterback for a Lincoln Riley offense, he knew that every quarterback in the country would be interested in transferring in. Miller Moss had been waiting for his shot for 3 years, and Caleb wanted him to get a chance. So Williams went to Moss and told him he was going to sit out so Moss could start and plant his flag. Caleb sat, Moss balled out, and every other quarterback immediately went elsewhere.
Yeah, I read that story too. I can't confirm the Caleb part of it in the sense of him, purposely not playing in the game to provide Miller that opportunity. But I can tell you pretty much everything else in that story is I can confirm. And I interviewed Miller this week, and here's a guy that very happily sat behind Caleb. Great relationship there. This day and age, most guys transfer out, but they had a great bond, and he was happy to sort of wait his turn behind Caleb. So I believe it. I mean, bowl games, a lot of guys are opting out of bowl games, so there's many reasons to do it. But Caleb showed up at that Holiday Bowl entirely to cheer for Miller and celebrate with him in his success as he went out there and threw 6 touchdown passes. So like I said, I mean, teammates say nothing but good things about him. I mean, Brendan Rice was answering a lot of questions about him at the combine and spoke up, certainly for that receiver group. I think good teammate, good quarterback room, really nothing negative to report on that front.
I appreciate the way that you're describing what he is as that kind of next generation athlete, that modern athlete who's got a lot of other interests and seems to be he seems to be very self-aware and like aware of his own confidence, even like, and it's kind of, it can be a little off-putting. I wonder, did it ever come off fake to people that, because he's like very conscious of what he's saying and trying to make the good impression. It's funny that he says his idol is, as a quarterback, at least, is Aaron Rodgers, because Aaron Rodgers always has come off very smart and assured, and it can rub people the wrong way sometimes. There's kind of a knowing confidence about Caleb when he speaks.
I agree with you. I think there's a knowing confidence. Just from the moment he showed up, I remember his first press conference, at the beginning of his going into his sophomore year in college. He didn't talk much at Oklahoma. I don't think they allowed freshmen to talk, so I'm not sure I'd ever really heard him speak before. And he didn't start that season. He came on in the middle of the season, and he was so confident talking to adults. I mean, I have spent my career, interviewing 18, 19, 20-year-olds, and as you'd expect, not many of them are very confident early on in their college careers, and he really held court in that first press conference. But as it goes on, this is sort of what I mean about it's kind of up to the fans and the media to decide, how they want to handle things, because he is going to sort of press on and be himself. So, as the season sort of unfolded at the end of last year, there was a press conference moment which I thought was hilarious when he said something like, "I just want to go home and sit with my dog and watch Netflix." He was given just a super authentic, losing sucks answer. And then, lots of people sort of took it as however they wanted to take it, right? Because it was just sort of at this point where, people were sort of picking him apart. So, that he is going to, in press conferences, kind of say more or less how he feels, and he is going to speak confidently about himself. So, yeah, I think that there is a little bit of that that just kind of everyone's going to have to deal with or not. And it'd be curious to see how it plays out.
Last thing, Jordan, and it's been really good stuff. Thank you. If they were to ask him theoretically, hey, we got a good running game. Our line's pretty good. Our defense is really good. We just need you to hand the ball off a lot and not worry about your numbers. And we think we can win 10 or 11 games with you just kind of playing it safe and wearing that hero's cape only occasionally. You think you'd be willing to do that?
Oh, I think so. Yeah, no, I think he's in it to win. I really do. I mean, he is a guy that, honestly, one of my early concerns about him was, man, he takes losing hard, and you lose a lot in that league. So to me, he will do whatever it takes to win. I mean, one of his best games at USC was in his first year was a game where he played pretty poorly. Didn't put up big numbers, and they won a low-scoring game, but he made a ridiculous throw to Jordan Addison to win it late up at Oregon State. And that was sort of his first big moment as a Trojan. And, yeah, there's no part of him that's like, oh, I didn't throw for 300, it was a bad day. He doesn't have any of that. If he loses, I have also seen him completely ball out, go for 450 yards and lose, and he takes it really hard. So he is the win or the loss is going to determine his post-game mood and his post-game emotion. And the guy, it's funny, he has sort of talked about Aaron Rodgers a little bit lately, but when he came in, all he talked about was Tom Brady. I think he's much more, that's sort of the kind of guy that he grew up idolizing. And I think that, ultimately, he wants the rings the way Brady has.
Good stuff. Thank you for the insight. Jordan Moore from the USC broadcast team. Thank you, sir.
All right. Good luck to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. You as well.
Yeah, guy on the sidelines watching everybody interact and certainly dealing with callers, I'm sure, on Trojans Weekly. It sounds like he's dealt with that a little bit, too.
We have a Brad Biggs column from the Pro Day that includes some of the details on the dinner with Caleb and the Bears.
Does it have cuisine?
We don't have cuisine. We have location. We have people in attendance. We have an anecdote that I think you'll like. And we also have details in a Jeff Passan column on the Shohei Otani stuff
boy.
and all of the money and the gambling. Oh, excuse me. This is actually it's a Tisha Thompson piece at ESPN that Passon tweeted. I apologize. So updates on those stories. Shohei Otani's interpreter fired after apparently stealing at least $4.5 million to handle a gambling situation / degeneracy. And more on Caleb and his meetings with the Bears in L.A. Parkins and Spiegel on the Score.
Cubs spring training on the Score is sponsored by Sloan, the leader in smart water and commercial restroom solutions.
Shout out to our terrific midday show of Bernstein and Holmes, and on Wednesdays with Layla Rahimi.
4, 5, and 6, baby.
And listen to some of these write-ups. Like for Dan, this is Jeff Agrest on Dan Bernstein, who comes in at number 4. Number 1 was Pat Hughes, 2 Adam Amin, 3 Boog Shambi, and then 4 Dan Bernstein. He's the best sports talker in town, able to speak knowledgeably about practically anything. Even when he isn't talking sports on the Score, he has an informed opinion. How he has found time to grasp baseball analytics, basketball actions, cooking, fishing is one of the world's mysteries.
Cooking? So the guy keeps cold fried chicken in his coat pocket. He could basically be homeless.
It's a very nice thing that Jeff wrote about Bernstein.
Why don't you go ahead and marry him, Jeff?
There's forensic accounting research that needs to be done.
Oh, good. Wow. Yeah, Dan Bernstein, the cooking guy at the station.
Yeah, he's a big-time cooking
Dan
guy.
Bernstein, the cooking guy at the station.
He waits for discount sushi.
This will be a very fun segment. Keep going, Danny.
Well, number 5, Layla Rahimi. He writes something very nice about Layla.
She's wonderful.
Rahimi's
Wow!
Rahimi's content machine continues to churn. She appears on the Score's midday show and content machine. And NBC5's newscast and pops up on NBC Sports Chicago, either hosting or reporting from the sideline.
I just want to race, Daddy.
She makes it all work, though she's at her best talking off script on the radio.
I agree with that. She's a very wacky, interesting personality.
Yes, love her. She's great.
Very, very.
So 4 and 5. So that's great. They got two right there, back to back.
But Dan Bernstein, the cooking guy.
All
right, sounds good, Jeff.
Number 6, Lawrence Holmes. He's the most level-headed, thoughtful voice at the Score. He's informed, insightful, and interesting. He's also creative and adaptable, as evidenced by his comic book endeavors and House of L podcast network, respectively. He and Bernstein have worked great together.
True.
So, tremendous.
That's tremendous.
Very nice
ratings
write-up.
are very good.
It's a good show.
So this year, I've fallen a bit. I come in at number 9. So 18, 6, 5, and 9 on Jeff Agrest's Sun-Times Power Rankings. So I'm like, oh man. Oh no. Thought I had a pretty good year.
Owen displeased one day after the birthday. This must come as a shock.
I mean, our ratings were really good this year.
It's fine, but
better than last year.
But
I'd sell that toy truck if I were you, Owen.
It's a subjective list.
How was Danny like 4 spots worse in terms of his performance and importance?
Did Jeff Agrest give a reason?
Well,
there's no way to know.
Let's read.
Don't you wish, Danny? Don't you wish?
What Layla? I just read you what he said about Bernsey, Lawrence, and Layla. Let's see what he says about me coming in at good old number 999.
Yeah, let's hear it. Go ahead.
Parkins is an excellent host at the Score.
Agree.
But he gets dinged for failing to quell executive producer Shane Reardon's lewd commentary in May. The show has recovered and remains a place where things happen. Parkins is at his best talking Bears in NFL, and there's lots of that to come.
He gets dinged for failing to quell.
Shane is fired up.
Yeah. I gotta sit behind Cap and Ozzie Guillen and Lawrence Holmes and Layla and all these guys who are all very talented.
All right, well, Cap has a YouTube channel. Where's yours?
Because of Shane.
Your lewd commentary has dragged Danny down to 9.
I got to be looking all the way up at Dan Bernstein and that hack Adam Amin.
I think we can all agree that the commentary would have been quelled if Tanny were here that day.
We know that.
We know that.
Studs.
Yeah.
Dude, I'd be in the top 5 if Tanny was here that day.
If Tanny had shown up to work. So blame Tanny.
He's always taking
Jeff.
off. Yeah. He's always taking off.
Curtis. A tremendous honor for you to be on the Parkins Spiegel Show to score.
I'd want to be nowhere else but here.
Afternoons on the Score.
Look at the lady with the big glasses.
Well, hey guys, we've got representatives from all 32 teams here. The Bears contingent is deep. Head coach Matt Eberflus, GM Ryan Poles, a lot of folks here. They've been here since Monday, and they've actually met with Caleb, had some dinners with him, things like that. One of the few teams to do that, as I was told by some folks with the Commanders of the second pick, that he's going to arrange any other visits or things like that post-workout. He really wants to focus on this. But the things you guys were talking about when I was speaking to some folks here, that you're going to see the ball leave his hand a little differently than you're going to see a lot of other quarterbacks in terms of just the explosiveness.
This is happening. You can't fast forward to April 25th, but today is the day that it most has felt like Caleb Williams is a Bear. And Brad Biggs is in California, and as the most plugged-in journalist for the Chicago Bears, or covering the Chicago Bears, I should say, he's got the most details in his column that was just posted on the Tribune's website. I'm sure you'll hear him tomorrow with Mully and Haugh.
You saying it's happening? Biggs' version of saying it is this: after spending parts of 3 days together, 3 days, it's safe to say the Bears have made a large step toward making Williams the number one pick.
So they fly in Monday, and they went to a place called Bird Streets Club, a trendy private spot in West Hollywood, with Caleb and a collection of his teammates who were at the pro day also. The Bears got to spend time with Williams and see how he fits in with teammates. So I don't know if the Bears are hosting the teammates or if it was a gathering or whatever, but they get to see him interact.
Would you like to know about the Bird Street Club, or would you like me to wait until the end of the recap?
Let's do the Bears portion of it first.
Okay, I got good context for you on the spot.
I love that. It's the trendy West Hollywood spot.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, but then Tuesday, they basically spent half the day on the USC campus with Caleb at the football facility, talking ball, doing work on the whiteboard, and watching film. Williams' attention to detail struck the Bears. He was the one taking notes, not team officials, as they studied the game and sought insight into Williams' acumen and how he processes and learns.
That's amazing. So they basically had a partial private visit at the USC facility with him. Whiteboard? Watching film? That's
the stuff that normally happens at the individual workout at Haugh, which is still coming.
Yeah, which is still coming, but they were allowed to get a little jump on it, which is interesting because we know they wanted to do it right after the combine.
Yeah.
And he said, no, I got to get ready for my pro day. Maybe this is a little bit of a compromise that they made. When you come for the pro day, come a day or two early and we can hang and do a little bit there.
That's great. And then Biggs writes that they had 9 representatives, 10 if you count Keenan Allen, who I absolutely would count.
Look at that list of who was there, man.
So it's Ryan Poles, Matt Eberflus, Ian Cunningham, Shane Waldron, Thomas Brown, the passing game coordinator, Kerry Joseph, the QB coach, Francis St. Paul is the national scout, Reese Hicks is the area scout and offensive assistant, Robbie Picasso.
And Cook County President Tony Preckwinkle.
David Eckstein.
So they had 10 people there.
Wow.
They've got the private meeting. They went out to dinner. They met the teammates. They got dapped up as soon as the workout was over.
Dude.
Come on now.
It's happening.
Come on now.
I know.
It's happening. It's happening.
They took a big step towards it happening.
Well, whose side are you on? You siding with Biggs or me? We got Ryan Poles dapping up Carl Williams. We got Keenan Allen dapping up Carl Williams.
I didn't know it was a battle between you and Biggs. I mean,
we're not on the same team.
There's been times that I have known that.
I'm just kidding.
There have been times where it felt like that.
Yeah.
But no, this is everybody's on the same side here.
No, of course.
Biggs literally on our team, by the way.
Can we get him on for a report from the pro day at USC?
Oh, no, we can't.
Okay. Well, then,
Fun fact, when I Googled Brad Biggs Tribune, as I always do to try and find something, took me to his Twitter page where I can't see anything.
Exactly.
Not anything.
Again, excellent column.
Yeah.
Excellent information.
Okay.
Unfortunately, you won't be able to hear it on this show. We have to read it to you. You can hear it with Mully and Haugh. Go on.
All very exciting stuff.
Go ahead.
Are you ready for Bird Street Club information?
I am.
Ladies and gentlemen, this man is for the birds.
This is the Bird Streets Club. A quick Google search brings up a few different things.
Somebody's reading Wikipedia.
No. I'm Googling. It's very different. 2 days ago, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce were seen on a dinner date at the Bird Streets Club.
Oh, my.
And Disney CEO Bob Iger was spotted fawning over Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce at the Bird Streets Club. That's 2 days ago.
Okay.
He happened to run into them, and the CEO of Disney made a fool of himself in front of Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce.
What is your sourcing on this?
Us Weekly.
Trust me, bro.
Okay.
Page 6 and Us Weekly.
Okay.
That's who I have.
That's good enough.
Here's another link that comes up. The 10 most exclusive celeb-tastic private members clubs around the world. And the Bird Streets Club is listed as one of those. Okay?
God, playing football at USC would be so dope.
Oh, man. It was dope. It was dope when Wani was the recruiting coordinator for John Robinson. How about now?
Yeah, well, it seemed like Reggie Bush had a great time.
Yeah.
It just seems like any era of USC football would probably be pretty sweet.
There's a story in the New York Times about the guy who owns the Bird Streets Club and says he has been hiding celebrities since 2007. So at that and some other places. And then here's my favorite thing. The website for the Bird Streets Club, you need a code to access anything on the website. I can't even check out the menu or the cuisine or anything. You go to the website's homepage, they're like, enter code.
Rich people, man.
I'm picturing Flus this whole time. We got a what? Code?
Where are we going?
I just want a cheeseburger.
What kind of food do they have?
I heard about animal style at In-N-Out.
What's that?
They put onions on your burger. They call it animal style.
Look at this place, Bird Streets Club.
Meaning what?
They must have some great tactics.
Oh, Dragon Slayer, help me out here, man.
Trying to read keys. The light's so low, I can't even read the keys.
He for sure had his iPhone flashlight out last night, right? Reading glasses sitting on the bottom of his nose, iPhone flashlight.
Trying to look at the menu.
Hey, I thought we were having bird.
Where's the chicken?
What kind of bird?
Sashimi?
Yeah.
What's sashimi?
Man, I don't know about
this.
this.
Brian, I'll just get what you're having.
No, I don't want quail eggs with foam.
What molecular what? What do they call it?
Gastronomy? Molecular gastronomy?
I don't want any part of it.
I don't want foam.
Morphing in the pad a little bit there.
No, I do one.
Good accountability, Tanny. Good job by you.
Yeah, but I've been there. You've been there. I've been to the Bird Streets Club.
Hey, can I get a code?
Well, I mean, I don't think I'm going to be welcome back. I was there with Brittany and Jackson.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no chance.
Yeah, bad
You're
impression.
Done. You're done.
Oh, no.
Jackson danced all on top of the birds that were there.
And then he assaulted one of the bartenders.
Oh, here's another
Allegedly.
one. Jay-Z holds pre-Grammy bash at the Bird Streets Club.
Yeah.
There you go. Hits just keep coming, folks. That's where Caleb and his teammates went
to meet the Bears.
Oh, so, yeah, I want to know, did Caleb say, I'm going to go to this spot with my teammates. Why don't you guys come over? I'll call ahead. I know the people over there. I'm Caleb Williams.
How baller would it be if Poles has the McCaskey, account, to, the expense account?
Yeah.
And Caleb's like, no, man, I got a tab here. I come here every week. They put it on my house account. I'm Caleb Williams. I roll deeper than you, buddy.
Caleb, where do you want to go for dinner? You got a spot you like? As a matter of fact, I do.
Yeah, I do.
It's called the Bird Streets Club. You guys want to come?
Wow.
Let me get you the code for the website so you guys can check it out.
Do you think they ate the family dinner between 5:30 and 6 at the Bird Streets Club, or is that a later occasion? Oh, that's late for dinner.
Ooh, when's happy hour?
I'm a body clock. It's 8:30.
I'm
very hungry.
Hey, Ryan, did we get half off wings in the 5 o'clock hour?
What? You guys don't have Irish egg rolls here?
Those are fire.
Those are
so good. Timothy O'Toole's best ones in the city, in my opinion.
Really?
Yeah.
All right,
I like
let's go.
Hackneys.
Well,
Hackneys, yeah, very good.
Very solid.
All right.
All right. So, yeah, anything else in that column we should know?
No, that's about it.
That all sounds great. That all sounds really like the relationship is moving forward. I just hope that offensive assistant Robbie Picasso had a good time.
What did Ryan Poles order? I mean, what was his position?
He was, I believe he was third from the end in the booth. He was all the way on the inside. That was his position.
Yeah, that's a good spot to be.
Yeah, I think so.
Flus, just don't talk. I'll handle this.
Keep it down, Flus. Here's another gin and tonic.
We got Kerry Joseph here.
Yeah.
We got Thomas Brown
Thomas
here.
Brown knows what to do.
We're gonna handle it. Shane Waldron, you don't talk either.
Yeah.
You just drop the plays on a napkin in the corner. Look smart.
Yeah.
You want the details here on this Otani theft story?
I'm afraid.
Well, okay, because you should be afraid, because I'm going to read you a few paragraphs here.
Okay.
And then I'm going to tell you where my journalism antenna is going up a little bit. All
Because
right.
I don't know. If anybody doesn't know, Shohei Otani's interpreter, his close friend for many years that he brought to America with him, has now been charged with stealing up to about, what, $4.5 million? All right, go ahead. Help me out.
So the Los Angeles Dodgers interpreter for Shohei Otani was fired Wednesday afternoon after questions surrounding at least $4.5 million in wire transfers sent from Otani's bank account to a bookmaking operation set off a series of events. I don't know how to pronounce his translator's name. Looks like last name is Mizuhara.
Okay.
Mizuhara, the longtime friend and interpreter for Otani, incurred the gambling debts to a Southern California bookmaking operation that is under federal investigation. How he came to lose his job started with reporters asking questions about the wire transfers. Initially, a spokesman for Otani told ESPN the slugger had transferred the funds to cover Mizuhara's gambling debt. The spokesman presented Mizuhara to ESPN for a 90-minute interview Tuesday night, during which Mizuhara laid out his account in great detail. However, as ESPN prepared to publish the story Wednesday, the spokesman disavowed Mizuhara's account and said Otani's lawyers would issue a statement. Quote, "In the course of responding to recent media inquiries, we discovered that Shohei has been the victim of a massive theft, and we are turning the matter over to the authorities," read the statement. The spokesman declined to answer any further questions. The statement did not specify whom they believe perpetrated the theft. When asked by ESPN on Wednesday afternoon about the statement, if he had been accused of theft, Mizuhara said he was told he could not comment, but declined to say by whom.
Okay, so hold on a second. So Otani at first said he had made the transfers to cover the debts of his interpreter.
Correct.
So he had helped out his friend and made the transfers. Then Mizuhara's story contradicted what Otani was saying, and then Otani said, "Hey, we now disavow you, and we've got a problem here."
Right. So to me, that obviously the guy with the gambling problem for the $4.5 million he's gotten fired. He's got a lot of problems. Obviously, this bookmaker, Matthew Bauer, who's being investigated by the feds, he's got a lot of problems. But Shohei has now changed his story.
Yeah. Well, Shohei is trying to distance himself now, having been advised that this dude is in trouble, right?
Well,
he's probably changing it because he didn't know what he was doing was wrong. Because he's like, I didn't make the bets. I'm just helping a friend, but they're still trying to loop him in.
But what I'm saying is,
you got to know as a ball player that you know. But he's not making the bet. Yeah, maybe he's just covering his friend's ass and thinking he's going to be okay.
But also, I mean, we are just finding out about this on Wednesday afternoon. I don't imagine that Shohei Otani found out about this Tuesday.
No, if he's been making payments to help pay off the dude's debts.
Well, so that's what I'm saying. Like the idea that they were getting ready to go to press, and all of a sudden, hey, that 90 minutes you had with the guy, never mind. Here's a statement, and we're not answering any other questions. That doesn't look good. I'm not saying that Shohei necessarily is in the wrong here. I don't know, but it's something short of full cooperation.
Dude, it smells really bad.
Really bad.
It smells really bad because as ESPN prepared to publish, so that must mean...
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they contact Shohei and say, hey, we're going to press with this. Would you like to comment? And the spokesman disavows the entire account and said a statement is coming from the lawyers. Wow. Baseball's going to have to dig into this.
And gambling is illegal in California.
Oh my God. So you've got how long did Shohei know that his interpreter and close friend was doing this? And they're going to have to find out if any of it is on baseball at all. It's going to get even deeper. But even if it's not on baseball, you're not allowed to gamble at all in California.
You're not allowed to gamble. Yeah, it's illegal in California.
Wow. And major league players are not allowed to gamble on sports.
And so this guy apparently did it through this bookmaker who's investigated by the feds and on DraftKings.
Wow.
So, but they obviously travel, so he's in a bunch of states where it's legal. Mizuhara says, obviously, Otani wasn't happy about it and said he would help me out to make sure I never do this again. He decided to pay it off for me. I want everyone to know Shohei had zero involvement in betting. I want people to know I did not know this was illegal. I learned my lesson the hard way. I will never do sports betting ever again. But there are multiple wire transfers of $500,000 from Shohei Otani to this dude who is being investigated by the feds for an illegal bookmaking operation.
I got to say, Danny,
that is a bad story.
That is a bad story that's only going to get bigger and deeper, and it smells bad, and everything is on the table at this point in terms of Shohei just covering for his friend and thinking it was okay, and then having to realize, okay, I got to be honest, to interpreter as fall guy for Shohei's habits or some family members' habits, or like everything is on the table now for conjecture. And that's why MLB is going to have to investigate their biggest and brightest star deeply. Don't you think?
Oh yeah.
MLB is going to have to dig into this against their will and put their biggest and brightest star on trial within MLB.
You got to have a fall guy in the crew.
I don't know.
Wow.
I need to understand the changing of the story a little bit more.
Yeah.
Like why this story was one way, and then when they were going to press, it changed a bit. Like I've been reading it on the air. I'm not fully understanding how this isn't a terrible look of, hey, we were going to press and now we're changing our story and we fired the guy and we're lawyering up. Like that's how it reads.
Yeah, well, I think that's what's happening. I mean, my goodness.
Yeah, that's not good.
This is going to get ugly. I find myself thinking about, obviously gambling scandals and Pete Rose and such, but a sport where your undeniably biggest number one star becomes someone that you have to investigate. I mean, that is a rare thing that someone of this magnitude. You start thinking about, Jordan and the gambling stories and going to Atlantic City and all of that, and then going away for baseball. And there's still people that think that was hazy. I'm not among them, but like you're talking about stars of this magnitude in a sport. What an awkward spot for Rob Manfred, who I'm sure will handle it with grace.
Yeah,
I couldn't even get it out. Rob Manfred is going to be handling this. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good.
A disastrous outcome for this industry.
I think very, very well it could be. But there's so much going on with baseball, man. The MLBPA negotiator who got ousted yesterday, a freaking coup among the players when the CBA is not even up. It's just like, whew, my sport is a mess. Can't wait till the game tomorrow.
Happy opening day.
Thanks so much.
Happy fake opening day. That counts.
Is there anything in hindsight now that we're here a month later you would have done different?
Oh, hindsight is a dangerous undertaking.
But yes.
Yes. But I have a lot. How much time do you have? I have a list. Wow, man.
Newsy day. Yeah. Don't worry about your game, buddy. Caleb Williams is a Bear.
Oh God.
We got rookie minicamp.
Bastard.
We got OTAs. We're going to Detroit. We got all sorts of fun things. You can have this jersey once they draft him.
Who can have it?
You can have it if you want it.
Oh no, I'm good.
I'm just saying.
Thank you.
This is now a symbol of.
Wait, you're not going to wear it?
It's a symbol of how right I am. I don't wear jerseys. It's a symbol of correctness.
I don't wear jerseys. I just buy them and put them in everybody's face.
That's right. It's a symbol of a take being correct.
Do you think you went out on a limb when you said the Bears were going to draft Caleb Williams?
I think that a lot of people disagreed, and I have dozens and dozens and dozens of bookmarked tweets to prove to you that I plan to retweet on draft night.
Oh.
Do you think they disagreed because of how hard you went for the QB1 party and your support of Justin Fields just to mess with you, or do you think they disagreed because they really didn't think it would happen?
I don't know.
Shane, draft night is going to be an I told you so victory lap bloodbath.
We'll put him in our single bathroom in the Airbnb and you and I can hang out.
Put him in the bathroom. You, me, and Porth in the other room while Danny, not so discreetly retweets his bookmarked hates.
Well, it is draft day.
Yeah, like Shane,
one way to spend it.
Shane, to your point, I've gotten so many messages on Twitter like this text that we got earlier in the show from the 630. Even with me being a Bears fan, if the Bears take Caleb, I hope he sucks. Just because Parkins' nose is so far up his ass he can smell the fresh air that Caleb breathes. I think Parkins has been walking around with a for the last 3 months. Being a Bears fan rooting against Caleb Williams because you hate me more than you love the Bears. That's weird. That's weird. I would just be happy that the Bears are going to have an awesome quarterback on a good roster.
I'm just glad my burner is safe. You know what I mean?
Just saying. Again.
Got to follow Brad Big somehow.
I have a burner to follow the people, not to follow, but to like search the people who block me.
The people.
Plural.
The collective.
I don't know who my fourth is.
Here's my all block team.
So you got Greg Gabriel, or does he not block you so he can?
No. He blocks
engage?
me. He blocks me.
Okay, so Greg, Brad Biggs,
Doug Gottlieb,
and Barack Obama.
You gotta follow Doug.
No, Obama didn't block me.
Schwarzenegger.
I don't know who my fourth
Danny.
is who blocked me. Who my big four would be, but those three are on there. But yeah, I'm sure there's a fourth who blocked me.
Damn.
It's okay.
Sorry, man.
It's all right. Yeah, please don't block me. I love your content.
I'm not going to.
Thank you so much. It's Parkins and Spiegel on the Score.
Cubs fans, opening day is just 8 days.
us tomorrow. Real-time sports in Elk Grove Village.
Man, we buried the lead. We get to go out and hang out, and you can come and be with us. I guess we've been talking about it, but either way, it's fun to get out and press the flesh and say hello to our listeners.
Great score remotes out there throughout the station's history.
You bet.
I'm going to get there early to sell some books if people want it, but also just to watch the tournament and hang and talk Bears. I'll be there by noon, maybe earlier. So I'm just going to be hanging out at Real Time all day tomorrow. I have to be sober on the air tomorrow? Is that a rule?
No.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, we're open for shots and beers tomorrow, by the way.
Excellent. That'll be fun.
I'll be the ambassador to sobriety. I'll take care of that for everybody tomorrow.
Is it because you're being so kind and driving me to the remote?
And then driving home as well.
Fun.
Yeah. But you guys, give me all the shots you want, and I will pass them across the table.
You just want me to stay over tonight by your place so I can leave with you?
You know what I do? Come on over. Yeah, I'd like that. It'd be good. Stay at Emma's place. We got to go.
All right, we got to go. Thanks to everybody for the show. It's Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
This has been the most unenjoyable experience I've had.
As the Bears have